We're almost done. We're almost done. And then we're almost on the final case of Spirit of Justice. And so we should finish it today, and then on Friday we can do DLC. But because I forgot about the Dual Destiny DLC, depending on how long both DLC cases are, because the last time I did a DLC case it was kind of long, so that might go into Monday, and so we'll start Chronicles on Wednesday. But we've made it, lads. We've made it. We've made it to the final 5 to 8 hours of the main game. It's been a long journey, you know, just as long as the first trilogy. But I think we've done well. Actually, no, I think this has been longer because I've been doing longer streams than I was doing for the first trilogy. And we're up to 17 now. It'll be fine. I think we'll do great, actually. So how are you guys today? How are you guys today? Sleep was weird last night. I don't feel like I didn't sleep, but I definitely didn't sleep as much as I normally do or should. Like, I went to bed, and then I tried falling asleep and it didn't happen. So I stayed up for a little while longer. Then I fell asleep. Then I woke up only a couple hours later. My sleep schedule is fucking fine, thank you, Mubai. It's the one, this is one day where my sleep is weird. Excuse me for being a bit busy writing about Fulbright. I had an idea and I wanted to write about it. Oh, I love you. But I can't talk about that, because otherwise we'll be here for a long time. For a long time. Do we want to just get the fuck into it so I don't have to... think too hard about any of this. What am I looking for? Spirit of Justice. Get the strategy wiki. I inevitably go, okay, but what the fuck are you trying to tell me? And then, so I don't have to cry. That's my cheat sheet for when when I inevitably fail. Yes, my mic is not lower than my music. My music is just loud. Yeah. If I turn the music down in an OBS, then the game will be too quiet. And I don't want to have to fucking touch anything. I just talk quietly, okay? So you have to just deal with it. Also, Mubai, I saw you made a clip on my channel. People can hear me. People can hear me just fine. You just gotta turn your fucking volume up. It's just me talking about how much I love Una, so it's not a bad clip. But yeah, give it up for our first clip. Woo! It's not going on the YouTube because I don't know how to fucking deal with shorts and fuck. Yes, of course it's the first clip. What, you think people fucking clip the things I say? No, they don't. Was important for Una to know. You're completely and totally right. Anyway. Yeah, I did. That's what's captured in the clip. Anyway, my breakfast has been some pods. I feel sick because of it. But you know what? Fuck it. I don't got nothing to tell any of you guys about. Does these clip anything? They just sit back and enjoy what they've created. Talk about some really close shaves. Well, you can't get a closer shave than Headsman's brand blades, that's for sure. It is lawyering time, thank you for noticing. The trial's not even over yet, and I'm already exhausted. Still, you were able to fight back. Okay, that's weird. I've never seen that without the against in there. But okay. Fight back and the queen herself in there. Well, maybe with Miss Faye's help, we won't have to keep on playing her game much longer. Speaking of which, I guess it's a little late to be asking, but do you think she's well enough to testify, Mr. Wright? She slept all day yesterday out of exhaustion, apparently. But that's all it was, so she should be okay. Barbed head, horn head. Oh, hello, Your Benevolence. Princess Rafa, you were really impressive in there.
I am the royal priestess Rafa Padma Kurain. And I am prepared to face my father's death.
Despite your mother's opposition, you stood your ground, and in doing so, you fulfilled your duty as the royal priestess. It was all thanks to you and your friends. Your belief in me gave me the courage to follow my path. So, you have my gratitude.
Oh, don't mention it.
I know, I shall thank you with a gift. What would you like? A cow, a horse? Or perhaps I shall reward your efforts with a royal shoulder massage.
Oh, that's okay, Your Benevolence. Your gratitude is more than enough, thanks.
But I thought you Americans liked massages. My techniques was highly praised by my father, I'll have you know. Hey, you lawyers, where's the accused?
Huh? Dirk? That's a good question.
I blew it big time, AJ. This is why you're going in the D tier. Fuck you. He annoys me so much.
That's...
Shut up, you.
What's going on?
The scoundrel tried to escape with the accused.
What?
We were able to nab him, but the accused is nowhere to be found. Where are you hiding him, you miscreant?
I keep telling you, I got no idea where he went. I mean, yeah, we booked it together, but I lost track of him after that. So, Dirk's on the lam now? Probably, but who knows? He vanished in the blink of an eye. Vanished? You want to know something, AJ? Dirk said to me, I can't put Amaro into danger. I have to set her free before it's too late. What? Don't tell me he's gone to rescue her. But that's what I am telling you. It's why I helped him escape in the first place. Dad, you do realize what you've done? Well, what's done is done. Still, why did you choose to rescue her now? Maybe he didn't want to die with any regrets or something. You know, just in case he ended up on the chopping block. Why, Dirk? I thought you believed in me. Aw, don't be like that, AJ. He'll be back as soon as he frees Amara, you'll see. That's not the point, Dad. Listen, lawyer, you let us know immediately if the accused contacts you. The trial will now resume. See that you are ready. Wait, this trial's still on? Even without the defendant? Those were Her Eminence's orders, so you will return to the courtroom at once. Let's go, Apollo. All we can do is see where the next testimony leads. Now then, let us resume the trial at hand. Your Majesty, my client seems to have gone missing. What do you think, Your Eminence? Should we proceed without the accused? Why not? My royal guard is searching for him as we speak. They shall find him soon enough, for they would not dare to keep me waiting. Yes, but what about the law governing court proceedings? Then I shall simply revise it. As ruling sovereign of Kura-In, I proclaim the following. Should the accused be an enemy of the crown, they may be tried in absentia. Well, in that case, I guess there's no problem with proceeding. Will the witness, Miss Maya Fey, please approach the stand? Sorry to sum me in like this, Maya. Getting dragged out of bed and into court is not exactly a fun wake-up call, Nick. Sorry, Miss Fey. It was my idea. And you are? Oh, right. I'm Apollo Justice. It's nice to finally meet you. Oh, so you're Apollo. Nick told me all about you. You're the new guy with a loud voice and a bit of an unreliable shriek, right? Unreliable? Well, that was 2 years ago. You've come a long way since then. So, why was I called here anyway? Am I under arrest again? Huh? I guess no one's filled her in. Well, she has been asleep this entire time. Miss Fey, this is a trial for Dirk Sadmani, and you're here as a witness. Oh, what? Dirk's been arrested? But... That's not exactly the reaction I was expecting. Miss Fey, you are suspected of playing a part in the murder of Justice Minister Inga? What? Someone allegedly forced you to channel the minister to obfuscate the time of time of his murder. At least, that is what the defense claims. Wait, what? How could you, Apollo? How did you even reach that conclusion? Sorry, but it was the only way to this whole case makes any sense.
Your understandable anger at the defence's side, will you testify, Miss Faye?
Yes, Your Majesty. I don't have any idea what's going on, but I know I didn't channel Minister Inga. I didn't even have the chance to do something like that. Besides, I'd never go quietly along with some criminal's plan. Though, I guess there are some things I'd go quietly along with.
It seems the witness doesn't believe she has ever channeled Minister Inga. And if her words prove to be true, defense, your entire argument becomes moot. You do understand that, don't you? Did I sleep after last stream? Of course I did. It was late at night. How did I sleep? It was fine. I was a normal sleep, I guess. I don't know. Sleep is weird. I don't have much variance in the way that I sleep. It was good though. It was good. It was good. I read stories and it was. I fell asleep while doing that. It was great. But you know, unless something huge and massive convinces me, probably not gonna do that again.
Yes, of course. It doesn't seem like Miss Faye is lying.
Apollo, I was being awfully secretive about something just now.
And then I guess I better dig a bit and try to get her to open up for me first.
Hold it!
Are you sure about that? Maybe you just don't remember channeling it. Don't remember? I may be 28, but I'm not senile, you know. Something's not right here. Miss Faye, you were confined to Amara's tomb the whole time, is that correct? Yes, but I wasn't conscious the whole time. Okay, then let me ask you something. I'm realizing these two have very similar voices, and I should have really thought about this at some point, but I didn't think they'd really be meeting. Did you ever see Naina in the tomb dressed as Dirk? Huh? Is that some kind of joke? I think I'd remember if I saw something as crazy as that.
Plus, I doubt anyone would carry out a crime like that right in front of a potential witness.
I hate when he's right.
Many people do, Apollo, don't you worry.
Hold it!
Why did I apply for affiliate? Fucking no. I've been able to apply for affiliate for a good long while now. I don't want to. I don't want to make people watch ads. I don't want to have to deal with making any amount of money. Because then I have to like figure out how it would work in the taxes sort of way. Because while I consider this a hobby, what if the government decides that this is actually a business and I have to learn about that shit? Like, monetizing seems strange and difficult and I don't understand it yet. And as much as I would love, like, the little perks of monetization, I honestly, I just seriously don't want to make people watch ads when they watch me. because look, I know how fucking annoying it is to have to sit there for a minute and miss the whole rest of the conversation. So, you know, I would rather just have the donation set up so that if people really do want to support me, they can, but it's not at all necessary to enjoy my content as intended. You didn't have a chance to channel him? Does channeling someone take a long time? Not really. Once you get the hang of it, it's pretty much instantaneous. But I was all tied up, literally. So there was no way for me to make the channeling mudra with my hands to do it. Right. I guess she really didn't channel Inga then. Maya, when mediums are done with a session, they can send the spirit back to the other world themselves, right? Sure, unless they're still in training. Amateurs can get possessed by spirits sometimes. But full-fledged mediums can stay in total control of a session. And they can send the deceased spirit away anytime they want. So I take it you can do that too, Miss Faye? Of course! It's a cinch for a new and improved Mystic Maya Faye, a spirit medium. Yay! She said it again. That's strange. You seem like the same old childish Maya to me.
I'll show you childish, Nick.
Hold it!
So you wouldn't channel spirits for unseemly purposes? Of course not. Spirit channeling is my bread and butter, and I take a lot of pride in my work. It's like, would you use your legal skills to commit a crime, Apollo? Well, until finger pointing and objecting becomes deadly, I don't see how they can be used. Wow, you're a regular Mr. Smarty Pants. Just like Nick. Always on the right with always at the ready with some sarcastic comeback.
I think I'll save my objections for after the trial.
Yes, please. Anyway, I'd never go along with something like murder.
Hold it!
Yeah, sounds to me like you're trying to hide something, Miss Faye. Didn't anyone teach you about respecting boundaries, Apollo? It's really rude to pry into a person's private affairs. Ah, sorry, I didn't realize, Wait, we're in a court of law? Yeah, I know. Then what was all that about me being rude? I'm just doing my job. So please, just tell me, what exactly are you hiding? Sorry, but I promised Dirk I wouldn't say. You made a promise to Dirk? Mm-hmm. A pretty big one.
I think this is about all you're going to get out of her.
Yeah.
Enough. The witnesses are denying that she channeled any spirits. Further questioning is pointless. It appears your little fiction has been soundly exposed for what it is.
You should listen to her, Apollo. I don't even know why you suspected me in the first place. I mean, you don't have any evidence of me channeling Minister Inga, do you? Oh, evidence, huh? There's no point to even thinking about it, really. I don't use anything special for to channel spirits, so there wouldn't be anything left behind.
That's true. Just like when she channeled a high priest, all Maya needs is her own body.
If the defense has no evidence to offer, I will have to end this cross-examination. What now? Even if she doesn't use any special items to do the channeling itself? You'd think there was something to complete the deception. Is there any proof that the Justice Minister was channeled? What would it be if there is? If I contain any kind of info on the assassination, Dirk's badge, Founder's Orb. Is there? That's a very good question. What would it be if there is the question. I'm not entirely sure. But if I say no, then that ends the cross-examination. And I don't think we want it to end. Because, based on everything that we've been talking about, there is definitely some channeling that's going on at some point. I just don't know what it... There being soot on it implies a fire. Because I'm sure this photo, that will come up later. Possibly in the next part of the trial. Something, something, and like something, something, something. Holy Mother. Well, I mean, not at all. I bet you bet there is. You bet there is. Really? Well now. You're bluffing, I take it? I'll be fine. If we're right, then there must be some sort of proof to back us up. Time to do some serious thinking, Apollo Justice. Okay, we knew that when Rafa saw her father, he wasn't dressed like Miss Faye, right? Right, because if he was, Rafa would have immediately known he was being channeled. So that means he was dressed in his usual suit when Rafa saw him. Ah! Good thinking, Apollo. This might be the perfect angle to attack from. Alright, let's have an answer from the defense. What proof do you have that Ms. Maya Faye channeled Justice Minister Inga? Well, then it would... Well, we were talking about his clothes, and...
Take that!
Is that a gemstone? We found this among the ashes of the tomb's incense burners. Does this gemstone ring any bells, Your Eminence? What? What was that doing in the tomb? Ah, so you recognize it. But then, as his wife, how could you not recognize his gemstone button from your husband's jacket? Hmm? I don't get where you're going with this. Channeling Minister Inga alone wouldn't be enough to fool someone like Princess Rifa, especially if he were wearing your clothes. So, you would have had to change into Minister Inga's clothes before channeling him. Miss Faye, you used the minister's clothes to cover while going from his room to the tomb, where you burned them once you no longer needed them. What?
Uh-oh, she seemed genuinely surprised by that promise. Miss Faye,
Yes?
do you know my husband's name?
It was, Inga Kakul Kurain, right?
That is correct, in part. But there's more. Much more. Inga Kakul, how could... Fucking Jesus, that is a long name. Don't know. How many fucking middle names does a man need? Kakul, how called, Disnam, Biani, Lorga, Ormo, Pompus, Danit, Aidi is Kurain the Third. Man does not need that many middle names. That is his true name.
Could it be any longer?
Due to its length, only a portion of it was ever made public. So, Miss Faye, do you know his true name?
No. I mean, how could I?
Precisely. Yet a medium must know both the face and true name of one she seeks to channel.
So then, Miss Faye couldn't have channeled Minister Inga? That's what I've been saying this whole time. Why would I want to randomly channel some old guy I didn't know? I didn't like, thanks to that last trial. I can't believe this.
Apollo, I don't think Maya's lying. However, your line of reasoning still seems credible to me.
I agree, but there's something tripping us up in the details. Maybe we're working off some wrong assumption again. Apollo, I was thinking, yeah. Since I didn't channel Minister Inga, is it possible that someone else did? Someone else? But who could it have been? I haven't thought that far yet.
Such chatter is without merit. Let us move on, shall we?
I don't care what Gran says. I'm going to figure this out. If it wasn't Miss Faye and the Queen has an alibi, then...
Apollo, forget about who is capable of channeling spirits for a second.
I should consider the circumstances around the channeling, right?
Right. We know Rafa saw her father come running out of his private quarters. If he was being channeled at the time, who could it have been?
It could have been someone who was in Inga's private quarters.
Well, I'm waiting defense, and you know how much I despise waiting.
Yes, but there is someone else besides Miss Faye who could have channeled Minister Inga. There is just one more person, and they were in Inga's private quarters. That person is our only hope.
So, the defense believes there was another. Let's have your very serious answer then.
With pleasure.
Horned devil.
Who could have channeled Minister Inga? It would have been, Nana then. Because she was in she was in his room, as we proved.
Take that!
Nana. Your Eminence said it yourself. That's right, Nana never did go into the tomb that day. Instead, she entered my husband's private quarters. How do you know? It's quite simple. Shoe prints were discovered in Inga's private quarters. Shoe prints that belonged to Nana. And then there's her benevolence's statement. She said that Nana disappeared right after she entered Minister Inga's private quarters. The room from which Minister Inga himself came running out not long afterwards. Are you not seriously just suggesting? It's the only thing that makes sense. Nana channeled Minister Inga and left his private quarters thereafter. That's why no one has seen her since. And why only the minister's shoe prints were found outside the residence. No way! That's gotta be it. Nana must have somehow channeled the minister. All of these circumstantial evidence has fallen into place. You can't ignore it anymore. You can't claim Nana isn't connected to this case somehow. In light of this, the defense calls Nana to the stand. Well, Your Eminence? Very well then. Let us call Nana to testify. Yes! Now we can finally crack this case wide open. Let us adjourn while the witness is summoned. There is no need. Nana is waiting in the lobby. What? Nana's here. I thought she'd gone missing. Seems she was feeling unwell and simply wished to rest undisturbed. But her concern for Rafa brought her here today. She took time off without Rafa's knowledge or consent? I'm betting there's more to her just disappearing after we meet the Eye Apollo. I don't think she's the one who killed him, but she's definitely an accomplice of sorts. Miss Nana, do you understand why you've been summoned here today? Yes, of course. Her Eminence has informed me that this man here suspects I have committed a crime. So this is Nana. That's quite the hairdo. Though I will say. I suppose I'm not as old as I had thought. If this horn-headed nincompoop can take me as a criminal. Nincompoop. Isn't that Rafa's favorite insult? I guess Nana rubbed off on her, what with all the time they spent together. You there, young hornhead? Yes? You're accusing me of slaying Minister Inga and channeling his spirit, yes? What an active imagination you have. Young folk are so wonderfully open-minded. Thanks. Just take the compliment, Justice. Now then, will the witness please proceed with her testimony? The court wishes to know if you did or did not channel Minister Inga in his private quarters. I was feeling unwell yesterday. under the weather yesterday and decided to rest these weary bones. Besides which, a lowly servant such as I could not possibly be an honorable spirit medium. Only members of the royal family can learn the art of spirit channeling here in Kuta Inn. After Queen Amara's passing, Her Eminence Queen Gran is the only spirit medium left. If you believe a medium to be the culprit, it would have to be the young lass Maya Fey.
And there you have it. It seems we have summoned her for nothing. Only those of the royal bloodline have the power of spirit channeling. That a servant such as Nana could channel spirits is a most unamusing jest.
On the surface, anyway. What our line of reasoning has led us to this end, that Nana channeled Inga's spirit.
Alright, the defense may now question the witness.
Hold it!
Albie's dog stole your hat when you were in the courtyard yesterday afternoon. Was it after that you decided to take a rest?
I had been feeling unwell all day and had pushed myself too hard. I kept feeling weak and dizzy, and that dirty mongrel only served to worsen my condition.
While I sympathize with you, Sindaina, you took the whole day off without informing Princess Rafa. She was very worried about you, you know.
How very kind of her benevolence. But she need not concern herself with the welfare of a mere servant such as I. Except to Rafa, Nana's not just a mere servant.
Do you even think a mere commoner could channel spirits or slay a minister?
What hogwash.
Hold it!
I hear you are the head servant, isn't that right?
Are you suggesting that my position affords me the ability to channel spirits?
Since you're the head servant of the family of channelers, I'd say it's plausible. If you wanted to, it's not impossible for you to learn through exposure.
I think not. For that goes against the very underpinnings of the Kingdom of Kuta Inn. To become a spirit medium requires a noble spirit and rigorous training. But most importantly, one must be a direct descendant of the founder. It is not it is not simply some hobby one can take up in the manner of knitting or gardening.
So commoners could never become a medium, no matter how hard they tried?
That is common knowledge to all who were born and raised here, young hornhead. Only members of the royal family can learn the art of spirit channeling.
Hold it!
Okay then, what if you actually have royal blood in your veins, Nana? Like a distant relative or something?
I am from a line of humble fishermen all the way back to my grandfather's grandfather. I have never heard talk of royal blood or noble ancestry. Apollo, if spirit channeling is a secret art passed down from mother to daughter, then even with a royal ancestor, it'd be impossible to learn without the right training. It is, as the Barb once says, it also must be mentioned that this secret art is only taught in the kingdom of Kuta Inn and your country's Cologne village.
Why aren't things falling into place like I expected?
I would ask the witness to continue her testimony.
Hold it!
Queen Amara was the victim of an assassination, right?
Yes, so she was a beautiful, gentle soul, but she fell in love with a man of dubious origins.
and she was murdered in a terrible blaze. Fate can be so cruel. Except she's actually still alive. Poor Nana's yet another follower, unwittingly praying over an empty sarcophagus. Amara, a queen who's been locked away and her existence in this world erased. But the fact that she is still alive shackles Nayuta to Gran's will. Nayuta, the only reason you're still standing there by that woman's side is because you're afraid of what would happen to Amara otherwise, right?
You need not recount such ancient history. Let us continue with the witness's testimony. If you believe spirit medium is culprit.
Hold it!
Miss Faye was being held hostage. She was completely tied up and didn't even know Minister Inga's true name, making it impossible for her to kill or channel him.
I know nothing of that.
Objection!
Listen, you horned devil. Were you not just insisting that it was Maya Fey who had channeled Minister Inga? My, how quickly you change your tune.
Now, I'm just quick on my feet when new information presents itself. I'm also quick to force my biggest smile when times like these demand it.
It's great that you're following my advice, Apollo, but try not to look so forced while you do it, would you? Nana is right about one thing, though. Only those of the royal bloodline can be spirit mediums and get in. Common folk like us are out of luck.
Yeah, I guess so. Still, I think I'll finally be close to connecting all the dots once I point one very big thing out.
What would I be pointing out? Marvel assassination. This is probably gonna come up later. Abby's statement. It's just about Nana's hat. This is not important right now. This probably isn't important right now. Diamond-shaped tattoo on forehead. Hurt. Still, it's fucking adorable. It's so cute. Look at them. They're adorable. Anyway. Medication. Defense Compatibility Act. The name of Queen. Blah blah blah. Founder's Orb that says that you can gain spiritual power from it. Which I guess could negate the whole you need to be a royal to do it thing. But
So here's the thing. So, Nana and Amara and Sadmali all have the same hair color. And there must be a reason for that. I don't see why they would give them the same hair color otherwise. But 23 years ago. So you know Amara's alive somewhere. Diamond tattoo. What does a diamond tattoo mean? Can I hang on? I wanna you have a diamond tattoo. 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 So it must mean something. You don't. Why does Dirk have one and you don't? Fucking, I don't know what it means. I'm sure it's important somehow. Feeling under the weather. Besides, with a lowly servant such as I could not possibly be an audible spirit medium. Only members of the royal family can learn the art of spirit channeling here in Kuda Inn. After Queen Amara's passing, her eminence, Queen Gran, is the only spirit medium left. If you believe a medium is the culprit, it would have to be that young lass Maya Fair. But she's not dead. We know that.
Objection!
Okay, so I present what makes sense in terms of direct contradiction. Except I don't know how to make it make sense in the larger context of this case. Well, is the defense going to follow up its loud objection with a sound explanation? Oh, sorry. How do I put this? I believe there's a problem with Nana's testimony. Go on. She asserted that she could not possibly be a spirit medium because in Kuda Inn, only members of the royal family can learn how to channel spirits. I fail to see the problem with that statement, defense. Hold on, I'm getting to it here, Your Majesty. Nana stated an absolute falsehood. Since we know that Amara is still alive. At the same time, circumstantial evidence points to Nana channeling Inga. After all, just after she entered his private quarters, Inga came running out screaming despite having been killed at 2 p.m. That would mean that Nana channeled Inga. Even though supposedly only those of the royal family are capable of doing so. Wait. Is it too late to ask for a refund on my trip down the rabbit hole? Mr. Wright, you may think I've lost my mind with this bluff, but if I can at least establish the possibility, I think it'll give us the break we need.
Wait a sec. Are you going to propose what I think you are?
Yes, it's a huge risk, but I think there's a chance I can prove it. Will the court please take a look at this photo?
Hmm? That's...
This photo's very existence, to say nothing of the person in it, contradicts the witness's claim. The person, Queen Garan, is the only remaining spirit meaning Kurdistan.
Horned devil! You mustn't...
Oh, but I must. Under these circumstances, the outcome of this trial depends on it. But you already knew that, didn't you, Your Eminence?
Will the defense please explain who was shown in the photograph?
And the person in this photo is the previous queen, Amara Sigatar Kurain. Contrary to popular belief, she was never assassinated. In fact, she's very much alive.
What? But that's nonsense.
Take a good look at the law book in the photo, Your Majesty. The mark of the dragon is branded on it. The mark of the dragon branded on it could only have been placed there after Queen Amara's supposed assassination.
Amara's still alive? Is the boy gone mad? While I personally find it hard to believe, I will allow the defense to continue. You may proceed, defense.
Queen Amara's death was staged to keep her safe from her would-be killer. Yet, according to Dirk, she is actually being held captive somewhere. But the real truth is that Queen Amara is not being held in confinement. Rather, she walks freely among us. Here, in this very courtroom today.
But... Do not be deceived, Your Majesty. The red pepper is skilled at weaving plausible lies. It is the cunning lawyer-leading art known as bluffing. But knowing this, there is no need to fear his fortune.
Objection!
Well, that's where you're wrong, prosecutor. Because you'll be quaking in your boots soon enough.
Is that so?
And it's my turn now to wake you up from the truth right before your eyes. Queen Amara is still very much alive and has disguised herself.
Well...
Take that!
But that's...
This is the simplest and cleanest explanation for everything we've covered so far. The person who killed Minister Inga, someone who with intimate knowledge of the divination seance, the medium who channeled the minister in order to mask the real time of his death. Condense these traits into one person and you get a spirit medium of royal blood. And that person is none other than you, Nana. Your true identity is the former Queen Amara, the killer we've been looking for all along.
What?
Objection!
Have you finally lost your mind, Mr. Justice? What you say is beyond blasphemous, even in the depths of hell.
Oh my, such frightening allegations!
Indeed, and absolutely ludicrous to boot. Her Eminence Queen Amara yet lives, and it actually Miss Nana here? You have truly gone off the deep end.
You don't have to take my word for it. In fact, a certain someone can help me prove it. Your Eminence. If Queen Amara truly is dead, you should be able to channel her spirit right here, right now, isn't that correct?
I can deny it no longer. The lawyer speaks the truth. Naina, the woman who stands here before us, is Amara, the former queen believed to have perished 23 years ago. Hokunga!
Finally. We finally got it. Inga's real killer on the stand. Naina, no, Amara Sigata in Kurdain. Please drop the act and tell us what really happened.
Oh, dearie me. I guess I shouldn't have underestimated the power of youth. Well done, young hornhead.
Wow, transformation skills. Must have been wearing a lot of layers there, miss. Whoa.
I was getting tired of masquerading as an old woman anyway. It's been far too long since I last greeted you, good people of Kura Inn. It is I, Amara Sigata Kura Inn, your former queen. Queen Amara? What? Bye-bye. Lay down there for a little bit, dude.
And I thought Garan's makeover was extreme.
Can it really be true? Are you alive and well? It is true. I feel as if I could have been called back from the Twilight Realm. I fear I have caused you all a great deal of distress. Mara, I am sorry I was unable to keep your secret any longer. I hope you can forgive me. It is quite alright, good man. I am safe now. For Dirk, that black guard who threatened my life, will be recaptured soon enough. I need not conceal my identity any longer. Queen Amara, what does this all mean? Were you not killed in the fire 23 years ago? I barely escaped that blaze with my life. But though I survived, I knew that scoundrel would make further attempts on my life. Therefore, I staged my death and abdicated the throne to my dear younger sister Garan. But the building of that great tomb, and disguising yourself as a lowly servant, why would you do such a thing? Garan, I would have you explain. I wished for her to be close at hand. It was the only way I felt I could protect her. And it was the best way to hide her from the eyes of the public. After all, who would conceive of Amara lowering her station to that of a servant? She's got that right. Even Dirk thought Amara was being held captive in some far-off place. He never even guessed she was living as a servant right in plain sight. I must say, my life dedicated to the servitude of others is not the least bit disagreeable. It is quite quiet, humbling existence, far removed from the tedium of regal duties. Ah, but those days of peace have ended. And it's all because of you, Hornhead.
You should consider yourself lucky if that's all this ends with.
If there is something you wish to say, then say it.
It doesn't matter who you are, you won't escape the crime you committed. The defense moves to indict you as Justice Minister Inga's real killer.
What's this? You would accuse Queen Amara of homicide? A Grand Priestess of Kurdianism? You can't do that. She's virtually a goddess in the eyes of the poor people.
If you commit a crime, you'd better be ready to do the time. Be you a priest, saint, queen, or god.
I've never met such an egalitarian person.
Queen Amara, in your years disguised as Nana, you would have learned about Minister Inga's disorder. So you knew you could dress in Dirk's clothes to forge a convincing seance vision. Isn't that right?
What a curious character you are. You would label me a murderer. Me, the one who the people regarded as the reincarnation of the Holy Mother herself.
You may be a grand figure in Kurdianism, but as a foreigner, you're just another suspect to me.
It would appear your words are not in jest. I am to suffer the sullying of my good name with accusations of murder most foul. Please, Queen Amara, forgive his impertinence. The lawyer knows not of what he speaks. Fear not, good magistrate, for this is the sacred hall of justice. Though I am a grand priestess, on the stand I am but a witness like any other. I shall face his accusations with grace and benevolence. Your compassion overfloweth your mercifulness. Oh, young lawyer, in my benevolence, I must warn you that your assertions suffer from a tragic flaw.
Huh? What's there's a flaw?
Nayuta. Yes, your mercifulness. Who was present in the tomb when the murder was discovered? Dirk Sadmadi, my affair. The victim, Minister Inga. I see. That is a fatal flaw indeed. It appears Queen Amara couldn't possibly have gone to the tomb as Minister Inga.
What? Why not?
Do not keep the defense waiting, Nayuta. Explain how wrong he truly is. Yes, your mercifulness. Her benevolence, Queen Princess Rafa, saw Minister Inga enter the tomb around 2:30 p.m. Yet you, the defense, claim the person she saw was the minister being channeled by Queen Amara. However, if her mercifulness had channeled him and moved to the tomb, then, once she was done channeling, Queen Amara would have re-emerged and been left stuck in the tomb.
Oh, yeah.
Had she tried to exit before you all arrived, Princess Rafa, who was looking down upon the courtyard, would have seen her. However, her benevolence saw nothing of the sort.
Ah.
2:30.
No, didn't she go down to chase the dog? And see Nana. So she did see her, she just didn't see her leave the tomb.
In conclusion, Queen Amara could not have left the tomb without being observed. And yet, was she there in the tomb when the murder was discovered, Defense?
No. No, she wasn't.
Now do you see? Your flimsy claim has been uprooted in like a sapling in a flood. Oh, Apollo, don't you worry. Well, that was entertaining, Prosecutor said Marty. Assume the prosecution of this case and clear your mother's good name. You wish for me to take over? Yes, prosecute your father and save your mother. What a poignant fate you bear, but bear it you must. That is fucked up for you to do to him. Are you ready? Yes, Your Eminence. And there you have it, Your Majesty. I shall watch the rest of the proceedings from the sidelines. I relinquish complete control of this sacred hall to your authority once more. Oh, wait, thank you, Your Eminence. Now then, Your Mercifulness, your testimony, if you please. Now I shall destroy your utterly absurd and barbarous theory. I was not anywhere near the tomb following the murder. Were your theory correct, I would have been in the tomb once I had stopped channeling. My husband, Dirk, is the killer, but he has fled from the sacred hall. May the Holy Mother rain judgment upon the traitor Dirk Sadmadi for his crimes. Oh, such a marvelous testimony. You are truly a treasure, Your Mercifulness. This, too, is but by the grace of Her Holiness. No doubt my unmasking here today was her will as well. Oh, my! The Holy Mother, you say? Yes, surely Her Holiness has guided me to this witness stand. What a cartoonish looking tiger. And to the purity of truth. Oh, how magnificent, Queen Amara, the Holy Mother's messenger here on earth.
Hi, Bop Bop. Hi, Bop Bop. Hi.
Hi, how are you? How was stream? Welcome, Raiders. Hi. Yeah, okay, please don't hit me on the head. I'll cry. It'll hurt a lot. How are you guys? How was your stream? What were you guys doing? We're having fun here. We're having a lot of fun here. We're getting close, guys. We're finally getting close. We're getting close to the end of this game. Well, kind of. This case, because then I have, then I have to do DLC. That's the word I was looking for. DLC things. But oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm so glad you like my PNG. I love my PNG too. And thank you so much for following. Oh, we're having fun here. We're having so much fun here. Look at him. Look at him. Having just as much fun as this guy. Okay, that probably means that I'm not having a lot of fun, but trust me, he's enjoying himself.
Where did those animals come from?
Now then, the defense may question the witness. He does look happy. Apollo looks so happy to be here right now. But remember, she is a Grand Priestess, so disrespect will not be tolerated. That means no pointing out conflicts, inconsistencies, or other flaws in her testimony. Okay, so you don't want me to do my job then, is that what you're saying?
Can we get the tiger off the screen? It looks really weird. With, you know, it's the eyes that really make it look strange. Okay. I was not anywhere near the tomb following the murder. I don't believe you! I don't believe you, because we're saying that the murder was... Why do they always hire the worst judges in Ace Attorney? Well, this guy is, just as bad as the rest of the legal people in his country, so, I think it's a systematic issue when it comes to Critter Inn. As for other judges, I think they're just stupid. I say other judges, but there's only two. You know, the brothers. And they probably get it from each other, so. What was I looking for? This. Because, I remember Rafe was talking about this, right? Right? And she was saying that when the dog came in, she left her little her room to go down to chase it. And she caught a glimpse of Nana. And now that we know that Nana and Amara are the same person, this means that she was by the tomb and there was an opportunity for her to leave the tomb without Rafe seeing her. So I think she's lying to me. Question is this what they want me to be saying? Because sometimes I get ahead of myself and I'm like, okay, but I'm right. I know that I'm right, but they don't, but I'm 2 steps ahead and I need to be like pulling myself back a few notches. Theory is correct. I would have been in the tomb once I had stopped channeling. My husband Dirk is a killer. I'm interested to learn why you're doing this against him, considering I thought that you two were pretty much in love. So, I'm curious to know what's going on with you in your head. I was not anywhere near the tomb following the murder.
Objection!
Damn it. Okay then, not what they want me to do. Then what do I do then? Because that was my one idea, and I'm all out of ideas now. It's also, Gordon, I thought you were letting you two deal with the rest of the trial. I mean, I'm not complaining, but just tell me. Well, maybe you were hiding inside the sarcophagus. After all, it does technically belong to you. I bet you'd have no trouble opening it. If I had been in there, I would not be here today, for the tomb was under constant surveillance since the murder. I would have never been able to leave. I guess not. If I might ask, what's in that sarcophagus anyway? You're still alive, so... There is despair, sadness, hatred, and malice. Only one brave enough to see the truth hidden deep within could discover the final hope, my continued corporeality. Okay, dodging the question, are we? You completely lost me. In other words, it's empty. But no one dared to open it because they were too scared of the curse.
Now, will you dispense of your theory? It is as empty as my sarcophagus. Were your theory correct, I would have been in the tomb when I stopped channeling.
Hold it!
I'll admit you weren't in the tomb after the murder.
Very good, but that very truth refutes your theory. Even if I had channeled Minister Inga and entered the tomb, the moment I ceased channeling him, I would have re-emerged at the crime scene. Precisely. As you said yourself, Defense, Queen Amara was not there after the murder. The only living souls in the tomb at that time were Dirk Sadmadi and Maya Faye. Be it in this life or the next. There is no escaping such simple truths. Husband Dirk is a killer, but he fled from the sacred hall. Holy Mother rained judgment upon the traitor Dirk Sadmadi for his crimes. Well, I guess she's going to keep on claiming Dirk's a killer until she's blue in the face. You'll have to find a hole in her testimony if you want to turn this thing around. If I ever needed a ghost of a chance, it's now. Okay,
I'm confused then. Is it possible that this is actually yours instead of Dirk's? But I feel like presenting that now with me getting ahead of myself. First I need to prove that you are the one that channeled the spirit, don't I? And then this would be me proving that you were in fact in there. What else would I have to say? Okay, because if what we learned earlier isn't it, or at least isn't the right thing to present to that statement, what would it be?
I'm sorry guys, I'm stupid. Once I have one idea in my head, no other idea could possibly make any sense. I am a bit stubborn that way.
okay, okay, this is why I need like
An assist. Now, I understand why lawyers have their assistants now. Having someone to bounce the ideas off of and be like, and get another perspective. I understand it now. But I don't have anyone standing next to me, unfortunately. Unless one of you guys want to say something, but you're statues and you can't do that. No? Damn it. This is why I need a detective of my own. So many other lawyers get detectives. Why can't I have a detective? A detective partner would be really cool, thank you. Not Apollo or Phoenix, me, personally. I don't give a shit about them.
What have I pressed? What have I pressed? Good old random bullshit never fails. That's true. Okay, why do you insist that it's Dirk? There must be a reason why he had to make an escape today. A reason? Ah, perhaps. Perhaps what? Perhaps to conceal himself and lie in wait for another chance to claim my life. What's this? Yeah, I'm really curious why you're acting this way towards him. No, it's definitely not like that, Your Mercifulness. First of all, you don't really believe he's trying to kill you, do you? After all, you two ran off together after he rescued you all those years ago. That was only because he had the audacity to claim it wasn't me, you must believe me. It was my duty as a wife to her husband to bend an ear to him, was it not? Communication after disagreement is the secret to a long and happy marriage. Sure, I guess. What do you think, Mr. Wright? Don't ask me! I've never been married, and really, I should... really, the time's kind of running out. Look, I thought about getting engaged, but, you know, work keeps getting in the way, and here we are almost about to die, and it'd be really awkward, so, maybe I'll have to do it afterwards, after we leave here alive. Okay, look, I have dated people, but, it's gone terribly most of the time, so, you understand that I'm a bit, cautious about it. Apollo, actually, you know what, this isn't an appropriate conversation to be having in the courtroom, or with you, so, I'm gonna shut up now. That is why I listened to Dirk. However, he didn't have a shred of evidence to support his claim. It grieves me to admit it, but my husband truly did try to murder me. That's quite enough. It's abundantly clear that Queen Amara's testimony is flawless. Do you understand now, lawyer? This is bad. The judge isn't going to let me cross-examine her much longer. Amara should have been in the tomb after the minister's murder, but she wasn't. I don't get it. How did she just vanish from the scene of the crime like that? It shouldn't have been possible for normal people to... for normal people. Ah, maybe what? Your Majesty, I think I can explain why Queen Amara wasn't there in the tomb after the murder. Very well, Defense. Do explain. I believe it was accomplished through a method only she is capable of, and by using this special method, it would be possible for her to literally disappear. That would have something to do with this, wouldn't it? No. Okay, nothing in here. Thought it would have something to do with that. Well then, beats me, Apollo. Go on, explain. Well, don't keep us waiting, let's hear it. How did Queen Amara disappear from the tomb? She hid in the sarcophagus, she channeled someone, she clung to the ceiling.
Channeled someone? But who?
If she... Huh? It wouldn't be... Look, clung to the ceiling is the realistic answer, but... would she channel then? But it has to be that. Because the other two don't make any sense. All she had to do was channel someone. Then she could easily disappear from the scene of the crime. After all, she would literally be someone else. Why, I believe that actually makes sense. What do you have to say to that, Queen Amara? You believe that I, the Grand Priestess, would use the sacred power of spirit channeling to commit murder? Oh dear. What the? Mercy, your mercifulness. Shut up, gallery. No one cares about you. How dare you spew such vile blasphemy, Defense? You will retract your last statement or face immediate execution. No, good magistrate, it is quite all right. Koreanism also teaches that we must respond at all times with reasoned principle. Therefore, I shall offer a measured response to his blasphemous accusation. You have something to counter with? Indeed. Now, are you listening? It would not have been possible to simply vanish by means of spirit channeling. After all, it would require a deceased person to channel. However, there was only one murder victim in the tomb. And that was Minister Inga, the only others there right after the murder. Were Dirk and Miss Faye. Ah. Had I channeled Inga as you allege? Well, the outcome would be quite odd, to say the least. For there, beside the dead minister, a living, breathing one would have appeared. Even if I had been in the tomb, there was no one to channel except the deceased minister. So you see, I could not have vanished by means of spirit channeling. It's true, but I can't rule it out yet. Because, well, what if there was another victim? Someone we haven't identified yet. How absurd. If you channeled someone other than Minister Inga, you could have used their identity to disappear from the tomb. Apollo, I fear I know exactly where you're going with this, and I have to say that I'm not excited. Okay, I am. That's a lie. I'm very excited, but... Okay. Okay. Go on. Explain, Apollo. Another victim? Queen Amara. Please add your last statement to your testimony. This could explain everything. Wasn't there some sign of another victim there in the tomb? And yet, I realize since I'm not going to like what I'm about to find out. Oh, Apollo. Fuck. Oh, damn it, Apollo! You don't deserve this! Mr. Inga was the sole victim. There was no other spirit to channel until he was dead. Fuck! Oh, Apollo, you don't deserve that. You don't deserve that, Apollo. Apollo, can't nice things happen to you for once? Why do people you care about have to keep dying?
Attention!
I can't believe I'm presenting this. But it proves that there was another victim. Still, the only ones that were at the scene of the crime were Myra and Derek. No, it can't be.
Would the defense care to share something with us?
Queen Amara. You knew, didn't you?
Whatever are you talking about?
If you won't tell this court, then I will.
Well, don't keep us waiting.
This case includes a second victim. One of the two people found alive in the tomb after the minister's murder was actually already dead.
But a second victim, Apollo?
Queen Amara, after you channeled Minister Inga and moved to the tomb, you vanished from the scene of the crime by channeling the other victim. That explains why no one found you after the murder was discovered.
Oh, you putrid pepper, of all the half-witted buffoonery to come tumbling from your lips. But suppose I indulge you and play along with your little delusion. Tell me, Mr. Justice, who was the other victim?
There's no way this can be true. But no, I can't stop now. If this is the truth, it's the only way forward to solving this case. The other victim who Queen Amara channeled was...
Oh, Apollo. This is worse than him dying over the course of the trial. This is worse. I'm so sorry, Apollo. Oh, Apollo, you don't deserve that. You don't deserve to go through that. You don't deserve that, Apollo. Not at all. Listen, son. Even if you manage to prove me innocent today, I don't have long to live. There is no escaping death now that it has its sights set on me.
Dark knew everything, but he couldn't bring himself to tell me.
I have one more big secret. I'm afraid I can't tell you what it is. I'd be betraying a certain someone if I did.
He couldn't accuse the love of his life. The sad truth is, the other victim channeled by Amara was...
Take that!
What? You can't. That's not possible.
The defendant, Dirk Sadmati, is the one Queen Amara channeled. He's the other victim.
This is insanity. Kunka! Apollo, what are you... Do you realize what you're proposing?
Objection!
I demand an explanation, Mr. Justice.
I don't know when or why Dirk was murdered, but facts and evidence speak for itself. And this is where they've led me.
I see. After Inga's murder, Dirk and Maya were the only ones in the tomb. But if one of them was actually dead and being channeled by Amara, it can't be, can it?
Dirk's bloodstain at the scene of the crime was the clincher for me. He wasn't injured. Wasn't even injured, so how could he have possibly bled that much? The only logical explanation is Dirk had also been murdered.
That's enough. Your explanation cannot be the truth. And you would not dare to claim that you have proof to support your assertion.
Nayuta, I wish it weren't true. I wish with all my heart that I'm wrong. But as much as I don't want to believe it, yes, I can prove it. Dirk's killer must have hidden his body. It would have been somewhere nobody would ever look. And there is only one such place.
You truly have proof.
The fastest way would be to actually have someone go check the tomb.
Go check the tomb? But why?
Because I believe Dirk's killer hid his body here.
Take that!
You would suggest...
Queen Amara's sarcophagus, the only place in the tomb that no one would dare to look. Plus, a killer would soon become trapped by hiding in there. But a body, well, that's a horse of a different color. Which means...
I believe we must search the sarcophagus at once. Your Eminence, being the queen that Queen Amara yet lives, I trust we may now open it. If we must... Magistrate, I believe Detective Sky is still there at the tomb. Let us contact her at once and have her conduct a full investigation into the matter. Hi, Sky. Now then, Detective Sky, your report, if you please. I'll start with my findings.
Please, please, please let me be wrong about this. I just want things to be as they were.
No, you deserve that, Apollo. You deserved a hug. A search of the sarcophagus revealed a body that appears to be several days old.
Body. Detective Sky, tell me it wasn't Dirk. Tell me my whole theory was completely off base.
I have a photo of the body, and I have positively identified it as... Dirk Sadmadi. Oh. The poor guy. Which explains how he could get on a plane in the first place. Oh. Apollo, I'm so sorry. You know what? I know I was kind of bitching a lot throughout this game, but this is the really good final case.
Why? Why does this have to happen?
Oh, I know there was no cure because he was already dead and he realized it. Oh. Fuck,
really sad. Oh shit, dude, that's really sad. That's really sad.
Damn it, Dirk. Answer me.
How can this be? The traitorous snake, the very head of the insurgency, murdered. Oh, what a joyous day! Those fools shouting for change and revolution will finally return to whatever rocks they crawled out from under. Oh, fuck you, bitch. My dad just died.
Who? What? Was I even fighting for?
Apollo.
What am I supposed to do now?
Son. A lawyer. Should never look the way you do right now. A dragon never yields. Even when wounded, a dragon bites down hard and never lets go to its dying breath. It glares, it roars, and it latches its jaws firmly into prey till the bitter end. That's what lawyers do to get the truth.
But Dirk, what if the truth is that you're...
Apollo, in court tomorrow, you may find yourself faced with a truth that is difficult to accept. But I know you, and I know you can handle the truth, no matter what it turns out to be. I know that because I believe in you. You're my son, after all.
You believed in me that much, Dirk?
Beautiful picture. I love the composition of that one so much. The lighting is gorgeous.
Dirk, I think I finally understand. I can't yield. Not now. Not ever. Well, after Dirk believed in me, despite knowing what was about to happen. Besides, Dirk left me with two things I must do.
Are you alright, Apollo?
Sorry about that, Mr. Wright. But I'm fine now.
Apollo.
Detective Sky,
Yes?
how sure are you that the body's been there for a few days?
I'm positive no autopsy's been performed yet, but I'd say it's been at least 3 days. Fortunately, the low temperature inside the sarcophagus kept it from decaying.
Oh, and the chest area bore 3 gunshot wounds from a small caliber weapon. I believe they are the cause of death. At least 3 days, huh? That means Derek was already dead by the time he came to visit me back in the States. Then, who was channeling him? I think it would have to be someone who could get into and stay in the US without arousing suspicion, yet also had a solid cover story so they wouldn't be seen as missing. I believe the one who channeled Dirk when I saw him in the States was Amara.
Take that!
Is this who was channeling him? Ah, fuck me. You sure?
I guess it is a bit of a stretch. Okay.
So... Oh, then it would have to be the Queen, wouldn't it? G... Save, just in case I get it wrong again. Because my problem with it is that, it would be weird for her to leave. Actually, she would arouse suspicion if she just left for a little while, though. Because she was there, and she was there at the same time as Dirk. And if it's not Amara, then it's Maya.
Take that!
Maya? Oh, I see. She was being held hostage at the time. So it seemed only natural that she wasn't around. Right. And do you remember what she said? So please, just tell me, what exactly are you hiding? Sorry, but I promised Dirk I wouldn't say. You made a promise to Dirk? Mm-hmm, a pretty big one. Dirk didn't want his own death to be known. The other members of the Defiant Dragons would lose all hope if he found out. And that would snuff out the flames of revolution for good. Miss Faye, Dirk told you to keep quiet about this, didn't he? I guess it's no use hiding it anymore. Yes, I promised not to tell. Dirk made me promise before he died. So, I was right. Apollo, there's something I need to tell you. It's about, you know, Dirk's final moments. I'm listening, Miss Faye. What happened in his final moments? It was soon after I was kidnapped. Dirk paid me a visit in that tomb where I was being held captive. He said it was a few days before Minister Inge's... I'd say it was a few days before Minister Inge's murder. Hey, young lady. Time to get you up and out of here. Oh... It's that revolutionary guy. I'm here to rescue you. You are? Why? I figured things were a little too quiet with that stamp-sucking scumbag. So I started digging around. That's when I found out you'd been abducted. But why would a rebel help me? Let's go before it's too late. It already is for you, pal. Long time no see, you rebel blowhard. Inga.
I know you're up to something, and I'm going to find out what. Oh. Oh my. That's gotta be smart. What the fuck does that mean? You've become a real thorn in my side, Sue. So it's time for you to be pushing my daisies. Oh.
Dirk!
Do you really think a pea shooter like that could kill a dragon? What the... What are you... some kind of freak? That is a unit of a man. Adrenaline went straight through his fucking veins with that one.
Dirk was shot several times, but he barely even flinched. He sacrificed himself for me. These ropes. I've gotta help you.
Relax. It's going to be okay. Sorry, things turned out this way, but it doesn't look like I have much longer.
No, don't say that.
You're a spirit medium, aren't you? When I'm gone, I want you to channel my spirit.
Stop. Don't give up like that.
If you do, untying a rope like that will be child's play.
No, please, hang in there. You can still make it.
Promise. Promise me one thing, young lady. It's about my son.
Dirk. Talking about you, Apollo. He said he wanted to see you one last time. So he asked me to return to the US and channel his spirit. He really did. He also said he'd been meaning to visit you for years, but kept putting it off. And that this was his last chance. You just show up here without warning after all this time? What gives?
I came all this way to see you, son. Come, rejoice.
Right. Why don't you tell me what the real reason you're here? Dirk. You really did come to the US because you wanted to see me.
I guess this means it was Inga that hid Dirk's body in the sarcophagus after Maya left the tomb.
Apollo. You can't stop now. Dirk would want you to keep pressing on. I know, Miss Faye. And I won't disappoint him.
Oh, Astro. Astro, all the foreshadowing. Oh, it hurts, man. It hurts.
Defense, if you are ready to proceed. I would first have you answer this. Do you believe the accused's death will impact what we know about this case?
Yes. And I believe I can explain everything now. Very well. Your explanation, please. Dirk entered the tomb at 3 p.m., the time the hostage exchange was to take place. Or rather, Dirk was channeled by Miss Fay, did. Now, by the time he entered the tomb at 3 p.m., Minister Inga was already dead. I say that because we know the minister was murdered at 2 p.m. But there was someone else in there. This person was already hiding in the tomb, waiting to channel Dirk in Miss Fay's place.
Take that!
It was you, wasn't it? The fact of the matter is, Queen Amara killed Minister Inga at 2 p.m. She then went to his private quarters and channeled his spirit. The minister, thinking he was going to be late, hurried to the tomb for the hostage exchange. But once in the tomb, Queen Amara stopped channeling Minister Inga and hid herself. Then, when Dirk entered at 3 p.m., she snuck up from behind and forcibly drove Dirk's spirit out of Miss Fay's body.
Drove his spirit out of her body? Impossible.
Objection!
Actually, there is a way to do that. With the Magatama of parting, that is. Using one could drive a spirit out of a person's body, even if it refused to leave. Are you telling me that the extra pale brown Magatama in the tomb was... that it was...
That's right, Prosecutor Satamari. And you've seen one in action before.
You saw the glowing red Magatamas sent the High Priest back to the Twilight Realm. And how it turned a spent pale brown afterwards.
In other words, the brown Magatama found in the tomb looks that way because its power had been used in pushing Dirk's spirit out of my Fay's body. I probably passed out as soon as Dirk's spirit left my body. I was exhausted after channeling him for so long after all.
Yes, hence Dirk's dizziness and memory gap.
After that, Queen Amara must have dressed Miss Fay in her usual outfit and tied her up. I'm not sure where she got the outfit, but we can assume she had it all planned out. Then, Queen Amara must have changed into Dirk's clothes, smeared blood on them, picked up the knife, and channeled Dirk's spirit. That's how she made it look like Dirk had committed the crime. And that's how she escaped right under our noses.
I don't know, Apollo. The whole thing still seems a bit far-fetched.
Dirk, what was going through your head while this was unfolding?
So ultimately it was for naught.
Nayuta?
Those dreams of revolution Dirk was always doubting.
Welcome back!
Hi, thank you for the follow, McGrew.
Thank you. I'm so glad you think it's cute. Bye-bye. Have a good rest of your day. They place nothing but false hope in the minds of the people. And in the end,
They were simply fantasies. Yuta, how can you...
Suck it up.
Karma has spoken. The dream of revolution has withered on the vine. Its fate is sealed. The other insurgents will soon wake from their shattered dreams. No, Brooks, dreams can't die like this. I'm not going to sit back and let that happen. I can't, and I won't. Yuta, don't forget that Dirk's been proven innocent. His name is no longer tainted by the charge of murder. Now the rebels and their sympathizers, who have been calling for its release, can't be charged with abetting the accused. So the revolution is far from over, it's only just begun.
Objection.
No, Dirk is yet to be proven innocent. You have merely indicated the possibility of his innocence. What do you mean? Dirk is indeed dead. However, what if it was Dirk who killed Minister Inga while being channeled by Miss Faye? And while the crime could have occurred at 2 p.m., you have yet to substantively prove it. Or do you have conclusive proof that the time of the Minister Inga's death was 2 p.m.? I feel like I have proved it pretty well, bitch. Well, I don't, but... Seems further testimony will be required of me, as it would appear that I have fallen under suspicion. I would like to state my case. Prosecutor said, Marty, the rebellion must be snuffed out once and for all. You must prove Dirk Sadmati to be the foul murderer that he is. And every last insurgent and their sympathizers must be found guilty under the Defense Culpability Act. As you wish, Your Eminence. Why is Yuta doing this? Granz shouldn't have him under her thumb anymore. Mara's not a hostage, so what gives? Yuta, what's left to chain you to her like this? Very well then, Queen Amara. Please proceed with your additional testimony. Well done, lawyer. You have painted me as a killer and with nothing but your silver tongue. However, you have no evidence proving your distasteful theory. Furthermore, Dirk could have committed the crime while being channeled by Miss Faye. Now let us end this charade. For the eternal glory of Critter Inn and its people. Okay.
But then explain how Miss Faye and Dirk were both there at the same time. If Dirk was already dead, he couldn't be standing there. So who the fuck was that?
Do you understand now, you putrid pepper? There is no point to defending Dirk any longer. It has all been in vain. Let it go and move on, right? Well, not today. Your theories are but a pillar of salt that crumbles at the slightest breeze. But no more. This ends here and now. The defense may proceed with its cross-examination. You've painted me as a killer with nothing but your silver tongue. However, you have no evidence proving your distasteful theory. Furthermore, Dirk could have committed the crime while channeling his Faye.
Hold it!
I admit I don't have any solid evidence yet. But you're the only one who could have committed the crime. What on earth do you mean? Including Miss Faye, there are only 3 spirit mediums in Curta Inn. Furthermore, when the crime scene was first discovered, Queen Garan was with me and Mr. Wright, while Miss Faye was tied up in the tomb. That means that the Dirk we saw after the minister's murder, could only have been channeled by you, Queen Amara.
Insolent lawyer. Forgive us your mercifulness.
Really, Your Majesty?
Objection.
But have you considered the following defense? What if there was, unbeknownst to us, another spirit medium Curta Inn?
Objection.
Oh, come on. What is the chances?
You lack the evidence to support your claim that Queen Amara is the killer, which is why you have had to use the process of elimination to zero in on her. This therefore stands to reason that you would have to rule out all other possibilities as well. Well, can you eliminate the possibility of another spirit medium defense?
Of course I can't.
Under the circumstances, Apollo, there are 2 ways to establish Amara's guilt. We either prove she killed Inga, or prove she was in the tomb.
Which one can I actually prove? I can prove she was in the tomb. I can prove that Queen Amara was in the tomb when the murder occurred.
Seems you are ever bent on painting me as the killer.
Well, if the shoe fits.
Very well. Let us see some evidence that proves I was at the scene of the crime. You do have some, do you not? There is nothing to prove I was at the scene of the crime. I beg to differ. Actually...
Objection.
Queen Amara. Does this pen look familiar to you?
Why, that is...
We found it in the tomb, and it has the Minister's blood on it. Which means it was probably dropped in the course of the crime.
Objection.
And I fail to see how it is relevant to your argument. Did that not belong to the accused?
That's what I thought too. After all, Dirk had said it did himself.
He said that.
Yes, but it was a lie. Because I believe he was covering for someone.
Covering? How? For who?
There is a certain piece of evidence that shows the pendant isn't Dirk's.
Take that.
That's a photo of the accused's body, is it not?
Yes, it is, and I'd like to call your attention to a certain spot on it.
They had matching pendants with photos of them in it, guys!
This right here proves that the pendant that was found in the tomb wasn't Dirk's.
Take that.
You will notice an object near Dirk's left arm. An identical pendant, except it's blue.
Oh, now that you mention it.
You find that a little strange? Why would he own 2 of them, but in different colors? Hi, Moopwai. Here's what I think. The pendants were meant to go together as a pair.
Pair.
If the blue pendant was Dirk's, then what about this pink one with Minister Inga's blood on it? Who do you suppose it belongs to?
Objection.
Sorry to disappoint, but no fingerprints were found on the pink pendant. Therefore, we have no way of knowing whom it belongs to.
Objection.
Ah, but that's where you're wrong, Prosecutor Sagnati. I'm guessing you didn't know about that this pendant is actually a locket.
Come again.
Now, this is where it gets interesting. When you open the locket up, we found a faint fingerprint inside, on the back of the lid, to be exact.
What? No.
So, now the question is, to who does the fingerprint belong to? Queen Amara. It belongs to you, doesn't it? Hi, money, hi.
Oh.
Seems I've truly rendered the witness speechless this time around.
This cannot be. Mother, tell me it does not belong to you. Nayuta, Yes, this is the last case. This is the last case. It's sad.
Think about it, Queen Amara. Dirk must have realized that you were channeling his spirit, and he had probably already figured out who the minister's killer was. And yet, he still claimed that the pink pendant belonged to him.
Why would he do such a thing?
You really don't know? He was protecting you. Because he loved you. He loved you until his very last breath, and beyond.
I have one more big secret. I'm afraid I can't tell you what it is. I'd be betraying certain someone if I did.
Dirk knew everything, even that he was being used, but he kept quiet, all for your sake.
Dirk, why do you always...
Well, Queen Amara, Dirk, the one whose love for you has never wavered all these years. Are you going to betray him now?
Dirk,
So you did care about him.
This cannot be. I refuse to accept it.
Queen Amara, are you ready to confess to your crime?
I can deny it no longer. The truth is, it was I, Amara Sigatar Kuda-in, who slew Minister Inga. Preposterous! Why? This is beyond belief. Mother, why would you... Forgive me, Nayuta. I never wished to cause you such sorrow, but I had no choice. It was the only way. The only way. So in the end, Queen Amara and Dirk said naughty. I suppose this means they were unable to reconcile while he was still alive.
I don't think the state of the kingdom or the incidents of the past would have allowed that.
They were prisoners of their shared history, so to speak.
Queen Amara, there is something I need to know. You had staged a near perfect crime. So why did you bring this pendant into the tomb with you? You should have known it would come back to haunt you.
I do not really understand it myself. They weren't roommates, they were quite literally married, Mubai. I had nearly been assassinated by my own husband, yet I could not bear any hatred towards him. I
I was unable to discard this, or part with it for even a short time. As with Dirk, I have never stopped loving my husband for the past 23 years. Mother. So she really believes it? That Dirk tried to assassinate her? Your Majesty, is it not time? Time to declare Dirk innocent. I would ask that you do this for my beloved, who now dwells in the Twilight Realm. Very well then. Your Eminence, Prosecutor Sadmadi, if you have no further objections.
This cannot be. My mother.
I have no objections. Dirk, I did it. I finally did it. I proved your innocence. But... very well then. Being that Queen Amara yet lives, we can no longer charge the accused with the assassination that never came to fruition. As for the murder of Minister Inga, the truth has been laid bare for all to say. Therefore, I will now pass judgment upon the accused, Mr. Dirk Sadmadi. Your benevolence?
I cannot accept this.
Is something the matter, your benevolence?
Queen Amara is lying. It makes no sense. Queen Amara would not have killed my father.
What's with her all of a sudden? Is there some sort of lingering affection towards Nana? Pray for her.
Speak the truth, Queen Amara. Did you really kill my father?
Yes, there is no mistake. She has confessed to the crime, thereby clearing the accused of all suspicion. As such, I see no need to continue these proceedings.
Barbed head? Hornhead? Are you going to let this stand?
Dirk's been proven innocent, and he's about to be declared not guilty. Even so, something doesn't feel right. Apollo, if you have any doubts, now's the time to raise them. After all, the courtroom is a place for finding the whole truth. But it's all up to you. There are definitely things that don't quite add up. Does this mean that the whole truth hasn't been brought to light? I mean, yeah, we have. There is a lot of evidence that we didn't end up using. Should I push to continue the trial? Your Majesty, I have a feeling we haven't uncovered the whole truth. And the only way we'll be able to find it is if this trial continues.
Hornhead?
Very well then. Will the defense please tell us this? What important fact to this case has yet to be uncovered?
The motive.
Queen Amara, there's something I still don't understand. What was your motive for killing Justice Minister Inga?
That is a fair question, and one that I shall now answer. It was for the future of this kingdom that I slew Inga Kakul Kura'in. To avert further tragedy, his death was an unfortunate necessity.
Further tragedy?
Over the past several years, Minister Inga had been rapidly expanding his power. He had established the secret police and was relentless in his pursuit of the insurgents. He even had the overwhelming support of the people, but still he was not satisfied. Hungry for more power, he began planning a coup.
You mean his plot involving the Founder's Orb, which led to Maya Fey's abduction?
Yes, Minister Inga planned to use the orb to gain access to spiritual power, after which he would assassinate Garan and usurp the throne. His machinations were reminiscent of that terrible tragedy of 23 years ago. And as one affected by that incident, Amara vowed to never allow a repeat of such events. Yes, and the Holy Mother delivered unto me the perfect opportunity to fulfill my vow. Security amid the courtyard was rather light due to the rite of channeling, and Inga had barricaded himself in the tomb with his hostage away from prying eyes. I knew I would never again have such a perfect opportunity, so... At 2 p.m., during the rite of channeling, I slipped into the tomb and slew the minister.
My bracelet.
Apollo?
Yep. It seems the trial is far from over. Queen Amara, I believe you're still hiding something. But if you want to keep on playing this game of hide and seek, then let's start with the last statement you made.
If I must.
Gotcha!
That was easy.
Queen Amara, you're not very comfortable talking about the 2 o'clock rite of channeling, are you? I can tell because a finger in your left hand twitched almost imperceptibly when you did.
Oh,
And that pose you made, is there something about your chest that makes you nervous?
whatever do you mean?
The murder occurred at 2 p.m., and I'm pretty positive Amara was in the tomb at that time, so... Then why is she so self-conscious about her chest when she talks about the rite?
The rite of channeling. Didn't Albie snap a picture of it?
Queen Amara, I have a picture of the rite of channeling. It was secretly taken by a certain individual.
Objection!
Such insolence. I would have the perpetrator's name at once.
Sorry, no can do. You see, I just happened to find it on the ground, so...
Do you take me for a fool?
How about we discuss the photo's origins a little later, because right now... there is something much more pressing at hand. I believe this photo merits further examination. I just wish there was more to see in this darkness. See in it than darkness and more darkness.
We might be able to make out a few more details with some image adjustments. Let's ask Emma if she can help. Bailiff, please summon Detective Skye at to the Hall of Justice. Here you are! I was able to obtain a much clearer image by raising the brightness.
What's that right there?
An injury? No. Wait, I think it's a burn scar.
Wait a second. Your Eminence, you don't have a burn scar like that on your chest.
Way to zoom in.
What's going on here? The person in this photo isn't Queen Garan, then who is it?
They do look very alike.
Take that!
Queen Amara, the person in this photo isn't Queen Garan. It's you posing as her, isn't it? The two of you look quite similar, but that's no surprise considering you're sisters. Even the shape and position of your facial tattoos are almost exactly the same. And you are both capable of channeling spirits. Therefore, it would have been easy for you to impersonate Queen Garan. Queen Amara, you have a burn scar on your chest, don't you? Please remove your round medallion so we can see what's behind it for ourselves. Look. It's the exact same burn scar as the one in the photo. I don't understand. I knew it. So the person in this photo really is... Yeah, that's Queen Amara. This is absurd. Are you suggesting that they switched places? Amara's confession earlier was also false? Mother, what's the meaning of this? Don't you see? This changes things. We know for a fact that this photo was taken at 2 PM. The exact time the murder took place. But that would mean Queen Amara couldn't possibly have committed the crime. Exactly. She now has an ironclad alibi, though Minister Inga's killer couldn't have been Queen Amara. I am afraid I no longer follow defense. Was it not Queen Amara who claimed that the minister and the accused... Who channeled the minister and the accused to stage the crime? Yes, that fact has not changed. We have evidence placing her at the scene of the crime. And Dirk could have only been there in the tomb if she was channeling him. Which means... While Queen Amara did use spirit channeling to stage the crime, she didn't kill Minister Inga. His real killer is someone else. Kunka! What's going on here? Is her mercifulness covering for someone? If Queen Amara is not the killer, then who is? Isn't it obvious? Why wouldn't his right be held in the first place if Queen Garan wasn't going to perform it? Who was behind the two sisters switching places, and for what reason? The answers to these questions are along with the establishment of Queen Amara's alibi. Obliterate a certain someone else's alibi.
Take that!
Why, is this some kind of joke? No, Your Majesty. I could never joke about something so grave. The only one who seemed to have a perfect alibi at the time of the murder was Her Eminence, Garan Sigatar Krida-in. Queen Amara, didn't your sister Queen Garan ask you to pose as her and perform the rite of channeling? And didn't she also have you drive Dirk's spirit from Miss Faye's body? And then stage the crime to make it look like the minister's killer? And at 2 PM, while you were performing the rite of channeling as Queen Garan, didn't she kill Minister Inga while disguised as Dirk? Well, Your Mercifulness. It's no use trying to hide it any longer. You need to tell us the truth now. Mother... Just as Minister Inga's true killer is...
Oh my. Mother! No! I really didn't. Your Eminence, my life is yours.
Isn't he one of Garan's royal guards?
Queen Amara, bailiff, arrest that guardsman. Mother. Garan couldn't have.
Could she?
Would someone call an ambulance quickly now? Fuck. Satmati. 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 Fuck, dude. Gosh. God, these boys are so sad. Never thought I'd meet a sadder pair of boys in my entire life. Jesus. This is a really good case, though. Everyone was underreacting, you think? Maybe, but they're also pretty used to people dying, I think. It also doesn't help them, it doesn't help that it's a visual novel. Where's the 10 about? I suppose so. They're both spirit medium stories. Um, we're lucky the ambulance made it in time, but we've been forced into a recess for now while things get straightened out. I can't believe what just happened. Tell me about it. Do you think Graham put that car up to it? If she did, she's going to regret it. No one gets away with something like that on my watch. Poor Queen Amara. Your benevolence? Any news on her condition? She is undergoing surgery at the hospital as we speak. They are giving her a 50-50 chance of survival. That Gran. Justice will be served. Why did this happen? Oh, just as we were finally reunited. Oh, Queen Amara. What was that about being reunited? Oh, it's nothing. Right. How are you, Hornhead? Dirk Sadmati was your father in all but blood, after all. Thank you for your concern, your benevolence. But I'm fine. Right now, we still have a trial to see through. So that's what I'm going to stay focused on. Hornhead, you're sturdier than your stature lets on. Just don't overdo it, okay, Apollo? Dirk. That was a real shocker, alright. Can't believe the dragon is dead. That's... Say, AJ, I was wondering. When Dirk disappeared after I freed him, it's because Amara turned back into herself, right? Yeah, I suppose so. But I don't know if it was because Dirk's spirit whipped it,
or if it was a part of Goran or Margaret's plan. Man, I'll dream of revolution. Now what are we gonna do? Is this it? I don't give up yet. There is a very good chance that Goran is the real culprit in all this. And if we can prove her guilt in court... Hey, you're right. That could be just the push we need. The dream lives on. Yes, it does. You know what that means, AJ? The fate of the Red Revolution rests squarely on your shoulders. All in a day's work. Ugh, who am I kidding? That's a ton of pressure. This is what Dirk gave his life for, so I have to do this for him. The Honourable Rebel Dirk Sadmadi. I would have loved to have spoken with him while he yet lived. Really? Why not? I mean, he seemed like quite an interesting man. Did she bump her head or something earlier? The trial is about to resume. The defense is to report to the courtroom at once. Already? After what just happened? The first thing Goran will do is respond to the last accusation. So, you'd better stay on your toes, Apollo. I will, Mr. Wright. Ready or not, Goran, here comes justice! You know, Apollo, that was really lame the first time I've heard it, but I've grown really attached to you saying that. Now then, let us resume today's proceedings. Huh? Where's Nayuta? I must offer my apologies. I never imagined a royal guardsman would do such a thing. What? He wasn't acting under your orders? How dare you cast such suspicion upon Her Eminence? It is quite all right, Your Majesty. Suspicion is only natural under such circumstances. But rest assured that he acted alone, for I knew nothing of his plans. I don't believe it for a second. Now then, Your Majesty, regarding the murder of my husband, Minister Inga, I would like to offer a new possibility. A new possibility, you said? Indeed, but during the break, the real killer confessed to me. Oh. What? Bailiff called the witness to the stand. Real killer confessed? Oh, she got up her sleeve this time. I have a really bad feeling about this. Think we all do, Apollo. Yeah. Yeah, my dude. Hi. Sadmani, blink twice if you need help. He's the one who confessed. Prosecutor Sadmani, you're the real killer? I questioned him during the recess, as I felt that Amara had been covering for someone. So it was that he finally confessed his crime to me. Nayuta, you didn't really do it, did you? Her Eminence speaks the truth. It was I who killed Justice Minister Inga. Nayuta? Oh, what a pose to put your hand in. That's weird. Is that more uncomfortable on your wrist? Peace. Prosecutor Sadmadi, are you absolutely certain about this? A confession of this nature is grave indeed. Yes, I am certain. For I killed him by my own hand.
At last, the real killer has been revealed. How are we supposed to respond to this?
Nayuta, retract your confession now.
Mr. Justice, it is not yet time for your cross-examination.
Who cares about that? Admit it. It was Queen Garan who put you up to this. She forced you into giving a confession, didn't she?
You are out of line, Mr. Justice. Learn some self-restraint.
What?
Or do you have something that might prove that I did not commit this murder?
That is... You think you're doing, you idiot?
Truly, the truth can set us free. Looks like Garan got him somehow. I definitely didn't see this coming.
Nayuta, why are you doing this? Why would you sacrifice even your life to do Garan's bidding?
Whatever the case may be, Prosecutor said, Marty, your testimony, please. I could not remain silent while Her Eminence fell under suspicion for this crime. It was I who murdered Justice Minister Inga. He had to die for the future of Korean. I consider it divine judgment cast upon the fiend who sought to assassinate her Alma. My mother was simply covering for me. I am ashamed I let her go so far for my sake.
You do understand what you're doing right now, Yuta. You're sentencing yourself to death if you're found guilty.
If that is the court's verdict, then so be it. I must obey the law above all else.
The law, Nayuta, or the Queen?
Objection!
Enough! This blather has nothing to do with the witness's testimony. Please address any issues you may have during the cross-examination, defense.
Oh, I will. I'm going to blow his problematic testimony to smithereens.
I could not remain silent on the evidence sufficient for this crime.
Hold it!
You kept quiet all this time, even though you were the real killer.
Yes, and I accept that what I have done can never be forgiven. Yet I never imagined suspicion would fall upon the Queen herself. Prosecutor said Marty has placed the future of our kingdom above his own life. He is taking responsibility for his crime and is showing his loyalty to Queen and country. Without a monarch on the throne, Korean would be plunged into chaos. I could never wish that upon my homeland. That is why I had to let the truth be known.
What a bunch of baloney. I'm going to ask you again, Nayuta. Did you really kill Minister Inga?
Yes. No matter how many times you ask, Mr. Justice, the truth is immutable. It was I who murdered Justice Minister Inga.
Hold it!
It's not too late. You can still retract your confession before a verdict is rendered.
There is no retracting the truth. One either tells it or does not tell it. It is that simple.
Why do you always have to be so stubborn, Nayuta? I hate how you never listen to reason once you get like this.
I think we'll need some evidence before we can get him to retract his confession. Hi, Jamoon.
How you going?
Either that, or we'll have to force a retraction out of him by appealing to what's in his heart.
It's not going to be easy either way.
Prosecutor said, Marty, what was the motive for your crime? I had reason to kill Minister Inga. He had to die with a good future could it in.
Okay.
So let's think about this. What evidence could we state with? I don't know. I don't think there's really anything. The son of the terrorist Dirk Nayuta was expelled from the royal family. The idea of the sins of the father visited upon his children is deeply rooted in the minds of Grenese people. Nayuta never confiscated it.
Hold it!
What do you mean by that?
Minister Inga was planning to assassinate Her Eminence in a coup. I had to nip this evil in the bud, even if it cost me the purity of my soul.
So you're saying the death of another is a reasonable price to pay to protect the Queen?
Long have we remained independent under the authority of our spirit medium queens. We command the people's awe and respect with the power to commune with the dead. Without such a monarch, our kingdom would lose its standing in the world.
Whatever spirit channeling is so important, why did you have Queen Amara perform the rite?
I'm afraid my elder sister is quite capricious. She would fulfill her duty only when the desire struck, as sporadic as that was. It was therefore something she did on a whim. There was no meaning behind it.
A meaningless whim? It's hard to press a statement like that.
Now, if I may return to my testimony. I consider it divine judgment cast upon the fiend who sought to assassinate our monarch.
Hold it!
Divine judgment?
Yes, I rendered judgment upon the minister on behalf of the Holy Mother.
Are you saying the Holy Mother guided you?
No, Her Holiness would never condone killing in her name, regardless of the circumstances. As such, I believe my defiled soul will be damned to hell. But I do not regret what I have done. I willingly sacrifice my soul to protect this kingdom's future.
Ugh. Snap out of it already, Nayuta.
So his motive comes from a place of faith, huh? Why does that sound completely credible when it's coming from him?
Well, Amara expressed a similar motive.
For her mercifulness. She is truly deserving of the title. My mother was simply covering for me. I am ashamed I let her go so far for my sake.
So you killed Minister Inga and Queen Amara staged the crime. Is that how it went?
Precisely. My mother is as clever as she is kind. She sought to conceal my crime by taking all of the guilt upon herself.
Yet another lie. I need to poke a hole in the testimony, but how? Now, Yuta, could it be you didn't know?
My mother is clever, she is kind. So you killed Minister Inga and Queen Amara station. Is that how it went? Precisely. My mother is as clever as she is kind. She sought to conceal my crime by taking all of the guilt upon herself. Told Amara what to do, didn't know Naina's real identity. Well, I can always ask again.
Did you tell Queen Amara
To do what she did. No, she acted under her own volition. She must have somehow discovered my crime and staged the crime scene.
Sounds plausible on the surface, but I'm not buying it. Still, I don't think we'll get anywhere if I press the issue.
I think that Naruto would confess to the crime. Can't say I saw that coming.
Why, Naruto? Why? Why are you putting yourself on the line for Gran?
I wonder if Garan has something on him.
I don't think so. I mean, Amara's currently fighting for her life, so I don't see what Gran could threaten him with.
But maybe that's just it. Maybe there's something else that we don't know about.
Hold it!
You didn't realize that Naina was actually Queen Amara, your own mother.
That is not as strange as you might think. Much time has passed since we last met, after all.
Right. 23 years ago, was it?
When Dirk saved her from the supposed assassination attempt? No, Mr. Justice. It was 15 years ago that Dirk abducted my mother.
Huh? That's weird. Are you sure about that?
I remember it clearly. I was around 10 years old at the time.
Naruto, please add that last statement to your testimony.
I was reunited with my mother, Queen Amara, 15 years ago when Dirk abducted her. Then this isn't a photo from 23 years ago?
Objection!
You're saying that Dirk made off with Queen Amara 15 years ago. But that's strange because I heard something very different from Dirk. He said that they ran off together 23 years ago.
That is impossible. I know for a fact it was 15 years ago.
Well, I have evidence that contradicts your statement. How do you explain this photo? Dirk said it was taken 23 years ago.
He said that.
He did, but if we take what you just said as fact, then there's something in this photo that doesn't make any sense.
This isn't making any sense to me, so I suppose I should ask. The question is, who the fuck is that kid?
Take that!
Naruto, this discrepancy may not be directly related to this case, but I don't think we can simply overlook it either. Dirk said the baby in this photo was you. But that doesn't make any sense if the photo's only 15 years old. After all, you said you were around 10 then, right? He's definitely sweating bullets over there or something.
Apollo, if this baby isn't Naruto, was I right about him and Rafa being siblings?
Wait, you don't think... Did Queen Amara have another child while she was on the run?
What?
And just what if that child was being held hostage? Naruto, is that why you obey Queen Garan's every command?
You presume too much.
Ah, and that's why Queen Amara was trying to take the rap as well, to protect this other child.
A child born 15 years ago. They would have to be someone who's around 14 or 15 years old now.
This is just a guess, but I believe I know someone who fits the bill. This also explains the strange behavior. This is the child who was born to Dirk and Queen Amara 15 years ago. All those strange statements she kept making, now they all make sense.
Prosecutor said, Marty, may I ask you something? Of course, Your Benevolence. I've been meaning to ask you since yesterday. Did you know about Queen Amara? And about me? From where did you hear such a thing? From Mother, and only yesterday. Rafa was carrying on by telling the truth to the people. So I told her. I told her what the truth really was. For it is up to a mother to discipline her child. I say. I cannot accept this. Is something the matter, Your Benevolence? Queen Amara is lying. It makes no sense. Queen Amara would not have killed my father. Why did this happen? Oh, just as we were finally reunited. Oh, Queen Amara.
Now I see, Nayuta, why you do what you're told. The other child born to Dirk and Queen Amara was...
Mr. Justice, I believe I know what you're about to say, but I cannot allow you to name an innocent soul as the child of terrible sinners.
I thought you might try to stop me. After all, simply revealing this information endangers who you've been trying to protect. I think this should make it clear what I'm talking about. This is the shrinking your armor, the reason why you fear your sibling's reputation.
Because you're a deeply caring person. Because care about your family.
Because you want her to not have to deal with all of this. What else could there be? The idea that the sins of the father are visited upon his children is deeply rooted in the minds of Kyranese, and you were expelled from the royal family.
Take that!
And that is...
a file full of information that Dirk collected on what happened 23 years ago. Of particular note right now is what's written here. The sins of the father are visited upon his children. This deeply held idea is why you were expelled from the royal family. Which means it wouldn't bode well for your sibling either if she were revealed to be Dirk's daughter. You became a prosecutor to bring down Queen Varan, but at some point you came to serve the very regime you despised. And that was because the Queen found this shrinking armor. That's how she came to use your sister against you.
Nayuta! Have you been keeping this secret all this time? Have you been trying to protect me?
You are an innocent party in all of this. I live only to safeguard the law and serve the country and queen from which it flows. One such as you, who is destined to ascend to the throne, need not fret over one such as I. No, I cannot accept that. What you say is... it's malarkey. Don't you even care what happens to me? To you, for country, queen, law, and everyone's future, my personal feelings are of no consequence. That is why I resigned myself to my fate. I know I must accept the status quo without any thoughts of change. Spoken like a true prosecutor and patriot, I shall continue to rule Kore'in until the day Rafa succeeds me. For that is what is best for our kingdom. I know, Your Eminence. Yours is no small sacrifice, but I promise you this, in exchange for your life. The child shall remain safe, and the kingdom shall prosper. That is all I can ask for with my meager existence. Ayuta, is this really the new you? Resigning yourself to the will of another and killing any hope you held for the future? No. The Ayuta I know would never let himself be turned into this. No, Your Majesty. If you would hand down your vote.
Objection!
You can say you're simply accepting your fate, Mayuta. But I know that deep down, there is still hope in your heart. Holy Mother, preserve me. It's the kind of hope that perseveres through the most desperate of times. And it's what binds you, me, and Dirk together as a family. I know because this demonstrated to me that you haven't lost hope yet. Please be what I think it is.
Take that!
Yes. When you interrogated Dirk, you confiscated all of his possessions as potential evidence. All except this. Well, you missed a lot with Dirk. Dirk's dead. Very dead. It's really sad, actually. Feel bad. Did he take your attorney's badge too? No, I thought it strange, but just when it looked like he was going to take it from me, he changed his mind. So tell me, Nayuta, why didn't you take this badge? You couldn't bear to take it from him, could you? And I know why. It's because this badge means something special to us. Hey, Dirk. Why do you still wear your badge? You're not a lawyer anymore, right? His badge is my heart and soul, son. I'll never stop trying to realize my dream, not until my very last breath. A dragon never yields, right? Exactly. Nayuta, Apollo, I vow to restore Kore'in's legal system to its rightful state one day. I want to pass on to you a world where you can live free from the fear of tyranny. You may say you've given up, but that's not how it really is it? You never gave up, and you never will, because You still believe that all of the wrongs will be righted someday, don't you? Wow, we love our fucking long pauses in this chapter. You are very perceptive, Mr. Justice. It may very well be as you say. Why did I not confiscate this badge? Even I did not know. Until now. Perhaps I was waiting for him to save me. Save you? Yes, save me. Like he did on that day. Nayuta! Apollo! Hold on, I'm coming. What father wouldn't risk his life for his own children? Nayuta, Apollo, don't you ever hesitate to call when you need me, understand? Someday, he would come and free our family from the chains of the past. Perhaps, deep down, that is what I believed. I believed in Dirk, our father. Nayuta, you... However, it was but a dream. And now that dream has died. Murdered along with Dirk. So now, as the eldest, the responsibility falls squarely onto me. No matter the cost, I must protect her. Please, try to understand, Apollo. Understand why I shall bear this sin. It is the only way. But...
Such insolence!
You have wasted more than enough of my time, lawyer. Do you not see the futility of your desperate floundering? The immutability of my duty. It is time to accept defeat. Now watch as the hammer of justice comes down upon your dear brother. Your Majesty, the verdict, if you will. Yes, Your Eminence?
Objection!
Oh, wait a second. What do I do? Does the defense wish to raise an objection? There's gotta be some way to save Nayuta. Apollo. It goes back to that incident 23 years ago. It's branded him the son of a criminal. So if we could once and for all prove that Dirk didn't try to assassinate Laura. Right, Nayuta and Rafa's father would no longer be viewed as a criminal. I thought that there wasn't any evidence left, because it was all destroyed in the fire. And Dirk investigated the matter for years, but never managed to learn anything new. Really? Nothing at all? Could an exceptional lawyer like Dirk try that long and really uncover nothing at all? He had over 2 decades of one. Huh? He's right. I doubt Dirk could have gone to his grave without discovering something new. He must have secretly planted something to topple Goran's somewhere. Take another look at the evidence. You just might find what you need to break out of this situation within there. Got it. If the defense is done stalling for time, I shall now render my verdict. No, wait. About the assassination attempt 23 years ago. The defense has some new information it would like to share. You do? Well, we had intended to deliberate the case in the course of this trial. Dirk, did you leave something behind for me? Is there some connection I'm missing here? Very well then. What is the source of this new information about the case from 23 years ago?
The arson incident involving Amara's private residence. Amara was slipped a sleeping pill and perished in the fire. A lighter found at the scene had Dirk's fingerprints on it. Apollo's roving musician father got caught up in the incident and lost his life. He was struck in the head by the culprit. The victim's passport and any pictures of him were burned in the fire. Without knowing his real name, no divination seance could be performed. What do we think? No divination seance could be performed because there were no pictures and we didn't know his real name. But now we have a picture and we're fairly certain we know what his real name is. Because he found out it was Jove, didn't he? So, if we now have that, then we...
And the reason that Amara wasn't used as for the divination seance is because she wasn't dead, so they couldn't do it. So if no divination seance was performed, and yet now we have the face and name of the victim, then we can perform it now.
Take that!
A photograph? Yes. Do you recall the traveling musician who died in the fire 23 years ago? How could anyone forget such a painful chapter of our history? The poor fellow was caught up in the blaze that was meant for Queen Amara. We never knew his identity, though, as his belongings were burnt in the ashes. Well, about that. The truth is, he was my biological father. Oh? What? Why, of course. With his photo and her benevolence. Exactly. We might be able to prove Dirk completely innocent. And what would free her from the infamy of having a criminal blood in her veins? Because here in Critter Inn, we can witness the final moments of the dead. What utter nonsense! There was no evidence left in the wake of that blaze. That's what do you think? But Dirk went to the ends of the earth to try to bring this little souvenir back for us. He did. Yep, and boy is it the best piece of evidence ever. He knew that with it, we'd finally be able to conclusively settle the matter here in the court. And save his children. Your Majesty, the defense requests that we hold a divination seance for the
Objection!
What a waste of time. The evidence of 23 years past have already been deliberated at length. But wasn't Dirk on trial for that incident as well as today? So we wouldn't be doing our jobs if we failed to look into this new lead, would we? As the presiding judge, I will now share my thoughts on the matter. The attempted assassination of Queen Amara is a case that we can ill afford to leave open. And I believe that the final memories of the victim will prove to be very important. Therefore, it is the opinion of this court that we should conduct another divination seance. Why you? Your benevolence. If you knew the full name of the victim seen in this photo, you'd be able to perform a divination seance, right? Of course! Leave it to me. Thank you. My father's full name is... Jove Justice. Alright. Now, your benevolence, please commence the divination seance when you are ready.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name.
Man, y'all are always burning so much incense in here. It must be, like, really smoky.
Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Alright, I'm gonna eat some food while this plays. It's a great excuse for me to take a break, you know? Yeah.
Can you believe it? We're so fucking close now. I can taste it.
We're getting closer to the end. Shit, this was way less time than I thought I was gonna take on this. Actually, so based on that, I might actually start the DLC today. It's only been 3 hours and I
Kind of assumed it would take me more.
That's cool though. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That just means that I get to move on to Chronicles a lot sooner than I intended.
Burning heat. Obviously, because it's fire. Crying. Oh, poor little Apollo. Pain. Oh, Jesus! Poor baby. Metallic sound.
And the spirit of the victim has granted us a window to his final moments. It would appear the divination seance was a success.
And those were my father's final moments. That baby you saw must have been you, Apollo. Imagine a downside of it using the divination seance as Ray for experiencing what they experienced before dying. That'd be fucked up, man. That'd be fucked up, considering she's only 14. I will now decipher the experience of this deceased. Are you ready, Hornhead? Yes, and please proceed. Very well. Here are my interpretations of the facts as gleaned from the seance vision. Someone attempted to assassinate Queen Amara by setting her residence ablaze.
Hornhead's father attempted to stop. Just happened to stop by and was knocked out by the assassin. Dirk's fingerprints were discovered on the lighter found at the scene of the crime. That is how he was determined to be the assassin. Hornhead's father tried to save his son, but sadly he perished in the attempt. That is everything the deceased experienced in his final moments.
My father's final memories. Right here for everyone to see, but... Can any of them unlock the truth behind what happened 23 years ago?
I want to actually have a look at this again. Wait. It's definitely Queen Amara. Poor little baby experiencing heat stroke, I bet. And having to fall like that? Ow.
They're wearing gloves.
It's hard to tell, but whoever... they're wearing gloves. So...
E.
Actually, let's, save in case I'm getting ahead of myself.
Objection!
Dirk's fingerprints were discovered on the lighter that was found at the crime scene. However... the hand holding the lighter in the seance vision appears to be gloved.
I believe you are right. What could this mean?
It calls into question whether the hand in the vision really was Dirk's. If only we could make out the details a little better.
Very well. I will attempt to focus a little more on what the deceased saw. Perhaps that will help refine the seance vision. Holy fuck. I know what that is. It does seem that there was a glove on that hand. That's... the cuffs. Shit. But what significance could that have?
It means that Dirk's fingerprints got on the lighter at some point, some other time. Somebody could have even put them there after the fact.
All you have is pure speculation, while the fact remains that they are his fingerprints. Therefore, it stands to reason that Dirk was the one who used the lighter. I bet the lighter belonged to him.
Objection!
It just means I have to prove that the figure in the vision is someone else. Using the information in my father's final memories...
Either way, it seems that I must revise my insights. But if someone had his prints on the lighter after the fact, then we know not whom it belongs to.
Okay, she updated her insights. Time to go over them and see if there are new inconsistencies to be found.
Is there anything new? Oh gosh, and that's a tile floor. Glad the baby was okay at least. Metallic sound. Okay, nothing new other than the vision being
And so that means that they belong to the Justice Minister at the time.
Objection!
Wait. Then this means the real culprit is... The figure in the vision is clearly not Dirk. The distinctive armband around their wrist gives their true identity away. Ah! That design! It can't be. This will prove just whose hand was captured in the Silence vision.
Take that!
That photo. So you do believe the culprit to be?
The Justice Minister Inga had cuffs with the exact same pattern on them.
You're referring to the cuffs of justice, correct?
Yes, I heard they were a traditional part of Kurini's Justice Minister's attire.
But what does this tell us?
It tells us that the figure in the vision is none other than the Kurda Eden's late Minister of Justice, Inga Kakul Kurda-in.
No, not my father!
So he plotted the assassination of the former queen as well as the current one.
Justice Minister Inga. So then Dirk's innocent on both charges. Defiant Dragons have been right all along.
Nayuta.
What you've proposed is not possible, Apollo. For back then, Inga Kakul Kurda-in was not the Minister of Justice.
What?
The Justice Minister 23 years ago was... you, Queen Gurad.
What?
Oh, right. She served as the Minister of Justice before succeeding the throne. I guess she also prosecuted the assassination attempt 23 years ago as well.
So then, the figure in this vision is actually...
Your Eminence, it's you, isn't it? This is madness! Why would Her Eminence do such a thing? Because she would ascend to the throne.
She wanted to usurp the throne from her sister Amara. That's why she tried to assassinate her.
I find this all rather hard to swallow. Your Eminence, are you the one responsible for tearing my family apart?
And was it you who killed my father? Well, Your Eminence, I'm asking you a question.
Such insolence!
Peasants. Always carrying on about things of no import. You do not deny it, then. Conceal the truth. Use me for your own design. Oh, Nayuta, spare me your feeble-minded line of questioning. Even if Dirk were cleared of all charges, it shall still be I who decides Rafa's fate. You do wish for her to be queen someday, do you not? Remember, the child lives only by my good graces. Now kneel before me and fulfill your end of the bargain by offering me your head. Your Eminence, I am done heeding your commands. Even as you used my sister against me, I still believed you. I believed that protecting your secrets was in the best interest of this kingdom. But you've been deceiving me all the while.
Nayuta.
Nayuta, you dare defy me.
Talk to them.
Your Eminence, I can turn the other cheek no more. Therefore, I hereby retract my confession in the murder of Justice Minister Inga. Retract your...
Dirk. Final piece of evidence you left behind has released Nayuta from his suffering. Now he's finally free. Ooh, very cool.
In all this time, not once did I reflect on my own conduct, for I had believed all this fate. Lost in my own sense of resignation, I was unable to wake from my despair. But you, Apollo, you have awakened me with your demonstration of our Father's creed.
A dragon never yields.
I'm so proud of you, Nayuta. It is a 3DS moment, but yay, Nayuta! I will carry on Dirk's legacy and fulfill his dream. Hear me, Garan. I will cast you down from your bloody throne. Long live the revolution. Insolent fool. Now even you prattle on about a revolution.
Ow.
Would you look at that?
Well, Apollo? It seems we're finally making some headway down the road that Dirk carved for us. Yeah. Now, if we could just prove Garen's guilt, we could continue down that road towards a revolution Dirk dreamed of.
Your Eminence, you have been accused of the crime committed 23 years ago. Would you like to say anything in your defense? Not so fast, your Majesty. For the cuffs could have been stolen and used without my knowledge. So you see, they can hardly be considered proof of anything. Why, I believe you're right.
Ugh. But we know she's guilty.
Well, lawyer, is there any other evidence you would have me refute?
Unfortunately, this photo was the last piece of evidence Dirk left for me. So, as far as evidence goes, I've got nothing else regarding that case from the past. However, now that Prosecutor Satamati has retracted his confession, we'll have to redeliberate the current case from scratch.
Yes, the defense speaks the truth. Even though it is clear who the guilty party is.
Queen Garan, the defense accuses you of the murder of Justice Minister Inga Kakul Kurain.
But do you have any evidence, defense?
Evidence that will prove Garan was the killer.
There is still one more avenue for us to explore, Mr. Justice.
There is.
Minister Inga's final memories. In them, the minister's killer poses Dirk. Therefore, one must ask, how did the killer dispose of their disguise?
Hey, you're right. A lot of blood was splattered on the killer, so the blood-soaked clothes would have been dealt with somehow. If they're still around somewhere,
I was wondering what absurd idea you could concoct next. Clothing can be disposed of most anywhere. I doubt you could find them.
Objection!
Then you don't know us very well. Your benevolence. Yes. On the day of your father's murder, you had been watching the courtyard from 2 p.m. Now, during that time, you saw Queen Gran, did you not? Yes, I did. I saw my mother entering the palace from the courtyard. But I was told not to mention it because it had nothing to do with my father's murder. Reva, you would not dare. When the Queen headed to the palace, did she have Dirk's clothes in her possession? No. No, she did not.
so maybe she disposed of them somewhere in the courtyard.
The police did a thorough sweep of the area following the crime, but they did not find anything resembling Dirk's clothes. But you knew that already, didn't you, prosecutor? Yes. I admit no clothing was found. So you admit that you were merely speculating, chasing phantoms and delusions of evidence that never existed.
This makes no sense. Clothing doesn't just disappear like that.
If Garan wasn't carrying any clothes, she must have gotten rid of them somewhere. Somewhere where she thought they'd never be found.
Where they'd never be found, huh?
I believe Dirk's clothes were hidden here. Somewhere they'd never be found. Well, there's a lot of water around, but when Rafa saw her, she wasn't holding them, so it must be inside somewhere, right? Is it in the fucking sarcophagus again? Jesus Christ! God, Apollo, you're really attached to that sarcophagus, aren't you? I'll give you this.
It's a really good fucking word, so I'm happy with saying it over and over again. The tomb? You believe the clothing was hidden there?
Yes, it's the only place it can be.
Very well, where in the tomb do you believe the clothes were hidden?
Take that!
Of course, that makes perfect sense. The clothes weren't simply hidden, they were returned to where they belonged. And by that you mean...
The killer...
The killer would have had to get Dirk's clothes from somewhere. Luckily, they were right there.
Yes, of course. At the time of the Menace's murder, Dirk's body was already in the sarcophagus. So the killer could have simply borrowed his clothes. I'm surprised he had the strength to undress him.
And redress him, for that matter. Right, before the minister entered the tomb, the killer put on Dirk's clothes, and then hid behind the curtain above the sarcophagus. And after the minister was killed, Dirk's clothes were returned to his body.
So what? This is all still speculation. We know not whether these clothes were actually used in the murder. Therefore, you cannot prove that they are somehow connected to this case.
That's why you're wrong, but I believe you already knew that. His clothes were definitely used during the minister's murder because of this. The blood here, because he was shot in the chest, so why is there blood over here? Right. I'm on 1 life and I don't want to lose any progress, so...
Take that!
The bloodstains on Dirk's chest are no doubt a result of being shot by the minister. However, that doesn't explain everything. There is also some blood splatter extending from his left elbow to his abdominal area. I believe this blood splatter came from the victim.
Take that!
If the killer wore these clothes during the murder, then the blood splatter must have come from Minister Inge. I had thought it was all Dirk's, but that makes sense. Only one way to be sure, though. Let's get those stains analysed right away. Indeed. This may be the conclusive evidence we need to prove the police.
Objection!
You cannot prove it. It was I who hid those clothes. They could very well have been hidden by a third party.
But could they really? I'd say the possibility of someone other than Garan hiding the clothes does not exist. No, it's just not possible. Your Eminence, I recall you saying the following.
The key to Amara's sarcophagus is under the protection of the royal family. My husband and I are the only ones who could open it. Therefore, it would be impossible for some knave to open it.
That was your own testimony, word for word.
Why, you insolent...
Admit it. Only you could have hidden Dirk's clothes after they were used in the murder. But that means you were the one who killed Justice Minister Inge.
Insignificant worm! You dare accuse me, the ruler of Kruna Inn! Do not think for one...
I'm afraid such arguments are invalid here in this sacred hall, Your Eminence, because even monarchs aren't above the law. It's the end of the line for you, Queen Amara. Time to come down from that lofty throne and face justice. Ow. Get the fuck on with your long pause, please.
Oh my god. Me? Face justice? Surely you jest. You are in no position to force my hand, lawyer.
Oh.
Surely you haven't forgotten about the Defense Culpability Act. Those who would support criminals will be deemed just as guilty. In short, should I be convicted of murdering my husband, your dear brother who delivered false testimony in my defense shall also be found guilty.
What? That can't be, can it?
By delivering false testimony in the cause of protecting a guilty party, he would certainly be judged by the court as having supported a criminal. Is that what it says?
I guess it does just say support criminals. That's rather vague.
And the Defense Culpability Act would most definitely come into play.
But that law is so broad that anyone could be convicted under it.
When it comes to the DC Act, even I am conflicted, and yet it is, as it currently stands, it is the law of the land. And as you said earlier, no one is above the law.
all the absurd things I've seen, this law really takes the cake. Now what? What can we even do at this point?
You need not look so forlorn. Dirk has been cleared of all charges. So let us leave all thoughts of the real killer and revolution in the past where it belongs.
She wants us to just let her off scot-free, and yet I don't see any other choice.
We cannot yield to her here, Apollo. If it will move the revolution forward, I will gladly face the DCA. Now do it. Accuse Queen Garan of the crime she has committed.
But
Such insolence!
What you speak of is not a revolution. Our kingdom will not function without its sovereign. And Rafa cannot ascend to the throne, for she is yet incapable of channeling spirits. Thus, to accuse me is to wish destruction upon our fair kingdom, you terrorist.
terrorist?
If you would still insist on accusing me, then as ruling sovereign of Kurta-In, I could proclaim the following. All whom imperil the crown, no matter the reason, shall be subject to immediate execution upon the Queen's orders.
What? Immediate execution?
Do you still not comprehend? Then let me be clear, for the sake of this kingdom's future, and in accordance with the laws of Kurta-In, I command that you be put to death at once.
What the?
Jesus Christ. No fucking look, dude. This is only gonna make the revolution stronger doing this right here, right now.
Isn't this going a bit too far?
Why is Garen the Grand Royal Guard? They are on standby in case of an attack by foolish, optimistic terrorists. Now, if you were to continue to oppose me, the very embodiment of the law, then under my regal authority, you shall all be put to death.
Objection!
Oh, come on, this is insane, even for you. You can't possibly get away with something like this. This is a court of law. You can't just order our execution without due process.
Now, look, Apollo, truth and due process are certainly important, but so is our life, so think before you speak again.
But
Please, Apollo, do not make this any worse than it already is. I cannot lose you to the Twilight Realm too.
what am I supposed to do? How do I win against an opponent that can rewrite the law as she sees fit? How can I ever bring her to justice? Is this really how it all ends?
It is your life or your accusation, lawyer. You cannot hope for both. It is time to cease this insanity.
What do I do? I accuse Queen Garan?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus. Oh, fuck me. That's a good question, Apollo. Because I feel like you're just gonna die. So... So, if we accuse her, we die. And if we give up, then what? I don't know, my life has never been threatened in such a, straightforward way, you know? But I can't give up, can I? I am a full justice, and I never give up, and I never give in, and that has been the theme of this entire chapter, is that a dragon never yields. That has been the thing that they have been repeating over and over again, meaning that I can't yield, can I? Like, I look, Mr. Right, I know that you're, like, scared for your life, as you should be. What? I know what I have to do. Mr. Right, you know what saying? I know that that saying you're constantly reminding me and Athena of. The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. You never failed to surprise me, Apollo. And Nayuta, you know that creed we've known ever since we were kids? A dragon never yields. Apollo, they are not merely words. They are what's carried us this far. So now, it's time to honor these words and the memories of the ones who gave them to us. I couldn't agree with you more, Apollo. Those words are more important to me than you know, and if there's any time to remember them, it's now. It would seem, Apollo, that not one, but two auspicious creatures dwell deep within you. A fierce dragon and a virtuous phoenix that shall scatter the clouds hiding the heavens. I shall join you in your death-defying bluff. I think I finally understand what those words really mean, and the resolve they embody. Are you smiling? Even in the face of certain doom. Is there no end to your defiance? Unfortunately for you, no. I won't let fear or even the law force me to abandon the pursuit of truth. Because there is another saying in my country, the truth will set you free. Indeed. That is precisely what Dirk sought to do through this trial. He wished for us to break free from certain despicable spiders immobilizing silk threads. We won't be intimidated by unjust laws or give in to fear. Abandoning the truth like this is not just a part of not a part of my playbook. There is only one path before us. Revolution. The time to make Dirk's dream a reality is upon us. Your Eminence, if you are the law here in Kuta Inn, then your very existence is wrong. Just your desperate bleating know no end. I know it's a bit late to ask, but what's the plan? Well, if Gordon is going to execute us on the spot under the Defense Culpability Act, and the law itself derives its power from the authority of the Crown, then there's only one thing to do. We dethrone her. Right here, right now. Alright, but how? It's not like we have a lot of time to come up with a way to do it either. I doubt she'll allow you to perform another cross-examination while we think. Don't worry, I'll come up with something. We'll be fine. I can't give up, not now. We have to keep on fighting to the end. We can't allow these broken trials to go on. It's time to make things right.
If I accuse Garan, Nayuta will be subject to the Defense Culpability Act, which means we will be put to death and he will be put to death in accordance with the law. So the only way out of this is to dethrone Garan right now. Could this be the key to dethroning Garan? Faldazor. Because that's the thing people have wanted this whole time in order to dethrone her. Dirk was convinced that the orb is the key to the revolution and Kurain's future. In light of Garan's obsession with the orb, it makes a large amount of sense. She probably doesn't want anyone using it to gain spiritual power and rights to the throne. Inga definitely tried to do just that, but that's where it starts to fall apart. Inga couldn't have channeled the founder even after abducting Miss Faye, after all. He didn't know the founder's name. The name of the founder is only known by those who become queen. That means the only people who currently know her name are Garan and Amara. So even if someone else had the orb, they wouldn't be able to channel the founder. So that begs the question, why is Garan so fixated on the orb? Okay, let's overthink this. Garan is obsessed with the orb because it's a national treasure. She wants to clear her name. She can't channel spirits. Could it be? It's hard to believe, but if she wants spiritual power, does that mean Garan can't channel spirits? That would explain why she had Amara perform the rite of channeling. Is that why she let Amara live? To stand in for her when the time came to channel spirits? So, if Garan can't channel spirits, she has no claim to the throne. Garan's Defense Culpability Act was established under the Crown's authority, but if she has no claim to the throne, then the DC Act would become null and void. No, not just the DC Act. All of the insane laws she's enacted would be swept away in one fell swoop. You claim the authority of the Crown. You, of all people. That's a good one. Have you truly lost it, lawyer? Indeed. I would have the defense explain himself at once. It's easy, your majesty. Why is Queen Garan so obsessed with the Founder's Orb? Why did she let Queen Amara live? And why was she having her mercifulness perform the rite of channeling in her place? The answers to these three questions point to a single conclusion. The fact that will shake this kingdom to its very core. I still don't follow Apollo. Your Eminence, I have just one question for you, and please be honest. You can't actually channel spirits, can you? What? You believe the Queen is not capable of communing with the dead? The defense will explain himself at once. In the ability to channel spirits is an absolute requirement for a would-be queen. But, Your Eminence, if you were incapable of doing that, then you'd have no claim to the throne. Not only that, but every law you pass would be rendered null and void. And you, Grand Royal Guard, you seem to be rather enamored with the Queen's supposed spiritual power, but what if she had none? What if she were just an ordinary person, a pretender to the throne? It's crazy talk! Impossible! Everyone knows only spirit mediums can become queen. Such blasphemy! On what grounds you have such a defamatory claim? Queen Garan. If you think I'm just out to defame you, then prove it. Prove it by using this piece of evidence you want so badly.
Take that!
See? All the conditions for summoning the founder should be in place. With the orb, we know what the founder looks like. And as queen, you should know the founder's name. Now, if you would, Your Eminence, please show us the great spiritual power you bear as the Grand Priestess of Kuda-In.
Oh, to witness Her Eminence's great power with their own eyes. The Holy Mother will be here before us. Praise be, Eminence, and may your mighty spiritual power show us the way. Enough! Enough, I say, you mindless cretins. Your Eminence? Can it be that you cannot... No, I want a lawyer. Someone want it once.
Objection!
Aren't you forgetting something? There aren't any lawyers left in Kuda-In. You can thank your Defense Culpability Act for that.
Your Eminence, please give us a glimpse of your magnificent spiritual power. Summon Her Holiness, and may she guide us. I have heard enough out of you, out of my sight, all of you.
If you truly are capable of channeling spirits, then get on with it already, Your Eminence.
Sneaky, underhanded wretch of a lawyer.
That reminds me, you said something to this effect earlier. It is time to cease this insanity. Don't you feel stupid for saying that now?
Indeed. Of all the things she has said, I can think of nothing more ludicrous. Apollo, teach this deceitful, putrid queen a lesson she will soon forget.
Gladly, because it really is time to cease this insanity. Gran, your reign of terror ends here.
Oh wow, Apollo, you've never looked cooler. Gonna scream at me now? No? Very well. Demonstrating my facility as a spirit medium is... Behold, the magnificent power to commune with the dead. Oh, Your Eminence! Oh, what a gorgeous outfit that really is. Oh, great spirit of the founder who dwells in the Twilight Realm, heed the secret convent of the Orb, and appear here before us. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? O spirit of the founder, grace us with your presence. The time is now, I beseech you. Appear before us. Heed my call, founder, please. Wow, you were very bad at that dance, I must say. No, wait, I was just warming up. The ride actually starts from now. Look.
Ow. That is a shallow pool.
You okay? Prosecutor said Marty. How's Her Eminence? It seems she now believes that she herself is the Holy Mother.
I see.
But her attempt at spirit channeling failed, did it not? Sadly, she seems unable to accept the facts. I fear it will be quite a challenge to question her later. And what, I may ask, was her motive? I understand that she killed Minister Inga in order to prevent his coup, but what of her attempt to assassinate Queen Amara 23 years ago?
To become queen herself? Maybe she just craved power and attention.
She likely developed a psychological complex from her inability to channel spirits. That is why she kept Queen Amara alive to perform the rite of channeling for her. In that way, it would seem as if she had great spiritual power. In short, she built a cult of personality upon fears and lies. Then again, do not all tyrants. So then, she never really intended to kill Amara, huh?
What I don't understand is why Queen Amara even listened to Gurran in the first place. Especially 14 years ago, before Rafa was being held hostage. Why would she keep letting the people of Gurran think she was dead? While she kept quietly performing the rite of channeling for Gurran.
My mother is a gentle soul by nature, and she loves her sister dearly. So then, when Gurran told her to hide, because Dirk was out to kill her, she believed it. What's more, she did not wish to tarnish the name of her beloved sister. That is why she acceded to obediently to Gurran's request to keep channeling for her, until she fled with Dirk and was told the truth. That is.
So, that's what happened.
And since Rafa was being held captive, I imagine Amara had no choice but to help cover up the truth behind Inga's murder.
Yeah, living secretly as Rafa's servant, Nena. No doubt only deepened her love for her daughter. She'd do anything to keep her safe.
All the more reason to hide the painful truth from her. Well, that was a case for the ages. Rosika Sadmati has been cleared of all suspicion on the murder of Minister Inga, as has Mr. Dirk Sadmati in the assassination attempt on Queen Amara. Now then, I think it is high time that I handed down my verdict on Dirk and Nayuta Sadmati.
Oh. Oh man.
Dirk, I hope you're watching. I proved your innocence. Nayuta's smiling again. And that revolution you've always dreamed of is finally happening.
With this, may I finally say this court is adjourned. Way to go, Apollo!
I was on the edge of my seat when those guards stormed the courtroom.
That was a shock.
That was a shocker, alright. I can't imagine anything like that happening back home. I know, right? I was ready to go on down there and teach them a lesson myself. Really?
I was barely able to hold her back.
Hold me back? You were about to go ballistic after a while there, Athena.
Yeah, well, I was thinking about helping you smack a few of them down, to be honest.
Remind me to never say or do anything to deserve a Maya Athena's double suplex.
You did a fine job out there today, Apollo.
Thanks for all the great advice, Mr. Wright.
Nah, it was all you! That perseverance and never say die attitude. I actually learned a thing or two myself.
What? from me. That's a laugh. There were a number of times where I wouldn't have blamed you for giving up, but you stuck it out to the end and came away triumphant. By sheer force of will, and inner strength forged in countless trials. You overcame the most desperate and hopeless situation I've ever seen. I don't know about all that. I mean it. You've really come a long way, Apollo. I have nothing but respect for your abilities as an attorney. Really? Aren't you exaggerating just a little bit, Mr. Wright? You did it, Apollo. You finally won his seal of approval. But what about me, Nick? My channeling powers come a long way too. After all, I was deemed worthy enough to be used in 2 major crimes already.
Yeah, and 2 major chances for me to become someone for you to channel next.
Honestly, I couldn't have done this without the support of each and every person here. It's right, Athena, Mayuta, and of course Dirk.
That was pretty cool, Polly. Trucy.
Trucy?
Trucy! Oh, what are you doing here? It's magic. I'm afraid she employed the old let's stow away in Mr. Edgeworth's suitcase trick. That implies she's done it before.
What?
Though it certainly explained why my suitcase was so heavy.
Tell me you at least noticed it was heavier than usual. Trucy, do you even have a passport?
My magic panties are an extra-dimensional space. It's like a mini universe in there. I could produce a passport at the drop of a hat.
Right. Maybe some things in this world are better left a mystery.
Horn head, barbed head. I am forever in your debt for what you have accomplished in the Hall of Justice. Without your presence, I may have never changed as I have this day. It's pathetic, I know.
That's where you're wrong, your benevolence. It was you who changed yourself. Only you could choose to defy the aim. And that decision of yours was yours and yours alone.
That's right. All we did was present you with an opportunity. And you made use of it with gusto. This victory is yours, your benevolence. And you should be proud of yourself. I see. So, I am worthy of my title after all. I shall work to heal our kingdom so that it may know peace and prosperity once more.
She sure bounced back real quick. So, your benevolence, I take it you learned the truth of your origins? And that you are the daughter of Dirk and Queen Amara.
Yes, my mother. I mean, Her Eminence told me. She said it was part of my disciplining.
If you can call it that.
Sounds more like blackmail. Keep quiet or I tell everyone that you're the daughter of a criminal. My mother was so insufferable. Or should I say, my former mother.
Sounds like there was no love lost there.
But you cleared Dirk's name. My true father will no longer be known as a criminal. Therefore, I have nothing more to fear.
So, what's next for the Kingdom of Cricket Inn? I mean, you lost your queen, so...
Her benevolence Princess Rafer will ascend to the throne. Sup, my dude?
Naida. But she can't channel spirits yet, right?
Indeed. Which is why I will act as regent on her behalf. Until the day she comes into her own. Yes, your help will be greatly appreciated, Prosecutor said. But...
Is she going to say what I think she is?
What are you looking at, you horn-headed nincompoop?
Ouch!
In any event, I will be assisted by Nayuta and Queen Amara for the time being.
Queen Amara.
The country offers counsel to the rulers of neighboring kingdoms through channeling. It is a duty I intend to fulfill myself one day. But for now, I will have Queen Amara assist me in that capacity. So then, she's going to be alright. Yes, it seems a bullet went straight through her without any serious damage.
That's a relief.
You did it, AJ! Thanks to you, both Dirk and Nayuta beat the charges against them, and you got the revolution rolling to boot.
Revolution. Dirk. I guess you were right to believe in me after all.
Yes, sir! There's gonna be some major changes around here. The legal system's gonna return to its rightful state, and like how Dirk always wanted, and the name of Apollo Justice will go down in Ryanese history.
Yeah, right. Oh, Nayuta, before I forget, there's something I wanted to give you before I head back home.
You wish to give me something?
Yes. As Dirk's birth son, I think you should have this.
Take that!
This is Dirk's.
I have to get back to the States. And I know you're a prosecutor and all, but as the man that's going to change Kurta in, it's only right that you have it.
To change Kurta in.
Yeah, in Dirk's place.
Apollo, I'm afraid I must refuse your gift.
What? Why?
There is something I would like to show you.
Huh? What's this all of a sudden?
Mr. Wright, won't you and your friends please join us?
Oh, sure. So why do you bring us here, Nayuta?
Apollo, I want you to stay here in Kurta Inn.
What? But why?
We have lost our queen, and our kingdom stands at a crossroads. Most of all, we will need to rebuild our entire legal system. Naturally, that includes the reintroduction of lawyers to the court.
Wait, you're not asking me to...
Yes. I want you to take over this law office. With you as a lawyer, and me as a prosecutor. We shall rebuild Kurta Inn's legal system from the ground up.
You want me to help you rebuild the legal system? That's a lot to take in.
Apollo, I cannot do this without you. As a lawyer, you are Dirk's spiritual heir. And having studied in America, your legal knowledge will be indispensable.
This is way out of my league.
The revolution is still in its infancy, but it was Dirk's dream to restore the legal system to its rightful state. Will you not help me realize that dream? Come on, AJ! You know it's what Dirk would have wanted. Let's do it together! You must be taken aback by my sudden request, but please give it some thought.
Of course. I'm honored you asked. Still, I have my job at the Right Anything agency to consider too.
Don't you worry about that, Apollo. Besides, this is something only you can do.
Something only I can do. I mean, to be completely honest, our office would be a bit short on firepower without you around, but hey! Mr. Right. Actually, I'm sorry, but I can't get on board with this. Athena? I mean, there's still so much I want to learn from you, Apollo. That's right. It won't be the same without you. And everyone back home would really miss you too. There's no way I can agree to this. Still, if you really wanted to stay... Yeah, Athena's right. It won't be easy, but... Athena, Trucy... Apollo. No one but you can make this decision. Know that I will not question whatever choice you make. Our flight leaves tomorrow morning, Apollo. Think you can make up your mind by then? I'll try. Oh, rather difficult decision. Should I go back to the US and continue working with the Write Anything agency? Or should I stay in Curta Inn and help Nayu to rebuild the legal system? What's the right thing for me to do? I don't believe any of you are fucking Americans. I just can't believe it. Not at all, not ever. The bus to the airport will be here any minute. I wonder where Apollo is. Do you think he decided to stay here in Curta Inn? I bet he was up all night thinking. This is a life-changing decision after all. But whatever he decides, I'll have to accept it. I guess that means no more courtroom battles alongside him. Hey, guys! I know that booming voice anywhere! Oh, I made it. Although you're here, does that mean you're coming back with us? Well, about that. Mr. Wright. Yes? I've made up my mind. Here it is. Moment of truth. I still have so many things to learn from you, but I've decided to stay in Curta Inn. You're saying? But... I feel like I have to pick up where Dirk left off. I can't let his sacrifice go to waste. I see. Plus, I want to teach others everything you've taught me about being a lawyer, Mr. White. Apollo? Dirk's roadmap for the future, and your teachings. I believe that these two things will save the people of the kingdom from future, further unrest. I want to do this. No, I have to do this. Apollo, I've never felt prouder. Proud to have had such an amazing attorney working under me. But someday I'll return to the US. Once the new legal system here is firmly in place, I'll be back, Scout's honor. Will we really see you again, Apollo? You bet. Not that I have any idea how long it'll be, but I promise you this, everyone. I'll keep on learning and growing, and I'll come back to the US an even better lawyer. So don't forget about me. Of course we won't, Apollo. There will always be a spot waiting for you back in the office. In the meantime, we'll be rooting for you, so knock 'em dead. You got it, Mr. Wright.
miss you, Polly. This is it. Then I'm going to support your choice all the way.
Thanks, Jersey. Good luck with your magic act. I know you do Troop Gamaree proud.
I'll be cheering for you too, Apollo. But don't think you're the only one with room to grow. The next time we meet, you won't even recognize me.
In other words, game on?
You bet, and I'm gonna win. I'm going to miss you too, Apollo, but I can't wait to see where your new adventure will take you.
Well, that's our boss.
I guess this is it, Apollo.
I'll never forget everything you've done for me, Mr. Right. I don't know how I'll ever repay you. Here's to seeing you back in the US again someday. Until then, you know where to find me.
Oh, proud fatherly moment, Phoenix Wright.
The legacy of those who came before us. Is handed down from parent to child. And from mentor to disciple. We must never stall or stagnate, but continue to grow and change. All that we've been taught, the beliefs and convictions that have been passed down to us, we must continue to nurture them so we, in turn, can pass them on to the next generation.
Are you really sure you're okay with him staying, boss?
Uh-huh. I always figured he'd leave the nest someday.
Oh, I think they're almost here.
Just a little. Got it. Huh?
Why don't we go and check it out, AJ?
Oh, look at her. Look at him. He's happy now. Oh, look at her. Mr. Hatch! Oh, Mr. Hat, I've missed you! I love you, Mr. Hat!
Oh my god, it's Mr. Hat, guys. We should visit him in Kunain. Yes!
Have I played Great Ace Attorney? No, we are going to play the Great Ace Attorneys after we have finished the DLC.
Oh. Oh. That was such a good last trial. What a... Oh my god! And Sky is everything you've ever wanted! You're gonna be working in for a while. It would be a great educational experience.
Oh, Edgewood! Oh, I punch him in the stomach. I love him. Oh no! Oh. Oh my god. Oh. I would usually read this, but I'm too excited to. Oh. You guys had a kid this whole time? Oh, that's right! She was pregnant during the trial. That makes sense. Double duty ever since Apollo. Oh, oh man. Hi, Simon! Hi, Simon! Hi, Simon! Hi, Simon! Hi, Simon! Oh, hi, Simon! Window? I actually really like Window. I like him. That was such a good case. I liked that case. Oh, I know I bitch so much, but I always enjoy myself at the end of the day. I'm a bitch and I get some emotion so easily. I'm just happy, guys. I'm really happy. This game always makes me happy at the end of the day. Hi, Pearly! Oh, oh, family. Oh, family. Noriyuki Iwadare. You did such a good job, my dude. Oh, the music was really good too. Music was really good too.
So, hi, Sucker. So, it's definitely not my favorite of the Ace Attorney games, but it's not bad. I still had fun. I still enjoyed it, and I do think that I would still replay it at some point. How's he doing, Mr. Right? Acceptably all on his own. Oh! Possible without you. Oh, before I forget, I made a copy of this photo for you. I did keep wondering about that. Please, 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 your children deserve to know that they're siblings. That's all I've wanted this whole time. Oh man, oh man. Okay, so this was the main game, so we haven't done the DLC yet. We could start the DLC today. Because I skipped over the Dual Destinies DLC without realizing it, so I do still need to do that one. I do need to tell them in Ace Attorney 7 if that ever happens. Please, please, Trucy and Polly deserve to be siblings. For realsies. Oh, I love Ace Attorney. I love Ace Attorney so much. 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 I may bitch sometimes. There may be moments where I'm like, what the fuck are you on about, game? And it may be bullshit writing sometimes, but I have fun each and every time, and I never regret doing it. I know there's a bunch of fan-made cases. Of course there are a bunch of fan-made cases. There's always fan-made things. Even, like, when the game first came out, there was a case where all the characters were, popular Vocaloids at the time. But, I don't tend to be terribly interested in fan games. Like, I read fan fiction, but, I've never engaged in fan games of any kind, so. Yay! Do you guys want to start the DLC today and we'll continue it Friday? Dear Mr. Wright, can't believe it's already been a few months since I decided to stay. I'm sorry I haven't been good about keeping in touch, but things have been really hectic. Rebuilding a legal system I'm not yet familiar with has been a real challenge, but I will say it's given me plenty of work to keep me busy.
Have you given the autopsy report even a cursory glance, Mr. Justice?
It's just, I have 15 clients on my plate right now. Though I probably shouldn't have accepted all 15 at the same time.
Oh, please. Are you going to help me rebuild Kuta Inn's legal system or not? If you are, we need to move through this case backlog faster.
Yeah, I know, but...
Besides, those 15 are only the beginning. There are 10 more awaiting your services.
Huh?
I too have friends with acquaintances seeking legal representation, and being that you are the only lawyer in the country, I told them to contact you. I estimate it will only add about 16 clients to your caseload.
Huh? Huh? No, wait.
I have been handing out advertisements for your new office. They read, from legal advice to investigating extramarital affairs, even yak milking. For a limited time only, these services and more are free down at Justice Law offices. I have already received requests from 380 new clients.
I'm going to have to say something, aren't I?
Your step-siblings are bullying you, Apollo. I trust you did your Cords of Steel exercises this morning. Well, go on. There is no need to hold back. Now that you mention it, we have yet to hear you shout today. Yes, and I have grown quite drowsy from these tedious proceedings. I could use a loud something to wake me up. Do not disappoint me, Hornhead.
There's really only one thing to say at a time like this. The word I've said countless times in my career, but one I'll never tire of.
Objection!
Oh. Oh man, oh man, oh man. The fun we have.
Hi, Moopai!
Oh, I'm awesome. Oh, what the heck did you miss? Just the ending of the entire main game. That's all. Nothing really.
Hi, Moopai. Welcome back. Hi, Moopai. Hee 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 hee.
How long is this case? Long ass investigation, as always. Long ass trial, as always. Okay, so it is a bit long. How long is the Due Destinies one? Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Due Destinies. Expand. It's this one. Oh, that explains why the DLC was in the middle of it rather than at the end like it usually is in these things. I'm going to stab myself in the chest by playing it, aren't I? Jeez. Jeez. I can't look at it, no! That's why we're playing it last. That's why we're playing it last. So I can mentally prepare myself. That's why we're playing it last. Anyway, how long is this case? Okay, this case is fucking long as fuck. Okay. Turn about time traveler.
No, all of you shut up. I'm normal. I'm completely and utterly normal. No, Mupai, we're not doing a 24-hour stream, okay? I don't want to do a 24-hour stream. I'm hungry. Videos. Okay, so it should only be a 5-hour case. Fine. We will start. Oh, no 24 hours, Mupai. No. Bad Mupai. I don't have the editing equipment to deal with that. Okay, DLC time. Oh. Wow. We can just go straight to the end of the case and no fuck all, but no. No, Mupai, you can't go play Blue Protocol. You're meant to be playing that with me. Can't believe you'd say that to me. Say that to my face. Anyway. Yes. We'll play this, and then we'll play the Dual Destinies one. Because I don't think I will be... because I need a whole... Because I need time for that one. I need time to mentally prepare. Because someone told me about it and where it's meant to go. Because, as you know, no one's told me fucking anything about anything except the Chronicles games. I didn't think to mentally prepare me. I'll be fine. You did miss it all. Now we're on to the DLC. What do you mean it's my fault you weren't here? It's something you're the one with a life and work to do.
Heartless. I'll even throw that time machine you cherish so much overboard with you.
Please take me back. Back to that blissful moment.
Oh my god, they're British. We do not have a 24-hour stream, Mupai, don't lie.
It's almost time for the reception, milady. It actually really worked.
I did not promise. I did not promise. Fuck it, guys, I'm gonna eat chips. So I don't have to respond to you bastards. These accusations. I will admit nothing. I will only admit that I have finally decided what it is that I feel towards Fulbright. No. Remember how I was explaining to you? It's not that he deserved it, because he didn't. Remember how I was explaining to you how deeply I think about my attraction towards characters? and how there are important distinctions to be made, and how I wasn't sure exactly in what way I liked Fulbright. I now know. We're not doing any 24 hours. Oh. Obsessed with Ado, are you? You know, I mean... Honestly, can't blame you. She's a good vocalist. I like some of her songs. I would cover. I would definitely cover some of them. And I considered going to her last concert, but she was in Melbourne. And I didn't really want to travel just for that. You did go to her last concert? Well, lucky you. I'm just not a rich bastard who can afford to travel like that. Anyway. Ooh, September 21st. A month before my birthday. I know you did not need to travel because it's only me who needed to travel. Because, you know, every time anyone travels, like, tours in Australia, the only reason they would tour in Adelaide is if they're doing the entirety of Australia, or if they live here. I unfortunately live in a town where people just miss you most of the time. Okay. I've eaten some food. I feel a little bit better. Though it was snacks, so it's not real food. Shall we proceed? $20-hour stream? No, I don't have the editing equipment for that, and I don't want to have to fucking deal with when I had to do this 15 one. Also, I got tired. I want to go to bed, okay? I want to go to bed at a reasonable hour, so... Okay, let me make sure I've got this straight with your magic panties. When your magic panties appear... I do a backflip into a handstand and then blow out the candle? No, Athena. You've got it all wrong. You do a backflip through the ring of fire. Fire while holding the candle in your mouth. I don't know why Twitch decided to censor ABO. I'll have to see if I can fix that one. Don't need that one censored, that's not offensive to me, not at all. You do a backflip into a ring of fire while holding the candle in your mouth. There's no way I'll be able to do that. Sure you can! I believe in you, Athena. Trucy, what are you and Athena up to? Athena's agreed to be a part-time performer in my magic show. I couldn't say no to some extra cash, but I probably should have thought it through first. Now it's a human cannonball this, guillotine that. It's not like I have 9 lives, you know. You've made your bed, Athena, now you've got to lie in it. No, I'm too young to be taking my life insurance policy already.
My name is Phoenix Wright. I'm the head of the law office. And since when did you become the head of this office, Daddy? I mean, who exactly does all the cleaning, accounting, and scheduling around here? You've got me there, Trucy. This is Trucy Wright. She's my adopted daughter and a magician. And I'm Athena Sykes, the rising star lawyer at the Attorney Write Anything agency. Or rather, rising star assistant to Trucy, you mean. If I don't get back into the courtroom soon, I'm going to forget everything I've learned. Speaking of the courtroom, we haven't exactly had any clients lately, have we? Business as slow as ever, huh, Nick? Bet you made more money back when you played the piano. Oh, sup, my dude. At least you translated well into 3D. Why was Edgeworth the only one done dirty by the 3D render? You are so glad I get to go back to Two Destinies, Larry. You are so glad that I am doing this for Two Destinies, Larry. You are so fucking glad. You are so glad that I have a reward at the end of this tunnel waiting for me. Anyway, what the fuck do you want, Larry? I don't hate Larry that much. I just don't want to spend time with him. Larry? I haven't seen you in years. What brings you here all of a sudden? Oh, look, I don't hate him. I just wouldn't choose to spend my time with him. He's not terrible. I can't say that about him. But you know, that god-awful suit he's wearing. It's not even a cool kind of lame, it's just lame. Some big news, that's what. Okay. Who's this guy, boss? This is Larry Bartz. He's, well, let's just say he's an old friend of mine. So, Larry, what's so big that you had to come and tell me in person? Well, somebody I want you to know. Hey, you can come in now. Alright. You're gorgeous, madam. How do you do? Hi. That dress? Is that a wedding dress? Yes, it is. My name is Ellen Watt. I'm a domestic servant and maid at the Sprocket household. Sprocket? As in Sprocket Aviation? Yes, that's the one. Well, Mr. Wright, Sprocket Aviation is a really big airline company. I should later go see Inga's full name. My dude, we just did the entire last case. I've already read it. This is what happens when you miss things. This is what happens when you're 5 hours late. It is funny, no man needs that many middle names. I did read it! You've heard of Rainbow Airlines, right? The one they call RAL for short? Yeah, that does sound familiar. Well, it's run by Sprocket Aviation. I see. But what is a Sprocket family maid doing here in a wedding dress? So, actually, we've decided to get married. You what? I'm not a young man anymore, you know. I figured it's time to finally settle down. Come on, Phoenix. This is the sign you've needed. Propose to your boyfriend already. Foolish man. What? You're getting married? No way, I don't believe it. Besides... why would someone as well put together as her choose someone as flaky as little Larry? Phoenix, sometimes the things you say make me wonder why you consider him a friend. You're kidding, right? Jealous, I don't blame you. But green's really not your color, you know. Larry, your eyes make you look like you are well rested and put together. It's very strange. Alright, Larry, lay it on me. In all seriousness, Larry, are you really getting married? Not right away, but that's a plan. We're gonna elope, see? Like love on the run, I guess you could say. Isn't that right, Ellie? Larry, I do believe there's been a major misunderstanding here. My heart already belongs to another. I'm in love with Soren, not you. Say what? That's about what I thought. But Ellie, baby! Weren't we running away with me so we could get married? As I said, you misunderstand. You said you'd help me escape. That's the only reason I ran away with you. It's not happening! I even shook off the police for you, and for what? That's it. If we can't be together, my life is over. I'm gonna end it all. You really did translate really well into 3D, and it makes me even more upset that Edgeworth didn't. Wait, back up. Did you say you shook off the police? Yes, we had to because we're lovers on the lam. Sorry, Miss Watt, but can you maybe fill me in on what's going on? To tell the truth, I'm being pursued by the police as a murder suspect. Murder? They think you really killed somebody? I happened to find a dead body at my reception, so the suspicion falls onto me. They had me confined in a separate room. And that's when Larry came along and helped me. I'm sorry, but... what? Oh, Nick! Me and Ellie we're gonna elope. We were gonna put it all on the line for true love. But the police tried to stop us, so we had to scramble to shake them off. Where did it all go wrong? I feel a migraine coming on. Please help me. The police are sure to be intensifying their search. Look, it's even on TV. More news on the murder suspect and an unidentified man on the run from police. A photo of the suspect, Miss Ellen Watt, has been released to the police. From the police. Sources say that the 21-year-old is suspected of clubbing the victim. 25-year-old Dumas Bloomsbury. I like that name, sir. To death in the wedding reception hall after her banquet. The two fugitives are said to be highly agitated and dangerous. If you see them... You've got to be kidding me. Oh, brother. I guess that means we're technically harboring a pair of fugitives here, huh? Oh, Nick! What's
I to do? Please don't be hardcore. I'm the one who should be crying. I haven't seen you in ages. Where have you been all this time? You don't know? You've really got to stop living on a rock and get out more. I'm the hippest, hottest picture book author in the business, Larice Dunim. I can't believe you didn't know that I'm taking the picture book world by storm. Oh, but I know you. You're the one who wrote Franzie's Whippity Whip Trip, right? The only reference to Francisca I've gotten in the past 3 games. I miss you, my love. Now that you mention it, I did hear something about a one-hit wonder. Ooh, one-hit wonder? What the heck, Nick? Oh, have you know, I just created a brand new character to moderate acclaim. He's mildly popular with 18 to 24-year-old women everywhere. Look, you can see his cute self all over my jacket. What? That heart-shaped pork chop? He's not a pork chop. He's the main character of my latest picture book. A lovable little soul who pierces the hearts of lovers with his arrows of amour. Cupidlet. I can't take you seriously, I'm sorry. And you can see his adorable fellow, this adorable fellow because of you, in Cupidlet Lovey-Dovey Slog. In stores now. Are you sure? Because I've never seen that book in stores now or ever. Well, if you ever do see it, do me a favor and buy a copy or 10, will ya? But I thought you were taking the picture book world by storm. And you'll defend Ellie in court, right, buddy? Please, I'm begging you, I didn't murder anyone. I swear I'm as clean and pure as this pure white dress. Now, Psyche locks. I guess that means she's telling the truth. But helping a fugitive on the run? What am I getting myself into? There's actually one more thing I really need to tell you. Oh? You might find this hard to believe, but the truth is, I am a time traveler. Huh? I'm not sure I follow. After the wedding reception, I was attacked. I was moments away from my death. But then, in that instant, I made a wish upon this pendant around my neck. And I went back in time to just before the reception started. Only, this time, the man who was trying to kill me was already dead. And somehow, I became the suspect for his murder. It's as if history has been rewritten. Just wait a minute here. I don't understand. Are you saying that... What's going on? Mr. Wright, there are police cars outside. And not just 1 or 2, but a whole bunch. Out you go! Out the door. Go to the police, please. It'll make it easier for both of us. Daddy! A whole squad of officers has the building surrounded. What? This is the police. There is no escape. Drop your weapons and come out with your hands up. Nick, what do we do? Heck if I know. Give up. Go to the police. I can still be your lawyer if you give yourself up. I see a bunch of armed officers out there. 1, 2, 3... 44, 45... Wow, talk about overkill. Listen here, you criminals. Think about what you're putting your poor parents through. I'm sure this isn't how they raised you. Think about their smiling faces and their warm home-cooked meals. Stop making me think about the past. Who the heck are you? Hey, detective, now hold on there. Hey, you can't go in there, it's too dangerous. Wait. Is everyone okay in here, Mr. Wright? Emma. I'm sorry for all the commotion. So, what in the world is going on? Well, I raced on over as soon as I heard that it was Mr. Butts who holed himself up in here with the murder suspect after he made off with her. And the fleet of patrol cars. The police are being extra careful. Because apparently a certain somebody yelled out, "Stay back, I have a bomb." I'm sure you can guess who I'm talking about. This is why he's a fucking idiot and I don't want to hang out with him. Kicks him in the shin. So lucky I have a second DLC to play after this. It'll be a nice palate cleanser. Well, the police were being persistent, so I had to do something. So I tried bluffing. You know, like you do in court, Nick. Please leave me out of this. Well, Mr. Wright, I'm bringing this young lady in for questioning. Larry is not charming. I have dealt with him for many games. I've had so much longer to know who he is as a character. Don't give a shit about him, not at all. I'll read you again tonight, Black Wright. You say that, but who am I reading fan fiction about? It's not Larry. So, if you want to talk with her, you'll have to do it down at the detention center. I suppose I should thank you for your thoughtful gift of trouble and mayhem, Larry. Come on, Nick! We gotta get down to the detention center right away! Listen, Larry. I haven't even decided whether I'm going to take on this case or not. Moopwai is going to take a nap, so you lied about staying up this whole time. But that's okay. Moopwai can go take a nap. Bye-bye, Moopwai. Go take a nap. But I know you will, 'cause it's you. Guess I've got no choice but to tag along and help then. What? And skip out on me? We've only just started practicing your repertoire, you know. Huh? You'd better stay in practice with Truth, Yasina. A promise is a promise, after all. Oh boy, stop yelling at me. I just wish you a good night. That's cold, boss. You've got to get me out of this. I can't take it anymore. Let's get practicing, Athena. Next up is some training for the water tank escape trick. Bye-bye, Moopwai. Have a good nap. Bye-bye, Moopwai. Bye-bye, Moopwai. Stick your head in this bucket of water and hold your breath for 15 minutes. No! Stop! I'm begging you. Ah, she's getting away. You get back here, Athena. You kids have fun now. I guess the only person cut out to be Truce's assistant is Apollo. Well, guess we'd better get to the detention center and ask Miss What some questions. Especially about the whole time-traveling business she was talking about. I wonder who's going to be the prosecutor for this case. I'm intrigued. Oh, it's you, Mr. Wright. Miss What? Would you mind if I ask you a few questions? Nick is going to defend you, Ellie! Isn't that great? Larry, I told you I haven't decided yet. You say that, Nick, but give me your track record. What? Oh, you're adorable. You're not going to take my case?
Oh my god! How could I ever say no to a face like that? Oh! Oh, I can't say no to a face like that. Don't cry, miss, please. I'm never going to be happy again.
Miss, what? What the? Did I do something wrong? Miss, what? Please calm down.
I'm innocent, I tell you. But the police won't believe me. And neither will anyone else. I'm gonna die all alone in a jail cell.
All right, I'll do it. I'll take your case. Just please stop crying.
Really? You will?
The fact that Larry was the one who brought you to me had me a little worried, but you don't seem like a killer to me.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks, Nick. I knew you'd come through. Did I really have a choice?
I guess not.
In any case, it doesn't seem like Miss Watt killed anyone. Plus, it's not like I'm up to my ears in work at the moment. Miss Watt, Ellen, let's do this together.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Right.
There, it's going to be okay. Now, try to pull yourself together.
Alright, just give me a moment.
I'm truly grateful for you taking on my case, on my defense, Mr. Wright. Sure, no problem. Wow, she literally pulled herself together. Ellen, please tell me everything you can about the incident. All right. It happened after the wedding reception. I was attacked by Mr. Gloomsbury. Wasn't Gloomsbury the name of the victim in the news report? Maybe I should listen to what she has to say first, though, before I start asking questions. How dare that guy lay a hand on somebody else's blushing bride? What a creep. That's rich coming from you. Do you have any idea why he'd attack you? No. But what? Well, to tell the truth, Mr. Gloomsbury didn't seem very happy about me getting married. Jeez, jealous much? What a loser. Mr. Gloomsbury had forced me into the Vista deck and was going to push me off. Oh, how frightening it was. I was just about to lose my life on what should have been the happiest day of my life. So that's why I made a wish upon the pendant. That pendant? Yes, it was a gift from my husband-to-be, Soren. He said it was a symbol of our love. And so you made a wish on it. Now, you may think that what I am about to say is very strange, but I beg the pendant, please take me back to that blissful moment. And do you know what? It worked. It brought me back to just before the reception started. So that's the time-traveling thing you mentioned back in my office. I'm sorry, but I have to say, it's pretty unbelievable.
Unbelievable? I knew he
don't believe me. Nick. Ellie here is an honest-to-goodness time traveler. Don't you believe your own client? The magic of that pendant sent her back in time before the creep could kill her. Sure, Larry, sure. But it's really true, I tell you. The pendant is an important part of the time machine Sword made. I begged it for help, and it really did send me back in time. Is she listening to herself? I even experienced the reception again, even though we'd already held it once before. Ensuring it, everyone there acted as if nothing unusual was happening at all. Could you not cook while you're talking, please? Alright, so when and how did you come under the suspicion of murder? Well, after the reception ended, the second reception, I mean, I went back to the reception hall and started cleaning up the place myself. Hold on. Cleaning? Why were you cleaning at your own wedding day? For my last task as a servant of the Sprocket household, I offered to take on the preparations and clean up of the reception banquet. I'd say. I started to move one of the decorative lanterns in the room, but it was so heavy I lost control of it, causing it to topple over and break open. That's when I saw it. Mr. Gloomsbury's dead body inside the lantern. So, you simply happened to be the first to discover the body, right? That's right! I just came across it by accident. But I became confused and didn't know what to do. That's when some of my in-laws saw me and jumped to the conclusion that I had killed him. So this Gloomsbury guy tried to kill Ellen, but then wound up dead himself after Ellen traveled back in time. Time machine and a magic pendant. How could any of this be possible? Ellie, why don't you tell Nick about the other day thing too? About the shadowy figure you saw when you were being attacked. Yes, a good idea, Larry. So, what's this shadowy figure you saw, Ellen? It was when Mr. Gloomsbury was attacking me. Right after I made a wish upon this pendant, I started to pass out. But just then, as I lost consciousness, I saw somebody strike Mr. Gloomsbury from behind. You did? Then that person must be the true culprit. Did you see who it was? I'm afraid not. Have you told anybody else about this? I told some of my in-laws, but nobody took me seriously. They said it was all just a dream. Can't exactly blame them. I mean, time travel? Larry, for my peace of mind, please tell me that figure wasn't you. Of course it wasn't. So, you and Larry here were never planning on getting married, right? That's right. I've only had a few brief interactions, so I can't say I know him at all. Oh, Ellie, how can you say that? You and me were bound by fate, I'm telling you. We're meant to be together. What? You're wrong, Larry. I've never been so right, baby. It's as plain as it goes, the goatee on my chin. Larry, don't make me send you a timeout. Now, can you tell me about the groom, Ellen? What's he like? His name is Soren Sprocket. Oh, he's the most wonderful man. He is truly my destiny. Did you say Soren Sprocket? As in... That's right. The next president of Sprocket Aviation.
Wait, he's in line to take over the company. He's nothing but a rich, spoiled brat. I'm clearly the better choice. Clearly. Larry, please just find yourself a woman. Larry, you and Soren are as different as night and day. There's no comparison. Emmy, you're breaking my achy, breaky heart. So she's marrying into money, huh? I can't believe Soren chose me, a simple house servant. He's my knight shining armor, my prince. Oh, my Soren. I guess I've asked her all I can for now. Spick and span! Spick and span! Ellen, what are you doing? I want to make everything clean and beautiful for when Soren comes. I can't have my future hubby come into a dirty room now, can I? It has to be spotless, like this white dress. Spick and span! Spick and span! Let's hope you can wipe away all suspicion from you too soon. Nick! We'd better get to the crime scene right away. Can I pull... Can you just wait here? I'd appreciate if you waited here so I could do my own investigation without you, please. No? You're not gonna let me fucking do that? I hate you. What? You're coming too? Of course I am! If I solve the crime and reveal the true killer with my super sleuthing skills, then you might change your mind about me, you know? Phoenix, can you slap him, please? You never get the message, do you, Larry? Next stop, the Merling Dock in Sprocket Park. Come on, Nick, let's go. Why does that hurt my throat? So there's the Sprocket Park, but where's the reception hall? The reception hall? Oh, that's... Wow, looky here. What is it? I just spotted a cute mamacita. And don't wait up, Nick. Oh, hold on, where's the reception hall? Sorry, Nick, a man's gotta stop and smell the roses when they appear. You're a fucking sleazebag. I'm an artist after all. Oh, miss you. I thought he was going to take me to the crime scene. Oh, well, I'm sure he'll come slinking back when he inevitably gets rejected. I'll just take a quick look around until then. Wow, that airship is huge. Oops, I didn't mean to say that out loud. Nobody's ever seen airships like this up in the sky. But I've got to say, they're mighty impressive when you can see them up close like this. So the bench hit the sign, huh? Hopefully it didn't hit a person too, and that would be a catastrophe. I guess from now on, whenever I'm walking around outside, I'd better take a look out for unidentified flying furniture too. Wow, this thing's really banged up. You looking at the sign? They say you got damaged in heavy winds yesterday. Big else sent that bench flying into it. Well, that's what they say anyway. I see. The wind caused that? More like a tornado. The repair guy was saying, don't touch it, it's dangerous. I see. Thanks for the heads up. Okay, looks like it'll be a lot of work. Hey, sorry about that. I actually thought you'd be back sooner. Didn't work out, huh? Lay off, man. I wasn't on my game today. I know that you're... So, now that you're done, you mind telling where the reception hall is?
What do you mean? It's right there in front of you. Huh? Right in front of... Wait. What's that say? The Flying Chappelle. Do you mean to tell me... Yep, Helly's reception was on that airship. Whoa. A sky-high reception hall? Yep, and that's where you'll find the crime scene. And not only does that airship fly through the sky, but the space-time continuum too. But the happy couple's honeymoon got left far behind when it made that time skip too. Here! Check the airship out for yourself with the pamphlet. By the way, I figured you could use some backup, so I got some help for you. You did? Yep, sure to hear any minute now. Red sports car. Larry, don't tell me you called. You know it, buddy. Trust you've been well, right?
Hi, Maya. Surprise! Now admit it, that was pretty good of a Mr. Edgeworth impression, wasn't it?
Maya, what are you doing here?
Larry called me.
I'm so glad I get to spend time with you, Maya. Mwah! Kisses your forehead.
He said something about it finally being time for him to tie the old knot. But that's funny. I'm pretty sure he mentioned something about being here with his bride.
Maya, I know this is sudden, but please marry me.
Nick, what's Larry talking about?
He got dumped by his bride. Well, by his imaginary bride, anyway.
Wow, poor Larry. That's a new low even for him.
But hey, imaginary girlfriends, he never hurt anyone, right? More power to him.
This is my affair. She's been abroad for her training as a spirit medium, but now that her training is over, she's back home in the States.
That's right, the new and improved Maya Faye is on the scene. Spirit and girl power at the ready.
Look at you, Maya, all grown up and cute as ever.
Oh, you know what? I just realized something.
If I ever got married, I'd miss out on all the fun of always meeting somebody new. See that you haven't changed a bit, Larry.
Hi.
Edgeworth, I figured that car belonged to you. But when did you become my chauffeur? Nothing like that. I just happened to run into her en route and picked her up. And by run into her, I mean she jumped in front of my car and I nearly ran her down. Oh my god! Fucking hilarious. This is Miles Edgeworth, my future husband. He's a friend of mine and the district chief of prosecutor. I heard he's been busy lately. So what brings you here? Wait, don't tell me Larry called you up too. He did. However, I have business of my own here at the crime scene. Business? What kind of business? Just so you know, right, I am the lead prosecutor in this case! Baby! Fuck yeah! Fuck yes! 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 What? You? Yes. It appears we'll be standing on opposite ends of the battlefield this time around. So I'll be up against Edgeworth tomorrow. Better flirt with him now. But I don't get it, Edgeworth. What about this case warrants the personal attention of the district's chief prosecutor? It's a bit complicated, to say the least. In what way? The groom is a member of the Sprockets, a family with immense influence. If his bride were to stand trial in court, it would sully the Sprocket name. So they tried to apply some pressure on the prosecutor's office. Pressure to settle it amicably. I'm gonna pretend that I said that word right.
What do you mean, settle it amicably?
It means that we're trying to sweep this whole thing under the rug.
Wow, Sprocket Aviation really has that much clout?
Yes, they have especially strong ties to both the political and judicial worlds. To the point where no one dares to oppose them. Don't tell me that includes you. Don't be ridiculous, right? It's quite the opposite. The prosecutor's office is filled with cowards, as I found out. Every last one of my subordinates was loath to prosecute a Sprocket. I don't believe all of them. Miles, I've met some of your subordinates. Some of them would jump at that opportunity. I think you just wanted to have some fun here.
Still, that's why you decided to take the case yourself, right?
That's right. I will personally see to it that justice is served. I always prosecute to the utmost of my abilities, regardless of who I am up against. For that is part of my creed. Nothing and no one can sway me from that, not even the almighty Sprockets. Right. If they think they can use their influence to bend the truth, they have another thing coming. No, I almost feel sorry for them. They were only trying to protect their interests. But all they got instead was you. Edgy! Come on, man! How can you prosecute my poor, sweet Ellie? What kind of a heartless jerk are you? I'm simply doing my job. And I'm warning you, right? I won't hold back, not for you or anyone else. Thanks for the warning, your righteousness. See you in court. We'll flood across the courtroom just like we always do. So, how's it going, Mr. Chief Prosecutor? Busy as always, I presume? Of course. Unlike somebody who has too few clients and too much time on his hands. Trying to make plans with you, am I right, lads? What? Huh? Guess that explains why your brow is more furrowed than the last time I saw you. Maybe you should learn to relax a little, Edward. Nice try, right? But as always, I have no intention of showing anyone any mercy, including you. Come on, Edward. Dinner with me. You could, chat. I've been meaning to ask you a few things for years now, Edward, actually, but, off the case. How about that? As inflexible as ever, I see. Besides, I think I've mellowed out a bit with age. You really have. So, if anything, these furrows would have smoothed out a little as well. Honestly, Edward, are you really that blind to yourself? Excuse me?
He's really self-conscious about those lines, isn't he?
Edward, about this incident. And don't forget, right, I'm the prosecutor for this case. Need I remind you that I'm not in the habit of sharing information with my adversaries? No, I guess we are adversaries now. And you, Larry.
Me?
I'd like you to come with me. You have a lot to answer for after that little stunt you pulled with the suspect.
But, Itchy, we're old pals, aren't we?
Personal appeals don't work on me, Larry. Now come along. Oh, Nick, help me here. Nah, you brought this on yourself. Bye-bye. Bye, Edgeworth. I'll kiss you when you're finished with the case.
Is it just me, or is Mr. Edgeworth as relentless as ever?
Yeah, I guess some things never change. So much for mellowing out. He Phoenix. He has mellowed out. Don't you know? He says things like, whoa.
Well, Nick, we'd better hop to it too.
Up to what?
Investigating the crime scene, of course. What else? It's been a long time since you and I teamed up like this. This is going to be fun.
Fun here? It has been a long time, though, since we were last together like this. Alright, to the crime scene then.
Yeah! And away we go.
Oh, okay. We're gonna have fun with this case. Ooh, gorgeous. So this is a reception hall.
According to the pamphlet, we're right here.
Yikes, we're pretty high up. But at least we're indoors, so it doesn't seem so bad.
Oh, look, Nick, it's Emma. Hey, Emma, over here.
Mr. Right, Maya! Does this mean you've taken the case? Yeah, that's how things kind of turned out. So, do you mind if we take a look around? Be my guest! We've pretty much wrapped up our investigation, so go right ahead. Now's a good chance to find out more about the case from Emma, too. Edgeworth wouldn't tell us anything about this case, so do you think you could give us a rundown? Well, seeing as he's going to be prosecuting, I'd expect him to be tight-lipped about it. The incident occurred yesterday on September 20th. It happened after the wedding reception, which lasted from 7 PM to 10 PM. 7 to 10, huh? Got it. By the way, you didn't hear about any time traveling or anything, did you? Time traveling? What do you mean? Oh, nothing. Forget it. That's pretty much the response I expected. The victim's name is Dumas Gloomsbury. He was a servant in the Sprocket family household. Ellen was a maid for the family as well, so that means the two of them were co-workers. Yes, they apparently knew each other. Mr. Gloomsbury was the lead servant after all. He was very serious about his work, but he was also a very close and private man. So the other servants called him Mr. Doom and Gloom behind his back. If he was the lead servant, he must have been higher rank than Ellen. What makes the police think Ellen killed this man, a guy who was essentially her boss? I don't know the defense's motive yet, but the circumstances surrounding the discovery of the body don't bode well for her. And what circumstances are those exactly? Well, some of her in-laws saw what looked like the immediate aftermath of the murder. The suspect was standing in front of the body with the murder weapon still in her hands. But why would a bride who was just about to start a happy new life kill someone? Do the police have an explanation for that? Yeah, about that. They believe the victim attacked the suspect and was killed when she fought back. But why did he attack her to begin with?
Well, a mere servant girl was going to suddenly be the wife of the future president. Mr. Gloomsbury must have been more than just a little jealous of her.
So this Mr. Doom and Gloom attacked Ellen first? But if she was only trying to protect herself, wouldn't that count as justified self-defense on her part, Nick?
It would. There's a good chance she'd be acquitted if we could prove that, but I wonder what Edgeworth will have up his sleeve to counter that claim.
But wow, a servant girl marrying the future president of such a huge company? It sounds like a modern-day fairy tale.
It does, doesn't it? The thing is, not everyone was on board with their union, apparently. So, what was the murder weapon, Emma? This clock with a secret mechanism built into it, it was on display here in the reception hall. The suspect was holding it when the murder was discovered. So, the victim was clubbed to death with this, huh? But that's funny. There's no blood on it, as far as I can tell. Maybe it was wiped off in an attempt to tamper with the evidence? But there was definitely a luminal reaction. And it matches with the shape of the injury, so it's gotta be the murder weapon.
What a funny-looking clock.
They call it the timekeeper. The idea is that it's a time machine. Every time the couple sees it, it'll bring them back to the memory of their wedding day. Time machine, huh? Come to think of it, Ellen said her pendant was part of a time machine. I wonder how the secret mechanism in this thing works. The suspect never had any family or relatives to depend on, so she was working as a live-in maid for the Sprocket family to support herself. So a maid with no family or fortune was set to marry the president's son, huh? I guess it's not surprising that ruffled a feather or two. Yes, apparently the groom's parents and all of his other relatives were strongly opposed, which is why they were quick to jump on the murder train. And that didn't stop the young couple from deciding to go ahead with their wedding.
Love flourishes in the face of adversary.
Adversity. Sorry, Maya. Oh, so that's how it works.
Yep, if you ever have any questions about love, just ask me. I'm a qualified expert. I spend all my spare time in Curta Inn watching soap operas on TV.
I'm not sure that's enough to make you qualified for anything, Maya. Oh, and by the way, I heard the suspects faced her fair share of harassment too, and from the sound of it, it got pretty ugly for her. So, even though the incident could cause a huge scandal for the company, it might be a boon for those who oppose their marriage to begin with. After all, with Ellen's arrest and everything, the marriage is most definitely off now. I see. Oh, my throat hurts. But we're making good progress. We're making pretty good progress, I think. Now then. So, this is the Vista deck out there.
I bet the view is amazing, but I guess it must also kind of freak you out, huh, Nick?
Yeah, kind of. Mostly because there's no surviving a fall from way up here. This is the sweetheart table where the bride and groom sit.
Where they gorge themselves on the wedding feast, you mean? I'd be too nervous to eat in front of a bunch of guests like this, though.
They say the newlyweds are usually really busy during the reception, you know. They have to greet and talk to all the guests that came to give their blessings. They don't actually get all that much time to enjoy their dinner.
Aww, wouldn't be able to stand that. I can't imagine having a huge feast right in front of me and not being able to eat it.
They say brides tend to have an especially hard time because of their wedding dresses. With those tight corsets squeezing their waist, they can barely eat a bite.
Really? It sounds like wedding receptions are absolute torture.
I guess food still wins out over romance in Maya's book. This must be where the time machine was placed.
I can't believe that such a beautiful memento was used for murder. It's just awful. Nick, we have to prove Ellen's innocence, no matter what it takes.
I agree. I can't let this go down as the satisfying wedding reception in history. I think that about does it for this area. Ooh. This must be the lantern the body was found in. Ellen managed to move it to keep it quite a ways. Looks like a cow, but it's pretty badly broken.
That's not a cow, Nick. That's a Pegasus. And the flying horse.
No way, it's definitely a cow. Get a look at the horns and everything.
But look, it has wings. Cows don't have wings. So it's Pegasus, I'm telling you. Oh, I know. That pamphlet should tell us. Let's see. Apparently, it's called a Pegamoo.
I did not see that coming.
Yet, somehow, the name really captures the essence of what this creature is, you know? Huh? That's strange.
What is?
Well, this Pegamoo is definitely a male Pegabull, right?
Well, I'd say so. What with the horns and all.
Okay, well...
That Pegamoo over there is also a Pegabull. But take a look at this pamphlet. See, the one on the right says Pegabull, but the other one says Pegacow, a female Pegamoo.
Right.
The pamphlet says it goes on to say they have Pegamoos for the happy couple. So, for Ellen's ceremony, there should have been a female and male pair of Pegamoos. But for some reason, they had two males here.
Maybe somebody made a mistake when they were setting up the room?
It's hard to believe a fancy place like this would make that kind of blunder. In any case, we'd better check these things out. Did this come out of the lantern?
Yeah, it's covered in blood.
Maybe it got in there when the killer was putting the body in the lantern.
Can you imagine going to open the door and finding the knob covered in blood?
That'd be bloody awful, to say the least. So, this is where the body was found. And the first person to find it was Ellen. Emma, what can you tell me about the condition of the body when it was found? Let's see. The victim was apparently hit on the back of the head. Here's a photo of the scene as we found it. What do you think of this, Maya?
Looks like a flower petal to me.
It's an unusual shape for a flower petal.
You suppose it's from one of the flowers here in the reception hall?
No, I don't see a single flower like this on any of the tables. I wonder where it came from. Hey, what's this? Grab Ellen when convenient, then send her off from the Vista deck.
Grab Ellen when convenient and send her off from the Vista deck?
It looks like a note outlining the murder plot.
Whoever wrote that has better handwriting than me, but it looks like they wrote it in a rush.
And why do you say that?
Because the writing is only smudged starting from the middle of each line. That happens when a right-handed person with a slight hook writes in a hurry. I do it sometimes myself when I'm not paying attention to where my hand is on the page.
Would it? Or no, I think that means they're left-handed. Because if you're right-handed, then you would be able to avoid the letters. But you know, I've also never smudged anything when I'm writing it down, so what the hell do I know? Guess I'll just have to take your word for it, Miss Bad Handwriting Expert.
Hey! Even I don't smudge my handwriting this badly.
Alright, let's just get back to the note. That note was apparently written by the victim. But why would he feel the need to write instructions to himself like this? Are you sure the victim wrote it?
I sometimes write a note to myself before I go shopping. Potatoes, carrots, onions, flour.
Emma, are you craving curry rice or something?
Whoops.
So, Emma, where's the Vista deck? Where's this Vista deck the note mentions? It's that heliport you see right outside the window over there. So he planned to push Ellen off from here. What a monster. What's that about does it for the lantern? I'll still put on this side. Take a move and then I can... Oh, look at the horns of the flying bovine. It must be a bull. It seems he made it through the ceremony in one piece.
By the look of those wheels, I bet he can be rolled around rather easily too.
Yeah, I bet it would be quite a hassle if you had to lift and carry him everywhere. And this is what the backside looks like.
What's that by the bottom of his tail? A wheel handle?
Oh, I get it. This way they can get inside to change the light bulbs.
I see they left the wheel handle on the inside unpainted.
I guess they figured nobody would see it, so why bother? It makes sense to cut costs when you can. Well, overall, I can't say I see anything strange about this. Not much to take note of.
I wonder what that partition is for.
I imagine people like the reception staff or entertainers use it. They probably wait behind it when they're on standby.
I see. With a partition this size, I bet they could even fit an elephant back there.
Not that anyone sane would. Nope, not what I meant to do. It's a fog machine. I wonder if they used it during reception.
Oh! Hey, Nick, go stand over there for a sec.
Why?
Just because. Now go.
Alright. I've got a bad feeling about this.
Vlogmaster 9000 on!
Maya, no.
Huh? Aw, nothing happened.
Looks like it won't work without some dry ice.
Darn it, all I wanted was to surround it with a thick cloud of smoke.
It's a hot air balloon, a symbol of humanity's ambition to take the skies. Kind of romantic notion, don't you think?
Yeah! But I also noticed that it doesn't seem to be tied to the ceiling all that well.
I'm sure it's fine. Please don't let it fall on my head. There's another fog machine. Oh, and there's a thing on the table right there. There's a petition screen and industrial size even.
I bet even an industrial size mess is... I bet it could cause an industrial size mess if it fell over.
And that's why I'm not allowed. You're not allowed to touch it, Maya.
What? Then who's going to test how stable it is?
Just leave it alone, please. It looks like a business card wallet? I wonder whose it is.
That face looks awfully familiar.
Yes, yes it does. Guess I'll bring it back to him later. Well, I guess that's about does it for the crime scene.
Hey, Nick. I want to get the rest of the... want to see the rest of the airship. We might be as well see since we're here.
True, we might even run into some of the other people involved in the case. Hello, sir. I love your jacket.
Nick, how long has this guy been standing here?
I didn't even notice him until just now. Excuse me, are you with Sprocket Aviation? Wow, one-handed? Huh?
Nick, he wrote something on that paper airplane.
This was supposed to read it then? Let's see here. Get out, intruders. Well, what a rather cold welcome. Mr. Bride, Maya, meet the lone son of the president of Sprocket Aviation, Soren Sprocket. Or, to put it another way, the future president of Sprocket Aviation. So, he's Ellen's fiancé. Quiet boy, isn't he? Oh, there he goes. He's kind of an eccentric. I hear he's the genius inventor behind many of Sprocket Aviation's business successes. An inventor, huh? Yep, he even designed this airship. That's pretty impressive.
Nick, this is no time to be standing around walking. We have to go after him. We have to ask him questions about Ellen.
Are you going to reconnect for me? Thank you. Everything okay now? Reconnected just fine, did you? You doing okay now? Yeah? Yeah, you're doing just fine, darling. You're doing just fine.
Oh, right. It looked like he was heading outside. There he is. Excuse me, could we talk to you? Excuse me, do you mind if I ask what you're doing? Disconnected again? You okay, my dear? You okay, my dear? Do stop. Are you just fine? Because you're on the proper network. So, I hope you're doing fine. Okay. Are you gonna stay connected and not disconnect again? Can you promise me that, OBS? Yes? I don't know what that number means. I don't know if that's a good thing. I'm gonna take it as you're completely fine. Okay, can we continue then? Okay.
He sure is riding up a storm.
It is possible if an enormous change in mass could then, and they theoretically cross the horizon. Let's just see what he has to say then about Ellen. Excuse me, but we'll be representing Ellen in court tomorrow. So could we ask you about this case? Ow. What was the... Not interested? Not interested? How can you say something like that?
This is your fiancée!
She's under arrest, you know. The diameter of the airship is approximately 80 feet. The amount of energy necessary to move matter is compromised by the amount of mass. He's off in his own little world.
I can't believe he said he was not interested in talking about his own bride's arrest.
We'll just have to talk on his level then with something he might be interested in. What are you showing me that for? Mr. Sprocket. I can't read at all. Not even with an item as loaded with sentiment as this. Could you take a look at this? Is that Ellen's? Ellen told me that she traveled through time during the incident. She said it happened after she made a wish on this pendant. You mean to say you two are Ellen's lawyers? Yes, I just told you that a minute ago. Sorry, I was lost in thought.
He wasn't even listening.
Oh boy. He's not at all what I expected, based on Ellen's gushing testimonial anyway. We'd like to ask you about Ellen's case, if you don't mind. I don't know a thing about it, so why don't you go ask the police? In other words, not interested.
This guy is the worst.
Now I feel sorry for poor Ellen. In that case, can I ask you about how Ellen traveled through time? Go on. Because that got your attention.
So, is time travel even really possible?
Yes, it is possible. Alrighty then. At the same time, it is also impossible. The pendant I gave Ellen is not supposed to operate as a time machine by itself. What do you mean? The timekeeper, the clock we had displayed in the reception hall. That is the body of the time machine. The pendant is simply a part.
That clock was the murder weapon, wasn't it? But it's a time machine, too?
What Ellen experienced is akin to travelling down a road by car key. Physically and metaphysically, it should be impossible. Unless maybe the quantum system inside somehow accidentally transferred into the natural flow of fourth dimension. We're losing him again. Maybe we'd better ask him some more about the time machine. So you've been researching time travel, have you? Moving through the space-time continuum would be the man's ultimate means of travel. Time travel as a mode of transportation? Since the dawn of time, man have developed multifarious methods of transportation. Horses, steam engines, gas engines, airplanes, spaceships. But they are all fundamentally similar in that they constitute a three-dimensional movement. Travel through the space-time continuum would shift mankind into a new paradigm.
I don't know why, Nick, but I'm getting awfully sleepy all of a sudden.
For generations, Sprocket Aviation has advanced and developed transportation. Therefore, it's only natural that I would research time travel as man's next great leap.
Oh, is he done? So, what exactly does all of this stuff have to... all of the stuff he was saying mean, Nick?
Well, basically, it's like taking a hamburger joint and having a drive-through to it, I guess.
Oh, I get it. It's the same burger, but with a quicker, more efficient delivery system. So what Sauron really wants to do is launch humanity into the future. Launch, not lunch. But do you really believe that time travel is possible? It only becomes truly impossible when man stops daring to believe. Besides, time travelers do exist, you know. But you wouldn't understand. Did you hear that, Nick? Time travelers really exist.
All I know is Sauron isn't the easiest guy to wrap your head around.
Oh, I don't know. I kind of like the way he talks. It's full of hope for the future. He's more passionate than I thought, too, when it comes to inventions anyway.
Yeah, his apparent lack of concern for Ellen is troubling though. So I hear that the rest of the Sprocket family was opposed to your marriage. What are your thoughts on that? Oh. Master Sauron? Sauron? Oh my god. An androgynous character? Is that what I've been presented with? Why, hello. It is time for the meeting on next term's project. What is this? Daydreaming about your inventions again. Tut tut. You are the future president. You must consider the business side too. It is I. I found Sauron. Send the car over at once. I'm not interested. Oh, Master Sauron. You do give me quite the headache at times. In any case, your attendant is waiting. Please go to him now. Excuse me, but who are you? Oh, where are my manners? My name is Piers Nicody. Please, call me Piers. I am the Sprocket family butler. Jesus Christ. You're gorgeous.
Nick, a butler! I didn't know they actually still existed. I thought they were on TV and stuff.
And who might you be, if I don't mind, if you don't mind my asking? Oh, I'm Phoenix Wright, Ellen Watt's lawyer.
And I'm his assistant, Maya Fey. I'm a spirit medium.
Oh, so it is you. I am most grateful for you for taking on Miss Ellen's defense. I have my sincerest thanks. Don't mention it. So, hey, speaking of the case... Oh, one moment, please.
Wow, what a beautiful pocket watch.
Oh, this. It's just a bit of good luck charm. That's one expensive good luck charm. But I guess it makes sense, knowing the time is pretty important in his line of work. I guess the pocket watch is as important to him as my attorney's badge is to me. There's little time before I must attend to Master Soren again. Why not come to Sprocket Manor? Huh? You mean to Soren's home? As a token of appreciation for taking on Miss Ellen's defense, I would like to serve you some delicious tea and refreshments.
Oh boy, Nick, a fancy high society tea party with high-class snacks and everything.
And what about the investigation?
Are you kidding? What better place to investigate next than Soren's house?
I don't know. Do you really think his house is going to give us any new leads?
Of course it will. I say we take the butler up on his kind offer and go to Soren's place.
Alright, thank you. Alright, you win. Very good. To Sprocket Manor then.
Wow, this place does not disappoint. Oh, I'm so excited.
Whoa, slow down, Maya. The mansion isn't going anywhere. Now then, we won't have to worry about anyone untoward eavesdropping here. I take it you wanted to ask me some questions. Huh? That's why you invited us here? I am sorry to have tricked you like this, but this is a murder after all. I can't talk openly about it in public and risk sullying the Sprocket family's reputation.
Aw, and I was really looking forward to all those fancy snacks too.
There, Maya, don't cry. This Pierce guy is one shrewd man.
Hey, Nick, look at the cute vintage radio.
Radio? Oh, that thing there under the stuffed bull's head.
I'm going to take a closer look.
I thought I told you to settle down.
I'm sorry.
Not to worry. That's so cool of you. Wow. That little mech fixed it right up. I am not only the butler, but I am also the Sprocket Aviation's repair department director. One might say that patching things up is my specialty.
That was incredible! What is that little doohickey on your shoulder anyway?
It's my fixer-upper. Shoulder bag. Master Soren made it for me. It has too many features and functions to effectively enumerate at the moment.
That's so cool! I wish I had one of those.
Fixing things is a simple matter. But fixing people is a different matter. Even a skilled physician can't bring back the dead. Oh, but forgive me. I seem to have gotten sidetracked. He must be in shock over Mr. Gloomsbury's death. Still, I do need to ask him some questions about the case. I should take a look around and see what I can find while I'm here too. About the incident Miss Ellen was arrested for. Do you think she did it? Well, I can't prove it yet, but no, I don't think she could have done it. I guess you could call it a gut feeling. I see. I guess we have different opinions then. Do we now? The prosecution says that when Gloomsbury attacked Miss Ellen, she fought back and ended up killing him. I agree with this perspective. Or rather, that is the consensus of the entire Sprocket family. Even so, I heard an interesting story from Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. I heard that the Sprocket family had tried to pressure the prosecutor's office into burying this case. I fear you are mistaken. All we sought was merely a legal consultation. Besides, none of it matters now, as she is no longer a part of this family. Fortunately for us, they had yet to get their marriage license before holding the banquet. So basically, once they realized they couldn't sway the prosecution, they cut their losses. I realize how callous I must sound. But my duty is to protect the Sprocket family, and more specifically, Sprocket Aviation's future and Master Soren, whose genius is essential to the company. I will do anything to achieve that goal. That is my job as the Sprocket family butler.
You know, I think Pierce and Mr. Edgeworth would get along really well, don't you think?
Yeah, I could easily picture Edgeworth with a butler. Oh, and by the way, I suppose I should tell you about this as well. It's about when the members of the extended family and I discovered the crime. It was some time after the reception. Some of the master's relatives and I went to clean up the reception hall, and that is when we saw it. A woman standing in front of the victim with a bloody murder weapon in her hand. It was none other than Miss Ellen. But, Pierce, it wasn't what it looked like.
That's right, she just happened to find the body.
I do not know what Miss Ellen has told you, but what we witnessed was unmistakably the moment immediately after the deed had been committed. And that is what I told the police who came in to respond to my call. I see. So Pierce was the one who reported it to the police, huh? Did Ellen say anything to you about traveling through time? She must have been delirious. There is no need to take such a claim seriously. Soren himself said that time travel was possible, though. Master Soren said that. Sounds like he is still stuck in the past. Psychologically stuck, I take it. Excuse me. What is it? I see. I believe I told you the madam will be having milk tea. Still, have lemon slices at the ready, just in case. We must not disappoint her, understand? You sure are busy. All in a day's work. Still, we really do need Master Soren to start focusing on the business side of things soon. Could you tell us about the thing you mentioned about Soren's past? There is something in Master Soren's past that he wishes he could change. Please forgive me. This isn't something I should be sharing with strangers. Now I really want to know what's with Soren, what Soren's still hung up on. Excuse me, but there's a card here on the floor? Oh, look at that! It's a Flying Chappelle keycard. A Flying Chappelle? In what areas of the Flying Chappelle require a keycard, if I ask? Mostly areas we want to keep the public out of, such as the staff room and the hold, which is chock full of machinery. So you can't enter those areas with a keycard. That's right. This one here belongs to Ellen. Wait, what's Ellen's keycard doing here? Did Ellen come back here after the incident occurred? I don't believe so. And she was arrested by the police straight away this morning. Although there was a strange man with a gaudy jacket in here earlier. Was that man wearing a beret by any chance? Yes, he was! As a matter of fact, he was also wearing sunglasses and a fake moustache. I knew it. The only question is, what was he doing here? Oh, look at these pictures of the wedding reception. Yes, I took them with my trusty camera here.
Do you mind if we take a look at the photos?
Be my guest! Take as long as you'd like. Well, what do you think of the gorgeous dreamscape? A thick fog billows across the room, making it look as if the couple were walking on clouds.
Wow, look at the beautiful Ellen in here. Look how beautiful Ellen is here. She looks a little nervous though.
She does, doesn't she?
Hey, look, there's Pierce.
Really? Where?
Right there, behind the sweetheart table.
Hey, you're right. I bet he was there attending to the happy couple the whole dinner.
So what do you think, Nick? Does anything in this picture stick out to you?
No, not at the moment anyway.
Hey, Nick, if Ellen did travel back in time, do you think this photo is of the second reception?
You know, after the time jump. I wonder. Excuse me, sir. Yes, can I help you? Ellen told us she traveled back in time. Would you happen to know anything about that? Oh, no, I haven't the foggiest idea what you're talking about. He climbed up faster than a clam. I do have a theory that I do get the feeling that there's a bit of a conspiracy going around with this.
Hey, Nick, here's a real lady.
Oh, you're hot. She looks smart as a whip, doesn't she?
I wonder who she is. We didn't see her in the airship.
That is Selena Sprocket, Soren's eldest sister. Beautiful and capable, she was a great lady. Soren's sister? The lady in the photo, she's gorgeous. I think I see the resemblance. Maybe I'll show Pierce this photo later and ask him about her. She's so gorgeous, and she's got the cutest outfit on. I want an outfit like that one day. What? You sound disappointed. Who were you hoping that I would think was attractive? Oh, it's the bridal bouquet.
Hey, Nick, how about I throw it?
Nobody with 2 dots. That's come on. Come on, Soul. You can tell me.
I won't be upset. I want to know. Come on, please, please. Don't sadly munch on crayons. Come on.
We're all friends and family here. That's my eyelashes. Oh my gosh, my back. Ugh.
How about I throw it and you try to catch it?
The what? You are a tiny... You're the tiniest crayon muncher in all the land. And I won't judge you for whoever you think is attractive in this case. Because you know, this is a steampunk themed case and everyone is pretty. Why me?
Just because. I bet you'd look hilarious flailing around trying to grab it.
But doesn't tradition dictate that it's the ladies that go after the bouquet?
Who cares? Just catch it. Here.
Ow! Hey, you threw that right at my face! Oh, you don't want to catch that bouquet, trust me.
Oh, why not?
They say it's bad luck to catch a bouquet of a marriage that doesn't last. But I already got it.
Whoops. Too late now, Nick.
How's my day going? Day's been going pretty good. We finished up the last case and now we're just starting the DLC. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna start the DLC, but we're not gonna finish the DLC today. Just because my throat is kind of hurting and I don't want to push it too much. So I think my plan is to at the very least finish the next trial, depending on how long all this takes. Don't you dare touch that radio again. It looks like an expensive antique.
What are you worried about? If it breaks again, Pierce will just fix it up again.
I really hope he's nice enough to waive that repair bill. A bull. Come to think of it, there was a bull logo on the side of the Flying Chapelle too.
And the president of the company must have a thing for cattle.
The bull is a symbol of the Sprocket Aviation. It's to be as strong and steady as a bull. That's the company creed, you know. Probably for all the back-breaking labor they put their employees through. By the way, that bull logo on the Flying Chapelle, the one with the rainbow wings, his name is Rainy the Rainbow, get it?
I get it. He's a rainbow-colored bull, so he's a rainbow. Alright. What a memorable name, huh, Nick?
Yeah, for the lameness of a pun.
Nick! Oh, look at the airplane propeller up there going round and round.
Yeah, they've got an aviation theme going on. Makes sense for an airlines family. I wonder if it doubles as a fan.
Oh, what if the rest of the plane here on the other side of the wall, and the wall would open up so the plane could take off in an emergency?
Oh no, my throat doesn't hurt because I'm glad you're hoping that I get better, but my throat doesn't hurt because I'm sick. It's because I've been talking the whole time.
How cool would that be?
If that's what's behind the propeller wall, then what's behind the bull wall across the way? Oh, I know. Maybe it's the rest of him. That must be where the sprockets get their milk.
Nick. First of all, that's a beef cow, and second, bulls don't make milk.
Oh, right. That's what I get for trying to play along. Guess I have to ask Pierce about something. Hello, dude. What could you possibly tell me about? Yes, the woman in this photo is Soren's older sister, Selena, right? I don't think we've met her yet. Yes, about that. He seems hesitant all of a sudden. If you wouldn't mind, could you tell us about her? All right, very well. She's a big part of Master Soren's past, after all. Soren's past? Oh, what the fuck? My saliva is trying to kill me. Master Soren will become the next president of Sprocket Aviation. However, that wasn't always so. Miss Selena Sprocket, Master Soren's elder sister, was next in line.
So, why isn't she becoming the next president?
Because she died in a car accident. The pretty women are always dead.
Oh, what?
I had no idea. Actually, Master Soren was also in the car with her at the time of the accident. Losing the sister he loved right before his eyes devastated him. Ever since then, he has buried himself in his research of time machines. He also became a quiet and meticulous, almost compulsive note-taker around then.
He seems so stiff and robotic. I had no idea he was carrying all that around inside him.
Master Soren has abandoned the company business and spends all his time on inventions. As the family butler, I am truly concerned. I believe it is high time he let go of the past.
Hey Nick, what are you doing here?
Larry? Oh man, Hedgie gave me one heck of a hard time. Oh, Larry, what are you doing here? I came to promote my new character, Q Piglet. I was hoping Sprocket Aviation would do some kind of tie-in with me for it.
Wow, I didn't know Larry was such an aggressive businessman. You could learn a thing or two from him, Nick. Why don't you promote your agency to them?
Oh, no, it's not exactly the time for that, in case you haven't noticed.
See, this is why you'll never be rich.
Actually, Larry, I've been meaning to ask you something. You were there on the Flying Chapelle yesterday, right?
Huh?
Oh, was I? What were you doing there? Nothing. Whatever it was, I bet it wasn't anything to be proud of. But never mind that. Did you see anything that had to do with the case? Scratch that. Let's start with, you weren't involved in this case, were you? Larry? I'll take that as a huge fat fucking yes.
Hey, he took off.
I just knew it. When something smells, it's usually the boss. Come on, Maya, after him. Oh, are you leaving so soon? We, have to run. Thank you for making time for us. I know you have to investigate, but please try to spare the family's feelings as you do. Yes, of course.
You know, sir, you're pretty, but you're also mighty suspicious. Now, where the fuck could he have run off to? There he is. Hey, Larry. Hey there, friend. Fancy meeting you here. There's nothing fancy about it. All we did was follow you. So, tell me, Larry, why did you run away like that? Huh? Me? I don't know what you're talking about. A bolt of inspiration for my new picture book hit me, and I just had to run is all. It was like a epiphany. You dig? Right.
He's just going to keep on playing dumb, isn't he, Nick?
Come on, Larry. I know you were on that airship, so what did you say? I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything because I was never on that stupid airship. God, you're a fucking idiot. Psyche locks. You say something? The spiritual power of this Magatama allows me to see them, and these mystical locks that appear when someone is trying to hide something from me. They're called Psyche locks, and when I see them, I simply press the Magatama with E. Thanks, Phoenix. I didn't need you to tutorial me, but you know, whatever.
Take that!
This is no time for games, Larry. I will find out what you're hiding. I'm telling you, Nick, you've got it all wrong. I've got nothing to do with this case whatsoever. Oh, come on, Larry. Even a baby can see through such a blatant and obvious lie. Nothing whatsoever, huh? If you weren't involved, Larry, then you wouldn't have been involved with this person.
Take that!
You're the one who brought Ellen to my office in the first place, and all those cops. Nothing to do with the case whatsoever isn't gonna cut it this time, Larry. If you have to lie, at least do a better job at it.
Don't diss me, Nick.
If you're so convinced I'm lying, then let me ask you this. What makes you think I was on that stupid old airship anyway? Let me see some proof if you've got any. I'm doubling down, are you? Fine. You want proof, Larry? Here's proof that you were on that airship.
Take that!
Uh-oh. This is your business card wallet, isn't it, Larry? I found it in the reception hall. Ugh. Time to come clean, Larry Bots. What exactly are you hiding? Alright, fine, you got me. I'll tell you everything. Fucking better. Larry, what were you doing on that airship anyway? Well, I went there to deliver the welcome to our wedding sign they ordered from me. Huh? I didn't know you took on real jobs like that. Well, for your information, my wedding welcome signs are very popular on the net. And that's how you met Ellen. I mean, I've seen her in the photo for the welcome sign, but seeing her in person, and the way she smiled at me and said thank you, I feel like I'd been hit by lightning. And that's when you fell in love with somebody else's bride, huh? So, were you invited to the reception? Can you believe they told me only family and relatives could attend? And they couldn't even let me into the reception hall. Smart move on their part, I'd say. I got upset and started wandering around the airship. That must have been when I dropped my business card wallet. So somebody else must have found it and brought it to the reception hall then. But you know what? I saw something incredible while I was on the Flying Chappelle. Like, get a load of this. What the heck is this? What do you mean, what is this? Isn't it obvious? It's a drawing. I sketched a piece of one of the cabins in the airship. So, what's so incredible about a cabin? Oh, look at what was outside the window. It's one of those flying dinosaurs. A real live pterodactyl. I looked out the cabin window and saw it, and there it was, just flying out there. That airship traveled through time, I tell you.
What?
When I told that P.S. Butler guy about it, he told me to never mention it to anybody ever again. Why would he try to keep you from spouting what is clearly just nonsense? Maybe Sprocket Aviation is secretly developing a time machine? No way.
Nick, this case is totally amazing.
Larry.
You didn't tell Mr. Edgeworth about this, did you?
Of course not! Edgy would just roll his eyes and think I was off my rocker. I didn't even tell him I was wandering around the airship. I told him I met Ellie on the moving dock and we ran away together. Yeah, I can see Edgeworth's eye rolling right out of his head had he heard about this. So, Larry also experienced the time slip somehow. But how is that possible? Hey, Nick. I'll be taking my card wallet back now, if you don't mind. Oh, yeah, this is for you. What is it? It's a picture of the hold. I took it when I was wandering around the airship. See? They're really right there in the middle. The hold? Yeah, see? It's right there in the diagram. Okay, so now I know where the hold is. But what was Ellen doing there? Well, they were using it as a prepping area for the reception. I see. And around when did you take this? Before the reception. I took it while Ellie was getting everything ready. So this was taken before the incident occurred. I don't know if it'll be any help, but thanks for this anyway. By the way, Larry, I heard that the door to the hold is controlled by a security system. So how'd you get in there? That's a trade secret, I can't tell you. And the hits just keep on coming. Well, I guess that basically wraps up our investigation.
Not quite, Nick. I want to meet Ellen again. Ellen too.
Oh, that's right. You haven't met her yet, have you? Okay, let's head over to the detention center and then you can say hi. Bye-bye, Larry. No, why? Please understand that it is Master Soren's best interest. Sounds like Ellen's busy talking to someone. The next president cannot be married to a criminal. It would disgrace Sprocket Aviation. Miss Ellen, I need you to forget about this marriage. Pardon us. If it isn't Mr. Right. So, their marriage is definitely off. There is no other choice. We cannot have a criminal in the family. For the sake of Master Soren and the Sprocket family, this is what is best.
No. In that case, what if Nick here proved Ellen's innocence? Then you wouldn't have a criminal in the family, right?
I suppose you're right, but I am afraid that will be impossible.
That's not true, not for Nick. He may look like a nobody, but he can do some pretty amazing things.
I don't take cases lightly, so rest assured I will prove her innocence. Mr. Phoenix Wright, I understand your name is quite well known in the judicial world, for better or for worse. Pierce, I want you to promise me this. If I can prove Ellen's innocence, then you won't stand in the way of Soren and Ellen's marriage. Very well. But not even the most talented lawyer in the world can change reality itself. And the reality is, Miss Ellen is guilty beyond a shadow of a doubt. I believe that's where you're wrong, Pierce. I'm clean! I swear I am! Obsessively, compulsively clean! Just as clean and pure as this pure white dress. Fine. You have my word. But you will not be the one to regret this promise. Now, if you will excuse me. Bye, my number one suspect. Now I have all the more reason to win this case. Ellen, we finished our investigation and we'd like to talk to you about what we found. Okay, so what did you find? In the course of our investigation, we heard that you had been seen standing in front of the victim with the murder weapon in your hands. Oh, it's a bunch of towels. That's really cute, actually. It wasn't what it looked like. It's true, I was holding the murder weapon. But when I found him, he was already dead. I panicked, and I was hoping I could go back in time again, like I had done earlier. So I picked up the timekeeper from the pedestal and brought it over without thinking. You were so desperate, you were ready to try anything, huh? Unfortunately, that sort of behavior makes you an easy target for the prosecution. Oh. And as for your little trip through time, none of your in-laws could confirm your story, I'm afraid. I see. The only exception is Larry. He said he saw something. Really? What did he see? Can't say I quite believe it myself, but Larry claims that he saw something incredible. He claims he saw a pterodactyl flying outside the airship. What? Not only that, but apparently Pierce Nicody told Larry to keep quiet about it. But why would Pierce do such a thing?
Larry's theory is that Sprocket Aviation is developing something secret. A time machine, to be exact.
Do you think that's why nobody would confirm my story? Because it's a secret? I don't know. But speaking of your in-laws, we did manage to find your keycard in the Sprocket Manor. One of your in-laws said he'd keep an eye on it for you. Oh, thank goodness. I lost it while I was getting things ready for the reception. I looked everywhere for it. I'm so glad you found it. At least there's tears of joy this time, for a change.
Well, Nick, it looks like you'll just have to prove the existence of time travel in court tomorrow.
That's right. I swear that while Mr. Gloomsbury was being killed, I was busy traveling back through time. Great. With sturdy skeptics Edgeworth at the helm for the prosecution tomorrow. I'm really gonna have to work out for us. Huzzah. Really are gonna have our work cut out for us, aren't we? Okay, but if I see, here's my thing. I don't think that it really is time travel. I think there's a bit of a conspiracy going on at the moment, and it's got something to do with how unapproving they are of marriage. Oh my god, can you just center the furniture or move the goddamn picture? It annoys me every time I see it. Good morning, Mr. Wright. Good morning, Ellen. I see you're still wearing your wedding gown. And I will continue to wear it until our marriage is saved. Oh, Soren!
Do you think he came to see how she's holding up?
Soren, my love! You came all the way to the courthouse just to see me? Oh, Soren, I don't know what to say. Blueprints. Huh? The engine blueprints. I can't find them. Do you know where they are? Oh, they're in your room. Third shelf from the bottom on the right-hand side. Ah, I see. He's leaving already?
Don't tell me he came just to ask about some stupid blueprints. Is he really that cold of a person, or is that just how he comes off, I wonder?
Oh, what about me, Soren? Ellen. He's back. Come home soon. I'm lost without you. Soren! Later.
Looks like showing your vulnerabilities is the fastest way to capture a woman's heart. You should take note of this, Nick.
Please leave me out of this. Anyway, it looks like Soren isn't big on words, but it's clear he cares about Ellen. Knowing that, I actually feel kind of relieved. Mr. Wright, I just absolutely can't be found guilty, you hear? Don't worry, I'm going to do everything I can to prove your innocence. Thank you, Mr. Wright. The trial is about to start, sir. Edgeworth. Knowing him, he's not going to yield an inch. So I've just got to fight with everything I've got and save Ellen. It's okay, Phoenix. This is how we banter. We all know this is your version of flirting with Edgeworth. It's like play fighting.
Except, you know, there are real stakes. The court is now in session for the trial of Ellen. What? The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Oh, Edgeworth! Seeing two familiar faces gathered together like this, I feel as though I'm at a grand reunion. Or a marriage. It makes me want to go out for dinner and drink and reminisce with all of you.
Oh, that sounds like a great idea. I was dying for a real burger the whole time I was away.
Or we could make it a welcome back party for Maya. How about it, Edgeworth? I have no intention of cavorting with my enemies. Now then, Your Honor, let us start this trial at once. Oh, Edgeworth, you tease. I know you want to go out to dinner after we're done with this. Oh, still not for light-hearted banter, are you, Mr. Edgeworth? Jokes and good humour are beyond worthless in a court of law. Don't say that! I know you love joking around with me. You've done it multiple times. Oh, Edgeworth, can you tell that I'm enamoured with you?
Yes, we'll just have to have the party without him then.
However, were it after the conclusion of this trial, I might consider joining you for your little welcome back party. See? I certainly wouldn't mind an invite at the very least.
He's still emotionally constipated as ever, I say.
He's starved for attention, you know. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please go over the details of this case for us. The victim was Miss Gloomsbury, a servant of the Sprocket household. He was in attendance of the wedding reception that occurred from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Mr. Gloomsbury apparently felt some animosity toward Ellen Watt, and so, a bit after the reception ended at 10 p.m., he assaulted Miss Watt with the intention to kill her. The defendant fought back and ended up killing Mr. Gloomsbury. So in other words, it was justified self-defense, correct? It is the first time since Turnibus. Alright. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Maybe I should have saved this one for the end. But no! I was not emotionally ready. And I will never be emotionally ready. Not for the other GLC. Oh! Oh, Lord, help me. Oh. I should stop doing this. I'm making it worse for myself by posing like that. You can't see it, but I'm posing. Dramatically. Very dramatically. I will pull myself together for the case that is to come. In that case, then the defendant must not be criminally responsible. He's right. Worst case scenario, I could go for self-defense to avoid criminal charge. I wonder how Edgeworth plans to counter that, though. The prosecution's first witness will make my view on the matter clear, Your Honor. Very well. Bailiff, please bring the first witness. Hi, Emma. What's up, girl? You gonna give us an outline of the case, please? Please state your name and occupation. Emma Skye, forensic investigator. And I'd like to say this, sir. That being in the same courtroom as you is a great honor. Oh, that's right. You're a fan of Edgeworth's, aren't you, Emma? She's a huge fan, girl.
the biggest Edgeworth fangirl I've ever fucking seen. She's been following her cases since she was a young lass, and you know, such and such. You know, compared Gavin a lot to you, and explained why she didn't like Gavin because of that. We're good friends and all, Mr. Wright, but just this once I intend to faithfully and fully testify for the prosecution. And I do mean that wholeheartedly. I expect no less from you. Yes, sir! I'm going to do my very best.
Looks like you lost the popularity contest to Mr. Edgeworth, Nick.
Meh, I really could care less besides. She'll see who's the better lawyer once I win this trial.
Yeah, maybe then you'll actually really care less.
Now, Detective Sky, if you please. The murder weapon was a clock called the Timekeeper. The victim was hit with it from behind, and he fell over right into the lantern. The defendant was spotted then, standing in front of the body, holding the murder weapon. The victim was struck twice, by the way.
He was struck twice?
Yeah, I thought it was strange. We never got an autopsy report. That's right. There's no mistake about it. The first blow was to the back of the victim's head. It was hard enough to knock him unconscious. Yet, despite the fact that he had been immobilized by the first blow, the defendant delivered a second fatal blow to the side of the victim's head. Which means what exactly? I figured it would go right over your head. Let's put it this way. By striking the victim a second time, the defendant killed her last second chance to escape from any criminal wrongdoing. She did, but how, Mr. Edgeworth? The defendant may have been fighting back because she was being attacked. However, she then went on to deliver a fatal blow to the man who had already been fully unconscious.
Nick, is he saying what I think he is?
I don't feel so well. And thus, Mr. Wright, has justified self-defense been removed from the table. The prosecution intends to prove that the defendant killed the victim with murderous intent. Allow me to belatedly submit the victim's autopsy report.
So that's why he was acting all smug. Well, more smug than usual.
God, he's got such a smug face. I wish I could kiss him.
It's fine, right? It's not like we're going to plead self-defense anyway, right?
Right, but now the judge has a negative impression of Evan. He may not get to prosecute much anymore, but he definitely hasn't lost his touch. Thank you, I wanted to see that. Time of death, September 20th, 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. Cause of death, cerebral hemorrhage from a strong blow to the head. One contusion was found on the back of the head and one on the side. The blows were caused by the same weapon. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
Hold it!
Are you completely sure the murder weapon was the timekeeper? Yes, completely. The shape of the injury on the victim's head matches up with that of the timekeeper. And it's
definitely heavy enough to kill someone with it. But would the defendant have been able to pick up and swing something so heavy? I tried it myself, and I was able to lift it up just fine. Maybe you're just freakishly strong? Excuse me, Mr. Wright. I'll have you know that people in the force know me as a dainty forensic investigator. Sorry, but really, you're hardly a delicate flower. 11 years, 11 months, and 2 days since Edgeworth gave a conveniently late autopsy report. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I still love him for it. This is how he flirts. It's floor play, really. Mr. Wright, this is a court of law. Save your antics for after the trial, if you know how. Yes, sir. It won't happen again, sir. Moving on. It was hit from behind and fell over right into the wall. The defendant was fighting back against the victim, right? If so, wouldn't she have hit him from the front and not from behind? The victim must have tried to run since Miss Watt started fighting back. That's probably when she got hit from behind? I see. Thus, the blow in the back of the head. The defendant must have looked awfully scary when she was brandishing that clock. I don't know about that. Regardless of how scary Edwin looked, the victim was definitely hit from behind. May I go on? Yes, of course. Please do. The defendant was spotted then, standing in front of the body, holding the murder weapon.
Hold it!
But that's only because she was so panicked when she found the body that she tried to use the timekeeper to go back.
Objection!
Mr. Wright, do you have any idea how absurd you sound? But Miss Watt really believed she could travel through time with the clock. You really should have come up with a more credible story, you know. Yes, I agree. Me 3, but it's all I've got to go on. Anyway, under the circumstances, the only conclusion we can draw is that the defendant killed the victim.
Hold it!
Miss Watt must have had a chance to escape after she struck the victim the first time, so why would she stick around and hit him with such a heavy object again? Well, about that, allow me to explain. Why did she strike him again? Indeed, to finish off the victim, of course. This very act clearly shows that she had every intention of killing Mr. Bloomsbury.
But Miss Watt would never do a thing like that.
Then let's see some evidence that disproves my theory.
Are you going to just stand there and take that from him, Nick?
I can't refute his claim head-on, so I'll have to approach this from a different angle. Well, it looks like we won't be going anywhere until we refute Edgeworth's claim.
This is so exciting! We haven't taken on Mr. Edgeworth in ages.
Yeah.
Okay, Nick. Now we get him.
No need to rush me, Maya. Alright, I'm gonna start by comparing Emma's testimony with the evidence we have. It looks like there's some and look for any glaring inconsistencies.
Okay.
Hold it!
Ah, that's not what I meant to press. Yes, please go on. Please, please, please go on. Please go on. Please go on. Please go on. Anywho, okay, so this is a piece of this. When Ellen was attacked by Bloomsbury out of the Vista deck, she saw In her dazed state, a shadowy figure hit Gloomsbury from behind. She fainted immediately afterwards and thus didn't get a good look at whoever it was. Okay. Love is always in the air on the flying chapelle, and only the only wedding venue sure to make your dreams take flight. After the ceremony, out on the Vista deck, Sprocket Aviation's majestic Pegamoo mascots will light up the happy couple from both sides of the sweetheart table. Okay. That's the clock. Pegamoo lantern in which the victim's body was found. Interesting.
Interesting. This implies that he was underneath it when it broke. So she wouldn't have been able to hit him again if that's where he fell.
Okay. What was that other picture? The victim's body was found collapsed inside one of the Pegamoo lanterns. Scattered around his body were flower petals, a note, and broken parts of the lantern. The petals were from flowers not found in the reception hall. The note from Gloomsbury about murdering her. Large amounts of dry ice were placed in the fog machine to produce thick fog during the reception. And this photo. I'm not entirely sure the relevance of the photo, but I'm sure we'll find out. This will come into play later, and that's the same pocket watch that PS has, so I should take mental note of that. This is the drawing that will come into play eventually, I have a feeling. This will prove that there was a female Pegamoo and where the flowers petals came from. As well as prove where Ellen was right before the ceremony, if we do ever have to prove that. Let's see what autopsy report. The victim hit her from behind and he fell over right into the lantern. Am I allowed to be nitpicky? Will it understand what I mean if I say this? Please?
Objection!
Yes! Detective Sky, I'm afraid I have to apologize in advance. For what? For embarrassing you in front of your idol. What do you mean? If you take a look at this photo of the crime scene, you'll see that the victim is lying on his back. But if the victim had been hit from behind as a plane, then he should have fallen over into the lantern face down. It's not enough to simply take someone's side, Detective Sky, even if it's misread to us. There does appear to be a flaw in Detective Sky's testimony. Mr. Wright, if you think I'm going to just back right down, then you're sadly mistaken. Your son usually fine up today.
Don't forget, she's in front of her hero, Nick. If the Steel Samurai came to watch this trial, I'd want to be on my absolute best too.
Listen, Mr. Wright. It's entirely possible that the defendant moves the victim's body after he fell over. In that case, there wouldn't be any contradiction, right? Indeed. That was an excellent counter-argument, Detective. You can count on me, sir. So, what do you have to say to that, Mr. Wright? Possible that the victim's body was moved after he fell into the lantern. I don't think so. Sorry, Detective, but there's no way the victim's body was moved after his death. Oh, really? And what makes you so sure? goes here and it becomes quite obvious. All the debris around him.
Take that!
Those broken bits of the lantern. Yes, if the body had been moved after the fact, those fragments would have fallen off of it. But as we can clearly see, they're lying perfectly undisturbed on top of the body. This means the victim must have been lying face up from before the lantern even broke. You're right!
But wait a minute. If that's true, then why was the victim killed? I mean, the lantern was still whole during the reception, right?
Right. Which means we've just overturned a major assumption about this case. If the victim was already dead before the lantern was even broken, then the body must have been inside the lantern before the reception started. In other words, the defense asserts that the victim was killed before the wedding reception. What? In short, when Miss Watt was there standing in front of the body after reception, it wasn't the moment just after the murder was committed. It was the moment she happened to discover the body, just as Miss Watt claims.
Objection!
Whether the act was committed before or after the reception is entirely inconsequential. Edgeworth, you know that's not true. After all, it was the defendant who prepared the reception hall for the event in question. Therefore, when the murder occurred, changes nothing with regard to her guilt. She could have killed the victim before the reception, as you claim, and then tried to hide the body in the lantern after the event was ended. Sorry, but that doesn't make any sense. I mean, where would the body have been hidden during the reception in your scenario? That's... Even you have to admit, Mr. Edgeworth, that this has opened up a new possibility. Do explain, Mr. Wright. Well, if Miss Watt didn't commit the crime in the reception hall, then that means someone somewhere put the victim's body in the lantern. I suppose that makes sense. A dead body couldn't have put itself in there. Exactly, Your Honor. In other words, if the murder actually occurred before the reception, it opens up the possibility that he was killed somewhere else. The defendant didn't do it, he was killed some other way. Here's the thing. Technically, all of these seem correct to me, but it was killed something else. If the body was hidden inside the lantern, then it's possible that the body was moved along with it from somewhere else.
Oh, you're right.
You can run your mouth, or that mouth of yours, all you want. But do you have any evidence to support what's coming out of it, Mr. Wright? Of course I do. I think the answer lies in that piece of evidence and in something that was left at the crime scene that will point us to where the victim was really killed. Very well, Mr. Wright, in that case. What proves that the lantern and the body were moved from somewhere else? Something that was left at the crime scene, is what you say? The note? Because there wasn't much left at the crime scene.
Take that!
No. Okay, what else was left? The picture of the body because of the flowers on it, right?
Take that!
A photo of the victim again. Yes. I'd like the court to focus on this thing right here.
Take that!
flower petals, Mr. Wright. These petals were from a kind of flower that was not present in the reception hall. This means they must have gotten in the lanterns when it was somewhere else. And just where do you propose this somewhere else to be, Mr. Wright? I propose that this piece of evidence will tell us where the flower petals came from.
Take that!
Please take a look at the flowers in this picture of the whole. Notice how their petals are the same shape as the petals in the crime scene photo. Yes, I see. They do look to be from the same kind of flower.
Objection!
Is that really all you've got? A flower is a flower is a flower. They're all the same. I could hardly call that your presented compelling. What you presented compelling evidence. I'm afraid I couldn't disagree with you more, Miss Redworth. I gave a flower of this type to my lovely wife once when we were young, so I can assure you that this is a very meaningful and compelling evidence indeed. The soundness of my judgment in this matter is backed by nothing less than pure love. But, Your Honor, let it go, Mr. Edgeworth. It's clear you don't know much about flowers. Phoenix coming from you, who didn't even recognize a rose. It's not like you have anyone you'd actually give any to, after all. But maybe you should study up on them, just in case the opportunity presents itself. Wow, what a fucking dig at him. Just kiss already. This from the man who only knows the names of 3 types of flowers. That's hardly relevant to the case at hand. The defense asserts that it's highly probable that the victim was killed in the hold. If the body was then placed in the lantern and moved to the reception hall for some reason, it would completely destroy the prosecution's case.
And then you mean the body was...
Yes, the victim's body was inside the lantern during the entire beautiful wedding reception, while the defendant and her betrothed were celebrating their love. What?
Objection!
Your smooth talk might work on his honor, but it won't work on me. What are you talking about? Take another look at all the evidence that you'll soon see what I mean. I wish you would just tell me already. Detective Sky, I'm sure you already figured out what I'm talking about, right? Of course, sir. Mr. Wright is the only one here who hasn't. Why don't you leave it to me, Mr. Edgeworth? Very well. Let's see what you can do. Detective Sky, please give your testimony to this court. The victim could not have been killed before the reception. The autopsy report states that the estimated time of death was after the reception. And that estimated time of death is correct. There's no way it could be wrong. It's clear Mr. Gloomsbury was killed after the reception, and that completely contradicts your claim. I guess so. Tell me you took at least a cursory glance at the autopsy report, Mr. Wright. It appears you've grown rusty since our last outing. Might I suggest you go back and brush up on the basics? Sure. Though, I must say, you're as cocky as ever, Mr. Edgeworth. I beg your pardon.
What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? I'm just saying that I'll go back to the basics if that's what Mr. Edgeworth wants. I'll prove how badly he's underestimating me with a good old-fashioned cross-examination. They're teasing each other. Oh my gosh. Very well. Let's see. See you put your money where your mouth is, Mr. Wright. The victim could not have been killed before the reception. The autopsy report states that the estimated time of death was after the reception.
Hold it!
I've read the autopsy report too, you know. Then you don't need me to explain it to you, right? How there's no way the victim could have been killed before the reception, I mean. Detective Sky, I think you've overlooked something big. I have? Why don't you take another look at the evidence? But I've already looked at all the evidence, and quite carefully too, I'll have you know. Detective Sky, do not be taken in by his verbal antics. He is simply bluffing, as always. Right, sir. There's no way it could be wrong.
Hold it!
Is it possible that the culprit did something to obscure the real time of death? No, not in this case. There was no snow or anything to keep the body from decomposing, and there's no fridge on the airship big enough to fit a body into. So you've already checked into that, I think.
It all comes down to the estimated time of death, doesn't it? Couldn't the killer mess with the victim's time of death by keeping the body on ice?
Yeah, if they had the means to. The prosecution is treating the estimated time of death as an absolute. But is it really?
I take it you don't think it is, huh, Nick? In that case, we're going to have to find a way to convince them otherwise.
Yeah, there's gotta be a way somehow. You seem awfully confident, Mr. Wright. Okay. That's something completely different. What can I do that would convince you? I was attacked by Blueberry in this deck. She's also not a weak figure. Nothing like that. I'm confused. The dry ice? Would dry ice be enough to keep a body cold? It would be, wouldn't it? Because it's like, it's kind of like nitrogen, isn't it? So it would have to be able to keep a body cold. The fog machine.
Objection!
I admit that the estimated time of death does contradict my theory. Dry ice is frozen carbon dioxide. Huh! That's really interesting. I don't know fuck all about dry ice, so... Finally! And that means your theory that the victim was killed before the reception. The only problem with the dry ice thing, and
It's fair they miss this detail. Dry ice is way colder than normal ice of the sorts. I mean, yeah, it is. It's still entirely plausible. Huh? What makes you think that? The killer could have falsified the time of the death by using a certain item in the reception hall. Take a look at this. And what is that contraption, Mr. Wright? It's a fog machine, Your Honor, used to create a special romantic atmosphere in the hall. And this machine could have been used to falsify the time of death. Yes, Your Honor, because this machine uses dry ice to perform its magic. Oh, so the body, because in reality the body would just get some kind of bruising or something when contact with something that cold. Is that how that works? That's interesting. Yeah, because you're meant to like use gloves when you handle it, right? Dry ice. Yes, the super cold stuff commonly used to make theatrical fog, right? I see. So your claim is that the dry ice was used to keep the body cold. Oh. In that case, I guess the victim could have been killed before the reception. Order! Order in the court. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do you have to say about this development? That the victim was killed in the hold before the wedding reception. Dry ice is negative 78.5 degrees C. Earth's atmospheric pressure. This extreme cold makes a solid dangerous to handle without protection from frostbite injury. Oh yeah, iceberg. The prosecution acknowledges the possibility of this claim. And we're getting somewhere. The prosecution would also like to thank you, Mr. Wright. Huh? For what? I don't know how a certain piece of evidence fit into this case. But now, thanks to you, I do. What piece of evidence? To get into the hold, one needs a key card, like this one. And here we have a record of those who entered the hold with such a key card. The times aren't specified, but these are the last 3 entries on the day of the murder. And as you can see, the last person to enter the hold that day was the defendant. So, the rest who moved the body... The one who moved the body out of the hold must have been... That's right. It was none other than the defendant.
Hey, Nick. Take a look at the second entry. There are a couple of other names on here besides Ellen's.
Hey, you're right. According to the entry record, Mr. Edgeworth, it appears Nigodi had also gone into the hold. Isn't it possible that he could have been...
Objection!
Sorry, but Mr. Nigodi was escorting a few of the guests at the time. I'm sure they would be happy to testify to that fact if you'd like. Think me cocky all you'd like, Mr. Wright, but my confidence is rarely misplaced. Was that so, Edgeworth? I'm gonna keep that thought to myself. Now then, it's probably safe to assume that after killing the victim in the hold, the defendant moved his body to the hall in order to dispose of it discreetly.
What do you mean by discreetly? The defendant volunteered to take care of the reception's cleanup personally. That means she would have had the chance to dispose of anything in any way she wanted, including taking the lantern off the airship without raising any suspicion. Don't tell me you didn't know about Miss Watt volunteering for cleanup duty, Mr. Wright. For my last task as servant of the Sprocket household, I offered to take on the preparation and cleanup of the reception banquet. I'd say. Look at you, sweating buckets like a rookie, even after all these years. Nevertheless, thank you for proving that the only person who could have killed the victim in the hold is Ellen Watt. Good job, Phoenix. Now we're back to square one. Perhaps you should ask Miss Sykes for help in reviewing Defense for Dummies. Way to go, Sarah! We've got Mr. Wright in a cold sweat. I wonder if maybe the promise of seeing that miserable look on his face is what brought me back to court today. Oh, Edgeworth, you're fucking kinky. It certainly made all of my stress and woes as chief prosecutor just melt away.
I guess he had a lot of stress built up.
I'll give him something to stress over before we're through today. Your Honor, the prosecution asks that you render your verdict at this time. Before that man over there tries to throw the court into chaos with his meaningless bluffs. I see, Mr. Wright. Are there any last meaningful bluffs you'd like to present to this court? Why does he have to assume it'll be a bluff?
Nick, hurry up and throw a good one out there. I will.
Well, alright then. Let's see. I've got it! How do you know it was Miss Watt who used her keycard? After all, if it turns out that somebody else used her card, it would mean Miss Watt didn't do it. Interesting. And are you able to prove this bluff is to be true? I assure you I'm not bluffing, Your Honor. Well, now what?
Wait a minute, Nick. I can think of a certain somebody who might have used Ellen's keycard.
You can?
Remember? The one who was sneaking around the hold in spite of not being a family member?
Oh, that's right. Your Honor, the defense would like to call a certain witness to the stand. I need the testimony of this person who may have entered the hold with Miss Watt's card.
Take that!
That's your witness? Are you saying that numbskull was on the airship? He never breathed a word of that to me. That's not surprising, because Mr. Nicody told him to keep quiet about it. But Mr. Butts himself admitted it to me. He claimed to have found a way to sneak onto the Flying Chappelle hold to see Miss Watt. This photo he took and gave to me as proof. Then, was it he who moved the lantern with the body inside in the reception hall? You know as well as I do that with him anything is possible. And this is one possibility we should definitely look into. I can't believe this. What in the world is he doing mixed up with this? Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. Remember what we've been saying since elementary school. When something smells, it's usually the butts. Exactly. Guys, honestly, guys, at this point, you should just, like, kick him out of the friend group. You guys don't seem to like him very much.
That Larry pay for all this. Well, if you want to extract your payment now, he's right up there in the gallery. Yikes! Bailiff sees the witness before he makes a run for it. No! Why does this stuff always happen to me? Sorry, Larry, but you brought this one on yourself. Let us break for a 15-minute recess. I ask that both sides prepare for the next witness testimony during this time. Oh my fucking gosh.
Wow, it's been a while since I've had this much fun and excitement. Hey, while you face off against Mr. Edgeworth, a harrowing tightrope walk for the defense.
Whew, I'm exhausted already. Boss! I'm here for moral support. Athena, are you all done practicing for Teresa's magic show? Well, to be perfectly honest, I sort of ran away. But that's because she was putting my life in danger, I tell you. I see. I think I'll need to have a one-on-one with her. You're really athletic and fit, Athena, so Truthy probably thinks she can run you ragged. That may be true, which is why not even Truthy can keep up with me when I run at full speed. Ha! Looks like you spoke too soon, Athena! Never underestimate the resourcefulness of a great magician. Huh? Magical girl Truthy Wright is on the scene. No. Now, Athena, it's time to practice human combustion magic. Go on, douse yourself in gasoline. But don't worry, it's a magic trick after all, so it's perfectly safe. Run away! Hey, you! You're not getting off that easily.
Huh. We get along so well, don't they? It reminds me of the good old days. You, me, and Pearly. Oh, and Detective Gumshoe. Can't forget him.
Oh, Gumshoe, I miss you.
We had all kinds of fun on crime scenes back then, remember?
Leaving me to do all the serious investigating, as I recall. Court will soon be back in session, Mr. Wright. Right, thank you.
So, Larry's an extra witness, right? I can't wait to see what happens.
Sadly, I can already imagine it. I think it's just for comedic relief in this case, and you think that's a bit sad. It's okay! We're gonna be going back! We're gonna be going back afterwards. My heart isn't ready. This case is just a blast from the past. It's okay. Court will now reconvene.
Nick, Hedgie!
The two of you are gonna hang me out to dry, aren't you? No, not the both of us. Just Mr. Wright. Nick, how could you? I don't recall, don't really think he did it, of course, but I've got to use whatever leads I can. Mr. Butts, there's a possibility you moved the lantern and that had the dead body in it. So, if you want to clear yourself of any suspicion, all you have to do is testify. Now then, your testimony, please, witness. Wow, what a, playground insult. Nick, you big fat stinking jerk! How can you doubt your best bud? We've known each other since elementary school. Well, get this, pal. Our friendship's over. It's not really a testimony, Larry. Well, go ahead, Mr. Wright. He's all yours. Why me? You're the one who called him to the stand, so he's your responsibility. Thanks, old chum. Can't any of you show me a little respect? Even just a shred? You may cross-examine the witness, Mr. Wright. Well, what if there was any testimony to cross-examine?
Hold it!
Come on, Larry. Can't you please give me something real to work with? I don't think I know what you don't know about your tricks. If I say something careless, you're gonna shove some evidence at me with a loud objection and a super smug look on your face. Yeah, well, that is my job. And if I get found guilty, how are you gonna take responsibility for what you've done? Why should I take responsibility for just doing my job? You heartless jerk! Don't you have any compassion for me?
Hold it!
I'm sorry, Mr. Butts, but if it wasn't Miss Watt that entered the hold with that card, then you're the most likely suspect. Nick! Are you seriously doubting the innocence of our old childhood friendship? Well, technically, yes. But it isn't personal, I assure you. Oh, a true friend would believe me no matter what. Can't you see my tears? Don't they mean anything to you? Nick! Nick! You don't really think you can cry your way out of this, do you? Okay, fine. In that case. Wow, friendship over, huh? Larry, listen to me. Shut up! I'm not talking to you anymore. This is getting us nowhere. Come off it, Larry. If you don't quit fooling around and start testifying, Miss Watt will be found guilty. For real? No new information comes out of this cross-examination. Then yes, Mr. Butts, for real. Not that I have any problem with that myself. Larry, just tell us the truth already. Did you or didn't you go into the hold and move a lantern up to the reception hall? I never moved any bull lantern, I tell you. Bull lantern? What? Did I say something weird? You told me you didn't attend the wedding reception. And you believe they told me only family and relatives can attend? They couldn't even let me into the reception hall. Yeah, so what? Then that's odd. No one in the courtroom ever mentioned the sex of the lantern that was moved. So how could you know that it was a bull lantern? You don't have to actually go to the reception to know that. Anyone could tell there were two Pegabulls by looking at the Flying Chapel's pamphlet. All I can tell right now is that there's a strong scent of bull in the air here. Please add that last statement to your testimony, Mr. Butts. Yeah, about that. It's not what I say.
Objection!
I want you to take a look at this, Mr. Butts. Because unfortunately for you, the pamphlet clearly shows a beggar cow and a beggar bull in their example diagram of the reception hall. Huh? So, on that day, instead of putting a beggar cow and beggar bull out for the bride and groom, there were 2 male beggar bulls on display. Yet, somehow you knew there were 2 beggar bulls in the reception hall that day. There's only one way you could have known something like that, Larry. It was you who moved the beggar bull to the reception hall, wasn't it? No. Larry, you didn't. Mr. Butts, did you move the lantern containing the victim's body to the reception hall? That's what it looks like. What? Wait, Nick? You don't think I'm the murderer, do you? Maybe you and Mr. Gloomsbury were fighting over Miss Watt and you ended up killing him? Maya, don't you do? Look, I didn't sneak into the reception and that's as far as it went. You know me, I wouldn't hurt a fly. You snuck into the reception? Yeah, sure, but some of these sprocket men caught me and locked me up in one of the cabins. It was pretty awful, actually. But that's when I made that drawing of the pterodactyl I showed you, Nick. Ixnay on the Aerodactyl pay, Nick. Mr. Wright, not even you would take this farce that far, would you? We are talking about Larry. What do I do? Do I accuse Larry of being the true culprit?
Look, I don't... He definitely didn't fucking do it. But, so what I think is that even if he did move it, he definitely didn't kill the guy. He just inadvertently helped with the crime a little bit. That's what I think.
No, you're right, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Butts didn't have a reason to kill Mr. Bloomsbury. He might have had an imaginary reason to kill Soren Sprocket, sure, but not Mr. Bloomsbury. After all, he did steal Mr. Sprocket's bride and try to elope with her. Just cause I tried to steal somebody's bride doesn't make me a murderer. I believe you, Larry. And I don't think you killed anybody either. You would never do anything like that. Nick! Old buddy, old pal! I knew you'd come through for me. Funny that considering your sworn testimony just now, that we were through. Mr. Butts, it's time you told this court the whole truth, understood? It's just like Nick said, I'm the one who moved the lantern. I was poking around the reception hall before the main event and saw a lantern was broken. There was a note on it that said, exchange this one in the hold, Ellen. So I decided to do Ellie a favour. So you switched the lanterns before the reception, did you? Then that means the victim really was killed before the reception. It would appear that Mr. Butts completely fell for the defendant's scheme. Scheme? What scheme? This note from the defendant exchanged with the one in the hold, Ellen.
Mr. Butts moved the lantern with the body in it up to the reception hall because of this note, and thus he has become a suspect to Mr. Gloomsbury murder. That second lantern did feel pretty heavy, but I never would have thought there was a dead body in it. Ugh. What was a note like that doing on the lantern in the first place? You've got it all wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. I left that note for myself. It was simply a reminder because I can be very forgetful. What a sorry excuse, Miss Watt. The prosecution contends that the note shows only one facet of the defendant's murderous plan. And you, Mr. Butts, you played right into Miss Watt's hands. No way, Edgy! I don't believe it!
Objection!
Do you still really believe Miss Watt is to be the culprit, Mr. Edgeworth? Of course. My stance on the matter remains unchanged. If you think I'm wrong, then prove it with your cross-examination. Gladly. Very well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Just like Nick said, I'm the one that moved the lantern. I was poking around the section hall before the main lantern saw a lantern's broken. There was a note that said exchange with the one in the hall, so I decided to do LFP.
Larry, he definitely did something stupid somewhere along the way.
Wow, Larry sure is one special guy. Not everyone has the privilege of being this distrusted by their best friends.
Assuming he can't be trusted from the get-go usually makes things easier, I've learned.
Oh, I see. You totally trust him to be totally untrustworthy.
Yeah, I guess you could. That about sums it up.
Hold it!
Why didn't you tell us that sooner?
Because I knew you guys were gonna be suspicious of me, that's why.
We're suspicious of you now because you tried to hide it. My thoughts exactly.
Well, now I've told you, Happy.
So, how about letting me go? No, not yet. We need you to stick around to sort a few things out.
Fine.
Hold it!
The lantern you swapped out was a female pegamoo, a cow, right? Yeah, I guess. Why did you replace a female lantern with a male one? Because I was too busy trying not to get caught. I didn't have time to check for little details like that. So you didn't want to get caught. If you didn't want to get caught, you could have just left well enough alone, you know? Whatever! Anyway, when I took a look at the broken lantern I saw...
Hold it!
That note wasn't addressed to you, was it? Well, I guess not, but how could I let my dear sweet Ellie do all the hard physical labor on her own? It's precisely that thought process that constantly gets you in trouble, Larry. Besides, it was my big chance to show her how much I cared about her.
Hold it!
Nobody saw you the whole time you were switching the lanterns? Nope. I didn't get caught. Not that time, anyway. Not that time. Yeah, when I tried to sneak into the reception hall the first time, I didn't have as much luck. Those sprocket guys spotted me and nabbed me. All of my words are failing me right now. Pretty exciting, don't you think? Larry, you need help.
And then they locked me up in the cabins. Nick, what are you asking about stuff like this for anyway? Shouldn't you be trying to prove Ellie's innocence? Well, is this statement important to the case?
Probably. Mr. Butt's trying to crash the reception and subsequently getting locked in the cabin. I believe this might be important facts of the case, Your Honor. Very well, Mr. Butts.
Please add this statement to your testimony. Tried to sneak into the reception hall, but I got caught and locked up in the cabin.
Hold it!
So you got locked up, and then what happened? I broke out! Then I started looking for Ellie and wandered into the reception hall again. That's when I saw the broken lantern and replaced it. Even after they caught you and locked you up, you still went looking for Miss Watt? But hold on a minute.
What is it, Nick?
Maya, doesn't something seem weird to you? Larry is saying he replaced the lantern after he broke out of the cabin.
That's right. Oh, wait, huh?
You're right. It doesn't make much sense, does it? Mr. Wright, have you found an inconsistency in the witness's statement? Yes, I believe so, Your Honor. Mr. Butts moved the lantern after he broke out of the cabin, but that contradicts with this. What does it contradict with?
I'm confused. What would it contradict with? Because I don't exactly know what that timing is. So it's not a time-based thing, is it?
Huh? I'm confused. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. But... What are you saying? Nobody saw you the whole time when you were switching the lanterns. When I tried sneaking into the detention hall the first time. I'm confused.
Mr. Bart's trying to crash the reception and subsequently getting locked in the cabin. I believe there might be important facts of the case. You broke out of it, wandered back to the reception hall, and this photo is from before the reception and before you got locked up, right? So which was a victim where the victim was found. Larry wheeled it from the hole to the reception before the reception began. You were wondering, what you isn't what you said that when you were that you were wandering around the airship during the reception and got locked up in there? Is that what you said?
Take that!
Is that... Yes, it's the broken lantern, Your Honor. Mr. Butts, what you're saying doesn't make any sense at all.
What? Why not? You swapped the lanterns before the reception began, right? Yeah, that's what I said, isn't it? But you also just said that you swapped the lanterns after you got locked up in the cabin for trying to sneak into the reception. In other words, you're saying you swapped the lanterns both before the reception and after the reception took place. That certainly doesn't make any sense, does it? Mr. Butts, did you swap the lanterns before or after the reception? Which is it? Before or after? There's a world of difference between the two. Well, Mr. Butts, I guess I can't expect guys like you to understand. In a nutshell, it was both before and after the reception. What? I tried to sneak into the first reception and got locked up. The first reception? Oh, I don't like how this is going. Then, through the power of Ellie's pendant, time got rewound, and we went back to the time before the reception. It was after that that I replaced the lantern, so it was before the reception and after the reception, get it? We went back in time before the reception, so of course the reception would take place after one more time after that one. That's why what I said makes perfect sense. Mr. Wright, what in the world is the witness talking about? Has he developed some sort of intellectual ailment I'm not aware of since I last saw him? Well, none of the sprockets seem to remember the time skip, but I do, and Ellie remembers it too. I think the power of our love for each other made that miracle happen. Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, but could you please translate this man's gibberish so the rest of us can understand? So now I have to be the one to explain the whole time travel thing. Go on, Nick! I know you can do it! Looks like you don't have much of a choice, Nick. To heck with it. I can't lose any more of my dignity today anyway. The defendant, Miss Ellen Watt, has told the defense the following strange story. She said that after the reception ended, she was attacked by Mr. Bloomsbury. She claims that as she was being assaulted, she made a wish upon her pendant, "Please take me back before that blissful moment." In doing so, time apparently rewound itself to just before the reception began. It what? I know it's hard to believe, but but think of it this way. Through the power of the pendant, both Ellen Watt and Larry Butts experienced time travel. What?
Objection!
What absolute rubbish. Mr. Wright, I've heard my fair share of nonsense over the years, but this takes the cake. Have you thoroughly lost your mind?
Objection!
But this is simply the conclusion I came to, using your logic ability you love so much. What? The truth of the matter is, the future president of Sprocket Aviation, Soren Sprocket, has been researching time machines. So, what if a time machine has already been successfully created? And what if one of the Sprocket Aviation's top secret inventions? A time machine? Yeah! I even saw something while we were time traveling. I saw a pterodactyl flying through the sky. Maybe the airship was sent to travel back in time to their honeymoon trip? What? A pterodactyl?
Objection!
You can't possibly have any evidence to back up your ridiculous time travel story. Well, as I thought. In any case, I now have the evidence to prove that you're no more intelligent than me. Not so fast now, Eddie. I'm not the same old Larry you used to know. Oh. You want evidence? I got evidence right here. This is the photo I secretly took of the second reception. What? What? Larry, I can't believe you... Well, anyway, good job. If we compare the photos of the first and the second receptions, we can find a difference. Then we'll be able to prove the reception was held twice. But do you really think such a difference exists? Yes, Your Honor. I just need to find some time to find it for you. This is preposterous. Very well, please show the court what's different then. Proof. This proof is positive that the wedding reception was held twice. Yeah, the bouquet. It's a different color. I'm very good at remembering colors.
Take that!
Please direct your attention to Miss Watt's bouquet of flowers. In the photo one of her in-laws took, the defendant is holding a yellow bouquet. But in the photo Mr. Butts took, it is holding a red bouquet. You're right. That's impossible. What does this mean? It means that the defendant really did experience two wedding receptions. And she did that when she travelled back through time. What?
Nick, you did it! You proved Ellen's time travel story to be true.
Yeah, I can hardly believe it myself. It's just as Ellen said, the reception was held twice. It turns every assumption we base this trial on upside down.
Objection!
I refuse to accept such a ludicrous argument. It is pure fiction under the guise of pseudoscience at best. There is simply no such thing as time travel. I know it's hard, but can't you suspend your disbelief for 1 nanosecond, Edgeworth?
I bet sci-fi movies push all your buttons the wrong way, don't they, Mr. Edgeworth? I can totally picture you yelling "that never happened" every 5 seconds at the screen. Maybe you should stay away from movie dates altogether.
That's neither here nor there. This is real life we're talking about. But the proof is clearly shown in the two photographs. That's right, Mr. Edgeworth.
Objection!
Fine, I'll entertain your absurd delusion, if only to demolish it before your very eyes. What? Let's start with this, shall we? There is one thing your time travel theory fails to explain. And that is the memories of our other guests there. The defendant and Larry remember the reception occurring twice, but no member of the Sprocket family has ever mentioned such a thing. That's because the time machine is custom. I'm not done, you bird brain.
Bird brain?
As I was saying, if the entire family had been sworn to secrecy, then why hadn't they shown the woman who was marrying into the family to sworn the woman who married into the family to secrecy too? That's a good point. Honestly, all it takes is a little common sense, Mr. Wright. Even still, how do you know that the trip through time did not really occur? There is proof in the photos that it did, and besides, if time travel doesn't exist, well, I'd be a little disappointed, frankly. I was hoping to go back to the days of my youth. You mustn't allow yourself to be taken in by Mr. Wright's whimsical tales, Your Honor.
I've read about it in various literature, you see. And they all say that time travel is just not logically feasible.
Maybe our argument was just a little too nonsensical, Nick.
Well, in that case, why don't we put common sense to the test? Excuse me. The wedding reception was held twice, the photos are proof of that. But if it wasn't because of time travel, it's simply because the reception had actually been held twice. Isn't that the most reasonable way to interpret the situation? Would you care to elaborate, Mr. Wright? If time travel doesn't exist, then there's only one way to make sense of what happened. Somebody must have orchestrated this strange phenomenon, and that somebody is everyone at the reception. What if all the guests at the receptions conspired together to hold the reception twice and keep quiet about it? What? And for what purpose would they conspire to do such a thing? Well, a brilliant deduction defense. Oh, hello. Hello, my number one suspect. I can tell that you are not a renowned lawyer for nothing. I must say, I underestimated you. How so, Mr. Nicody? You have managed to name each event precisely as they happened. You have revealed it all in the light of day. Then, that means it was us. We orchestrated the whole thing. Yes, the reception was held twice. But not because of time travel, no. We simply held it a second time. Oh, what? Why? Why would you do such a thing? To make it as though the murder Miss Ellen committed never happened. Master Soren figured that if Miss Ellen, who'd killed Bloomsbury after this first reception, experienced the reception one more time, she would think it was all a dream. It was he who ordered us to make it happen. However, only a few, myself included, knew of Miss Ellen's crime. Are you saying most of the guests attended the 2 receptions without knowing why? Indeed, they needed no reason. Master Soren told them to do it, and so they did. That is the Sprocket way. Then, who hid the body in the lantern? We did. But we did not anticipate the petals finding their way in, nor the actions of Mr. Butts. And that's how you intended to cover the whole situation up. There is just one thing everyone here has wrong. The real scene of the murder was not the hold, it was the Vista deck. What? Then, Miss Watt's recollection of events must be correct. I admit, we tried to cover this incident up, but the fact that Miss Ellen killed Bloomsbury is undeniable. This is quite a turn of events. And so it appears we have arrived at the truth at last. Now. Please do feel free to travel back in time, Mr. Wright, and attempt to do this trial over again. Go on. It's not yet hasty, Edward. I bet you can't do it. He's just bitter. I bet I can't. Your Honor, we will have to hold a separate trial for the cover-up conspiracy later, but as far as this case goes, I believe we are ready for your ruling.
Objection!
Just before the defendant
lost consciousness during her attack. She says she saw someone strike the victim. It's possible that this third party is a traitor.
Objection!
You still want us to believe the defendant's words? Perhaps you've lost more than your touch during your time abroad. This third-person nonsense is nothing but rubbish and
Objection!
But, by the same token, how can we trust those who conspired and lied to fool this... Can we trust those who conspired and lied to fool this court of law? For all we know, they might still be hiding something. You never know when to quit, do you? Now, calm down, both of you. In any case, there isn't enough trustworthy information yet for me to render a verdict. I suggest we continue the trial after both sides have investigated the matter further. Very well, Your Honor. Whew, that was close. Mr. Dakota, as for you and your cohort's attempt to cover up this crime, your case will be brought to a separate trial following the resolution of this current one.
I understood, Your Honor.
Well then, this concludes today's trial. Court is adjourned. Awesome. Okay. Okay. Oh, fuck! Okay, so the other DLC case is kind of long. Just a little bit long. As much as I would like to finish this case today, the investigation looks pretty long, so I don't think I can. So we'll leave it at that, I think, because I'm hungry and I want to eat my dinner. What do you mean, keep going? I can't do a 24-hour stream. I don't... Look. You can't upload a 24-hour video to YouTube. I would continue if I could. I don't want to have to deal with cutting the video into 2 or 3 again, because I don't have a proper video editing software, and it's really annoying. So I'm just gonna leave this off here. Unless I stop recording and then continue recording. I guess that is an option. I do wish to continue. You're slowly convincing me. Without re-encoding? Well, I don't know what re-encoding means. Ugh. But no matter what we do, it is 5:40 and I want food. So I need food. No matter what I do, I'm getting food. I know you're just asking for a 24-hour stream to annoy me, but it makes me feel like people want to hang out with me and feel a little bit special, you know? So, you know, maybe perhaps you could just let me pretend a little bit. That depends on what people want, though. That depends on what people want, though. I am a man of the people, and I concede myself to whatever the people desire most. I am a man of the people, and I will continue if they so desire. But this investigation just looks so long. There's so many places and so many people I gotta talk to. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. But in the event that the investigation is super long, and it does take me a while, then I can dedicate a whole stream to the other DLC. Oh, play it out of order and be happy for a little while. What? You know, I'm completely normal and things. I'm a normal lad. I experience emotions normally, as a normal person should, in normal circumstances. Anyway, yeah, I haven't had a proper meal all day because we've been acing up these attorneys. So it would be good for me to eat something. What should I eat? I could have bread. Oh, I like having bread. Bread. Or rice. I do like rice. I have been thinking about eating rice for a little while. Eating is for the weak. I think the weak should be eating. I think the way my body is screaming at me would disagree with you. I can't keep screaming forever, unfortunately. I have things I need to do. Such as leave the house tomorrow, for whatever reason. If I could, I would finish this so I could dedicate a whole stream all to you. To you, my little baby. Finally, is this where you're meant to be, baby? What? I'm a normal person who feels normal emotions about normal things. I didn't completely lose it. I'm just going to read fanfiction later. It's no big deal. Here! is not a silver fox. You take that back. Anyway,
It's not gonna be about Gant. I said earlier I was going to read.
maybe I'll just have to reread the Blackbriar I read the other day because there's barely any on AO3. Barely any good ones anyway. No! That doesn't exist! I'll have you know, I looked through the entirety of the Bobby Fulbright tag on AO3, and there was one shot that included him and Damon Gant, and it was 500 words long, and it was Damon Gant interrogating the man in his office as an intimidation tactic. It was basically nothing happened, but it was interesting in how I imagined them to actually interact. I'm not gonna read that one. I said I was going to read Blackbriar. And perhaps I'll read it to you someday. Out loud. Okay, perhaps not. I might get a warning. On Discord, not on stream. Perhaps part of it's on stream. Anyway, I'm hungry. I'm hungry, and I have to mentally prepare myself for everything that we're doing. I'm not gonna call him. I've got no idea what you're talking about, Zedius, what kind of man do you take me for? Stepbro? Really? That's not my kind of fucking deal. And besides, one of them is simply sir. The other is darling boy. I'll have you know that I want one of them on his knees. The other one can do whatever the fuck he wants. I'm so hungry, I need food. I should stop thinking about all of this. Anyway, I'm a normal person. Make food while thinking about sir? No. I'm gonna make food and be like, wow. So what am I gonna watch while I'm eating food? No one uploaded anything interesting to YouTube today. I'll just have to wait and see, because I guess I didn't check this morning, did I? Maybe I should check how my video's doing. Mesmerizer cover's doing pretty well. You know, things like that. But, y'all hung out with me today. That was pretty cool. I stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 9 o'clock Australian Central Standard Time, 9 in the morning. I upload covers, Utah covers to YouTube every Friday. And this Friday is no different. There'll be another one, and it's gonna be great fun. So, bye-bye guys, bye-bye. I want food. I'm gonna go eat now. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, I love you guys.